The darkness was comfortable for me. Written by Kon Hoshizaki. Chapter 147, Announcement from God and Distance from That World. After renting a property, we bid farewell to the guild staff member and headed to the marketplace to buy things for our livelihood. The minimum required furniture was already readied in the property, but we have to prepare all other things ourselves. If we are going to use that house just to sleep, things would be simple, but just trying to cook for ourselves would require quite a lot of things. Well, I have some surplus in money, so it should work out one way or another. After a few hours of getting miscellaneous stuff for our living, we returned to our house. Shadow storage really is handy at times like this. I can just throw it in, and even decently big stuff can be stored. The beds have already been provided, but there's no mattress or a futon spread out, so it will be the day after tomorrow that we will be able to begin actually living here. The climate is warm around here, so a towel kit might be enough to cover ourselves, but whichever the case, we lack way too many things to begin our living here. There's no big store where everything can be found there, so it takes time. Our new place has a lot of rooms. We decide our own rooms from among those, and bring our things in. Mine was the room at the right after going up the stairs, and Jeanne was the left one. I put down my luggage and left the room, and it was right at the time when Jeanne left too. Kuro, do you have points? Jeanne, a completely out of the blue question. You could say that's just like her. Eh? What brought it all of a sudden? I have 0. Hikaru, oh? You are one reckless guy. Points can serve as a safety measure, so it would be better to leave as much as possible, you know? Jeanne, I know, but I had my own circumstances. Hikaru, by giving Rufria the panacea that cost 3 points, I have been completely emptied out of points. I also only have enough for 1 point in terms of crystals. It is true that in terms of safety margin, it would be dangerous, but all points I have used until now have been necessary expenses. There should be no problems if I just accumulate them again. I make sure to always leave 6 points the whole time. Jeanne, 6 points? That's impressive. Hikaru, Jeanne is always keeping a high number of viewers, so she probably gets a lot more too. Even so, leaving 6 points the whole time is impressive. That's why it is okay to use them when it goes over 6 points, but I am thinking about getting a mattress for now. Jeanne, isn't that okay? I don't really mind the beds of this world, but the ones that you can bring out with points are all high quality. Hikaru, the mattress at the inn had stuff like straws inside of it and it prickled. It might be something that bothers a girl. Yeah. By the way, the big-sized one is also worth the same amount of points. I can buy it for 1 point. Kuro, want to sleep together with me? Jeanne, eh? What? Hikaru, we are going to be room sharing here. I would feel bad monopolizing the good bed. I don't know how big a queen size is, but it should be enough for 2 people to sleep, and it would allow us to quickly react in emergencies. Jeanne said this rapidly while looking straight at me. Eh? Didn't we decide on our rooms just now? No, I will be sleeping on my own. Hikaru. I see. Right. Well, that's fine too. Jeanne looked away and entered her own room. What was that just now? Well, anyways, it looks like it is fine to order only my mattress to the artisan. Also, the tools that revolve around water, and I would like a bit more furniture. Personally speaking, I would like a bit more clothes for myself too. We bought the chairs and table, but would it be better to have a sofa too? There's still 6 more days before the dungeon opens, but taking it as time to prepare for the house would make it just right. We finished setting the things we bought, and at the time when I was about to head out for dinner with Jean. Pin-pon pan. An announcement to all eyes otherworlders. 20 days from now, the second group of 300 otherworlders will be transferred to that world. If there's anyone transferring close by, Please teach them a whole lot of things as their seniors, okay? The usual nonchalant voice suddenly said. The total number of Isekai Otherworlders showing in the status board is 700. They are most likely to replenish the numbers. I don't understand well what God is trying to achieve here. Just that, the livelihood of the chosen have stabilized to a certain degree, so maybe they are simply trying to replenish it with more members because the adventuring is lacking. It has come already, huh? It was faster than I thought. Jeanne, what do you mean by that? Hikaru, there's a lot of deaths in the chosen. You also thought that the numbers have been decreasing steadily, right, Kuro? Of course, it might stabilize somewhere, but there's no doubt we would have been lower to half in 1 year at this pace. Then, I was sure that God would replenish the numbers sometime. Jeanne, I see. I did also think that the number of chosen was lowering pretty fast. Though I wasn't thinking much about replenishing those numbers. Anyways, it would be better to be careful. The new guys will know how to efficiently manage their points, and most of all, they would have information about us, right? Especially you and me, we have a lot of views. Our fighting style, items we have, and most of all, it is better to think that our weaknesses have been laid completely bare. If they want to live efficiently in this world, they can kill us first and get our items to make their lives easier from there on. Jeanne, what you don't know, I see. That might be true. Hikaru, I have faced the evil of humans to a degree I come to hate. If you kill a chosen, you can get items and equipment that can't be obtained without points. If it is a situation where they can kill us easily, there's no assurance there's no people who will target us. I don't know what tools Jeanne has in detail, but a single high heel scroll would be enough to drive someone to kill and be rewarded for it. The announcement continues. With the second group incoming, the message system will be frozen temporarily. There's way too many using the messages for evil purposes or abusing them, so this is to adjust the functions. This is also in order for the new chosen to enjoy the Isekai purely without the advice from Earth. It will be 50 days from now, message freezing. For someone like me who doesn't read the messages at all, this doesn't affect me at all, but it will have an effect on Jeanne and the other chosen. I don't think there's many people who are living in this world while completely cutting themselves away from their original world. Who, God really gets it? Jeanne, eh? Hikaru, it would be stupid to be controlled by the voices of the original world when they have come to a different world after all. It is weird coming from me who used the messages as the basis for my actions though. Jeanne, you were making them the basis of your actions? Hikaru, complete freedom unexpectedly makes it hard to know what to do. I used them as a tutorial of sorts. Now that I have gotten a comrade, I don't need that anymore. Jeanne, I see. Hikaru, Jeanne said that she hasn't met any other chosen aside from me. And with that, she went to villages, listened to their problems, and would solve them as she aimed for a big city. Now that she has decided to conquer the dungeon, those tutorial quests are not necessary. That must be what she means. Also, there's changes in the items and powers you can obtain with points and crystals, so confirm them. Now then, have a good Isekai life. With that, the announcement ended. Jeanne was operating the status board at once. I can read the existing messages, but it looks like new messages won't reach. Also, other changes are. I see. This one's unpleasant. Jeanne's face warped slightly as she operates it. I also did the same, but was there such a bad change to warrant that reaction? Where? What change? Hikaru, the map. You have the high efficiency map, right? Jeanne, right? You say. Well, I do have it, but only the world map one. Hikaru, check it. You will understand once you check it. Jeanne, you can get a high efficiency map with 3 points. An added function for the status board. By choosing the tab, I can show the world map whenever. Moreover, It shows my location with a red dot. It also shows the direction, so at the time when I want to go somewhere far, I won't get lost with this on me. Moreover, it shows the danger level of the place I am in, the name of the location in this world, the population density, and even the distance to the next closest city. If you want to live in this world, you could say this is something that you can benefit from getting. A new function must have been added. I was thinking that while tapping on it. What's this? There's more blue dots. Hikaru, there were many blue points shown in the map. There wasn't something like that until now. The location I am in is obviously a red point. No, there's one blue point that's overlapping with mine. There's a blue point in a slightly further away location. You can tell, right? The considerate unnecessary meddling new function of God. In other words, they have made it possible for other chosen to know where the other chosen are without the need to rely on contacting each other. Jean, why go through the trouble of doing this? Hikaru, who knows? There's no way us mortals can understand what a god thinks. Is what I want to say, but it must be because of the messages. There must have been quite a lot of people from Earth who used the messages to tell the location of other chosen. I myself learned of your location from messages after all. Jean, even at the time when I first met Alex, he saw the messages and judged I was a chosen. In other words, the messages were used a lot to make other chosen meet up. I understand the reason for the update, but I feel like this will work against us. There's almost no other chosen aside from us around here. It is okay to move somewhere else, but it would be a pain to go that far. Jean, we will be able to tell that they are coming, so wouldn't it at least be better for us? Hikaru, it is true that it is in part good for us, but Isekai Otherworlders can bring any weapon, you know? I wouldn't be able to match a gun. That goes the same for you, right, Kuro? Jean, true. Especially because I am being hated. Hikaru, will the chosen come to try and kill me? They might. At the very least, I should at least assume they are coming with that intention. In that sense, it is an advantage that I can tell where the chosen are. If you are hated, then that means I am being hated too. Jean, there's no way. Hikaru, how can you be so sure? How can you tell when you don't even open your messages? Jean, I. Was thought of as a killer. As the killer of Nanami. And her parents, you know? It would be nice if Nanami revives and clears up my name, but there's the chance that Nanami was killed without getting the chance of seeing the killer's face. If that's what happened, there's still no knowing who the culprit is. Hikaru, even if Nanami didn't see the face of the killer, she would still testify for my innocence, but would the public believe her? How much meaning would a testimony with no basis hold? There's obviously the chance for the complete opposite to also be true. Knowing both the face and name, and giving a proper testimony. In the end, I don't know what's happening in the other world. With the messages freezing, getting new information has been cut off. Well, my viewers should decrease if they know I am innocent. No, Jean is here with me, so the attention I gather would also increase. The viewer numbers might not serve much of a reference. Kuro, stop continuously thinking about that stuff. Jean, eh? Hikaru, the freezing of messages is a good opportunity. Forget about that world already. Jean, even if you tell me that. Hikaru, I want to, too. I tried to forget countless times. Over and over and over and over. Hey, Kuro, you revived Nanami in the morning, but with the messages freezing, it means that you have no means to confirm whether Nanami has truly revived in good health or if she is living on without any troubles. Right? Even if not, the messages are from people that you don't even know who wrote it. In other words, you don't know if it is true or not. Isn't it stupid to be tossed about by such frail information? Jean, that might be true. Hikaru, in my opinion, you are way too worried about that world. We have become literal otherworlders, you know. What relation does that world have with you now? Will you become a puppet for God and the viewers in your desire for points? If you can't ignore them. How about I help you forget about them? Jean closes her distance to the point that we could touch, and she says this. She must be annoyed by how irresolute and pathetic I am. Her face is a bit red. It is certainly just as she says. I am being way too bothered by it. You could even say my heart is being corroded by it. If I had been told this by a chosen without that many viewers, it wouldn't have resonated with me, but Jeanne is being seen by far more viewers the whole time. She might be the only chosen who has even more unique access viewers than me. In that case, she of course must have received thoughtless messages. She has pushed those aside with iron will. You are so cool, Jeanne. Hikaru, the deep blue eyes of Jeanne were deep and clear as if she could see through my weakness. Her white orderly look like that of a doll doesn't show weakness to the outside. But I still can't divide things in such a way. I can't become as strong as you. I am still a child. Hikaru. It is okay to do this bit by bit. Also, the second group is coming. You must become strong even if you don't want to. If there really are people who are aiming for our lives, hesitation will cost you your life or ours. Jeanne, we won't know whether the second group will be aiming for me and Jeanne until it actually happens. There's the chance. That's all there is to it. But if they really come for us, it would be dangerous to not face it with the intention of killing them. I still haven't been able to properly come to terms with the matters of my original world, but I might really be able to forget everything and move forward if it is together with Jean. Now then, I am thinking of going to sleep, but what will you do? I have already gotten the bed. Jeanne, eh? What about dinner? Hikaru, dinner. You say? Jeanne, didn't we talk about eating after leaving our luggage? No, you must be tired already. I am not that hungry either, so I will return to the inn for today. I still have a bit of luggage remaining there. Hikaru. No, right. I see. Dinner, right? Let's go for dinner. I completely forgot because of the sudden announcement of God. I am hungry. Jeanne, I see. Then, let's go eat. I have a place I recommend. Can you eat shrimp? Hikaru, I love it. Jeanne, after we finished eating, I returned to the inn. Jeanne seemed to be reluctant to part, but she was always alone in this world, so she might have felt lonely. Well, I will be living there from tomorrow on. It is not like I don't have insecurities about living together, but it should work out somehow. If the situation requires it, we could hire a maid just like Jeanne said. Chapter 148, Cat Residence and Gararu. The next day, I left the inn. The money I paid in advance didn't come back, and headed to the house we rented. The rent is high, but it has a garden, a second floor, and is close to the dungeon. If we are going to rent one in this city, there's no place better than this one. It also gets points for being far from the church. At the time when I came to this world, I took the gift Affection of Spirit, which has the merit of being able to get spirit energy from outside, but I have the demerit of being loved by great spirits. Eaten by them. If I enter their detection range, the great spirits come out from their church. It actually got dangerous once, and so I make sure not to get close to the churches that have great spirits in this city as much as possible. I arrived at the residence and the window of Jeanne's room was closed. It is a time frame that can't be called early morning anymore, but is she still sleeping? I unlock the door and enter the house. In a world where there's no fluorescent light or LED, the inside of the house is really dark. I have the night vision gift, so I am fine, but you would normally feel stress from this, right? They apparently sell spirit tools that serve for illumination, so, depending on the price, we could buy those too. Jeanne really was sleeping, so I woke her up and asked her what we will be doing today. Shopping, right? Jeanne, well, I do, yeah. I also have business in other places, but I will finish those real quick. Hikaru, I will go. too. There's quite a bit of time before the dungeon opens, right? If only I had games, 5 days would go by in a flash though. Jeanne, it is true that 5 days pass way too fast in our original world. But in this world, if we don't use our time proactively, there's too much of it you don't know how to use. Well, just checking the city around is plenty enough to kill time though. After I wait for Jeanne to get ready, we go outside. I have business with the building at the side of the guild. Hikaru, at the side of the guild? Jeanne, yeah, the Links Mutual Aid Association. I really will only be going in to check things out. Hikaru, I caught too many fish from fishing the other day. Lynxes are cats, so they should like fish. It might just be prejudice though. We walk for a bit and arrive at the slightly old building. A number of lynx were basking in the sun and dozing off in front of the building. Hello? Is Grateful here? Hikaru, nah. Full-chan? I think she is now. Right now is break time, you know? The dungeon is on break now. I know. I had some food for her. Hikaru, food? I will go call her at once now. The black and white lynxes enter the building with swift feet. It seems the lynxes live in this building. Of course, it is not all of them, but renting an apartment takes money too. They must be lowering their expenses by living together until they can make a contract with a great spirit. Toy, Kuro. Jeanne, Chen? What's the matter? Hikaru, what was that creature just now? Jeanne, her cheeks were flushed and she had a really serious expression. She has never seen a lynx. Are they rat humans? Their ears were big, but their whiskers weren't that big, so they aren't rats. Weasels. Or dogs. Not that one. They do look cat-like. Anyways, it looks like a mix of mammal and human. Jeanne, see, calm down. Lynxes are most likely catkins. Hikaru, cats, huh? Cat humans. There's something like that too. Jeanne, she seems strangely excited. Well, I was also pretty surprised when I met them for the first time though. Or more like, I think lynxes are pretty cat-like, but did they look like rats for Jean? Is it a difference in the environment we were raised in? What nah? I am so hungry, I feel like I am dying here, so I don't want to move that much. Full, seems to be an acquaintance of yours. Full nah? Here nah. My eyes are spinning from the hunger Nyan. Nah. Hikaru-shan. Full, Grateful came outside grumbling, but the moment she saw me, her face brightened up. She couldn't enter the dungeon for the Demon Lord's subjugation, and we haven't met once since then, so it feels like it has been quite a while. It was actually just a few days though. I heard about it, Nyan. You were the #1 contributor in the Demon Lord's subjugation, right? That's Hikaru-shan. Nyan. Full, Grateful gets merry going Nyan. I think a lot of stars aligned for me to be chosen as the #1 contributor in the Demon Lord's subjugation, but it makes me happy when it is celebrated like this. Full-chan, you are acquainted with such a good prospect boy now. I would like you to introduce me to him too now. I also want to graduate from being a scout exclusive for the 2nd floor now. I was simply lucky that I met Hikaru-shan. Nyan. Full, the sight of lynxes going Nyan talking to each other is pretty healing and cute. Jean's eyes going bloodshot by my side must be my imagination. Full, do you guys eat fish? Hikaru, eh? Why all of a sudden? I love fish. Full, I fished too many the other day, so I wanted to share. Hikaru, really nah? I am hungry to the point that I feel like I am dying here, so that makes me really happy. Meow wah wah wah. Full suddenly makes a weird shout. Is what I thought, but then I noticed that Jeanne had hugged her from behind. Fugo. What's with that, Nyan? This cat. She is all soft and fluffy. You. Fugo. Jeanne, the Fugo is probably Jean motorboating. Full. Nah. What's with this person, Naya? So strong, Naya. Get off, Naya. Fool, our place didn't allow pets. I wanted to get a pet for the longest time. Fuga fuga fugo. What's with this creature? Is it a cat? A big cat-chan. This is. Fuga fuga fugo. Cat-chan. Jean hugged Grapeful, buried her face in her fluffy fur, and seemed to be muttering something. Looking at it objectively, this is a really fearsome sight. The lynxes close by seem to be shocked too. Naya 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 Naya. Get her off me, Tilda. Get this person off me, Naya Tilda. Fool, come on, Jean. Let her go already. I haven't even introduced you to each other, you know? Hikaru, fuga. Jay, just a bit more. Jean, I somehow managed to tear off Jean, who continued petting Fool with outrageous strength, and she finally regained her senses. Sorry about that. It was the backlash from living a long stressful lifestyle, you see. Please forgive me. I am Jean Collett. Jean Shan, are you also an explorer? Fool, that's right. Though I am just a newbie that registered yesterday. Jean, I see Naya. I am the scout Grateful Nyan. If there's the chance, hire me please, Naya. Fool, maybe it wasn't that displeasing to be petted all over. Grateful spoke's business like normal. She is mentally tough. Is what I want to say, but she is doing so while hiding behind my back, so she really must be pretty scared. Of course she would be scared. I was scared too. Jean is an earthling like me, but she does have an eccentric side to her where common sense doesn't work. That said, I don't have anywhere to put the fish in, so I would like to go to the kitchen or somewhere where I can leave them though. Hikaru, I will receive them inside the building then, Nyan. Things are a bit hectic inside right now though. Fool, after being told this, we enter the Lynx Mutual Aid Association, and there's a whole ton of lynxes. Moreover, they are all lazing about and sleeping. Phew. Cat residence. Jean, calm down. Lynxes are not cats, you know. Don't go morphew on them without permission. Hikaru, but how can I stay calm with this? Jean, where did your steel mental strength go? Hikaru, well, it is true that all the lynxes are cute. This feeling might only be shared between us chosen, but it is not like I don't understand why Jean would want to morphew them. But it is a bit unexpected that Jean likes cats. She really is a normal 17-year-old girl. I take out the fishes I got the other day from the shadow storage into the sink that I was guided to. They are not alive, but it didn't feel like their freshness had dropped, and they don't give out a weird smell. They should be able to eat it without any issues. There's 57 in total. I fished this many? Naya Tilda. This many Garou Nyan. That looks tasty, Naya. Is it okay for us to have this many, Nyan? Fool, I fished them while I was killing time, so it is okay. Hikaru, so this fish is called Garou. So it is not horse mackerel. They do look exactly like one though. You should fish if you have the time, fool. I managed to fish them really easily, you know? Hikaru, lynxes are all bad at swimming, so we hate the sea, Nyan. If we fall, we are dead, Naya. Fool, I see. Hikaru, it really might be a bit risky if they can't swim. There's also the option of coming along with her to fish, huh? There's such a convenient fishing spot nearby. It should also serve to reduce the food expenses. Everyone Tilda, Hikaru-shan has given us Garou Tilda, Fool said in a loud voice, and the lynxes that were relaxing woke up and gathered around. So many! We are having a Garou party today, Naya. Fish? Fish? Today we can eat a full belly of fish? We can eat them just as they are. If it is now, we could eat them just as they are. I am so hungry. They look like they are shining, Naya. To show such kindness to us, Nyan. You are like the Spirit King Sama, Naya. It seems they really were drying up from the dungeon being closed. If they are fine with this much, Then I don't mind bringing more again. Fishing itself helps me relax and the sea is nearby. Fufufufuyu. Kuro, sorry but I would like you to tie me up with ropes. I don't think I can endure any longer. Jean says this while breathing roughly. Tying her up would be way too deranged. I'm already done with what I came here to do, so I will be leaving now. Hikaru, I see. Jean, then, grateful, once the dungeon is open again, I will call you. Hikaru, really Naya? I am so happy Naya. I will study about the 4th floor as I wait Nyan. Full, right, counting on you. Hikaru, once the dungeon opens again, Jean and I will be going. Of course, it would be easier to have a scout, so I plan on hiring Grateful. 3 people is low and it does prove worrisome, but it was the same at the time with Rifria. There shouldn't be any problems if it is the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. As for the 4th floor, once Jean has gotten used to things and it feels like we will be able to, we could try challenging it. I set the dungeon conquering at 5 years, which is a decently long time, so there's no need to hurry. After leaving the Lynx Mutual Aid Association, we went around the city again to buy things necessary for our living. There were mattresses for exhibit at the mattress artisan, so I bought one of them as it is. With this, I will be able to live at that house from today on too. It is not like I don't feel a bit shy about living with a girl my age, but Jean shouldn't have that intention. In that case, I should try to not worry too much about it because it would make things awkward. Chapter 150, Bone Knight and Battle Training. We arrive at the castle Deepest Inn. There's a castle, so does that mean the area around is a castle town? The residents are bones and illegal residents though. We arrived at the castle in a few tens of minutes. We barely used any time fighting monsters, so it was mostly just the time we were moving to the location. Every single one of them only ran away despite being undead. Jean looked displeased at having only hunted running monsters even though she wished for battle. Isn't it because you are too strong, Jean? Hikaru, there's no way I am. I have only been here for 1 month, you know? Jean, well, that's true. Hikaru, just from the fact that we have obtained the gifts from God, we are getting favorable treatment compared to the people of this world in terms of power, so in that sense, there's no doubt we are strong, but Jean's strength probably doesn't refer to that. It is true that Jean and I are relying on the gifts from God quite a bit when we fight. The castle is made in a simple manner and the 2 spires are what stand out, but the building itself is most likely 3 floors. There's no doors at the entrance and it is in a state where they more than welcome intruders. Even so, there's no beginner explorers swinging clubs around or funerary merchants. The moment we entered, we immediately encountered a monster. Is that the Bone Knight? Jean, that's right Nyan. They are apparently more of a pain than an ogre, so be careful. The moment we entered the castle and there was a Bone Knight right there at the hall. A skeleton with 4 arms holding a sword, short spear, axe, and shield in each respective hand. Different from a skeleton soldier, it is equipped with armor and helmet, and it looks visibly strong. It is also big, around 2 meters. It is written in the beginner guide of the guild that this is a monster that beginners shouldn't face alone, but in terms of matchups, I feel like I would lose if I were to fight it. Ain't that nice? I have been waiting for an opponent like this. Jean looks at her opponent happily, takes a battle stance, and advances. Bone Knights appear only one at a time. They are apparently easy to defeat if you fight them with everyone, but what will you do Nyan? No need for help. Just watch. Jean, I don't know on what criteria the monsters encountered run away from hated ones, but the Bone Knight didn't run away from Jean. A monster that's strong to a certain degree probably doesn't run away. Or maybe it is like in games where they run away when there's a certain level difference? The rattling noises of metal and bone making contact with each other rang as the Bone Knight took a battle stance. The hollow eye sockets had blue light in them burning as it attacked Jan, who was standing at ready with her shield. It is a speed that's hard to believe from Bones. With smooth movements as if invisible muscles were present, it swung its sword and stabbed using its spear. Jean was deflecting each and every attack with her shield, looking for opportunities to deal her own. Jean has a strong defense. It is a battle that lacks danger, Hikaru. My battle style is almost all surprise attacks, and Rafria's battle style is attacking without leaving any room to fight back. In that sense, the battle style of Jean that creates openings within exchanges to crumble its opponent is the normal style, and, at the same time, it looked fresh in my eyes. She doesn't have spirit abilities, so it really is a battle of strength. After who knows how many tens of times they clashed blades, Jean's broadsword found its way to the neckbone of the opponent. The Bone Knight changes into a black spirit stone. Jean was unscathed. It is a complete victory in an up-front battle. Managed somehow. Jean, it looked as if it had been easy for you though. Hikaru, not really. Also, we can't just fight sluggishly like this, right? If we are seriously going to be conquering the dungeon. Jean, it is true that the faster the better when it comes to battles in the dungeon. That's because the chances of losing increase greatly when you meet another monster while in battle. So, how was it? Hikaru, yeah, it was strong. It was, but how to say it, it was within bounds of common sense. Jean, what do you mean by that? Hikaru, imaginable power, imaginable speed, it takes a lot of moves, but that's all there is to it. However, because of that, it can serve for training. The skeleton soldiers on the way were way too weak, but this guy wasn't bad. Jean, it doesn't run away after all. Hikaru, I don't know how it will be in the second floor and onwards, but I think the goblins and orcs would run away from her. Those two are weak and their strength itself isn't that different from a skeleton soldier. In that case, the next opponents would be the ogres or the mantis, It helps out greatly that a monster for training appears alone in a big open space. I don't get why such a good place is open. Jean, everyone is doing exploration as a job, so they probably don't have any business with a place where they can't earn money. Hikaru, or more like, this place isn't really for training. It works the best to increase your player skill in a stable manner though. Well, fine. Today, for the whole day, I will fight these guys to train and hone my battle instincts. It is not like I have a lot of battle experience after all. Jean, got it. Hikaru, after that, we went around the castle as if exploring it in an uniform manner as we subjugated the Bone Knights. Jean's fighting style is steady. She would protect herself with a shield, crumble the stance of her opponent with a shield bash, and get a hit in. It is plain compared to Rafria, who specialized in attack and was flashy, but I feel like that's the absolute correct way to fight as an explorer. So I say, but maybe because Jeanne has outstanding physical strength, each and every one of her attacks is incredible. Shield, spear, axe, and sword. Each shout she lets out, an arm of a Bone Knight gets cut off with a slash from Jean, disarming it. It then ends with cutting off its head. Isn't this too easy? Shouldn't we go to the second floor? Hikaru, no, I still am lacking any leeway. Before going down to the lower floors, I would like to be able to defeat them in one hit. Jeanne, I see. Hikaru, a decent amount of humanoid monsters appear. The second floor is almost all humanoids, and there's also in the third floor and fourth floor. Jean has properly studied in the guild, so she must want to properly get the feel of fighting a humanoid. She continued fighting consecutively with barely any breaks. Alright. I am getting the hang of it. Kuro, I will be repeating this the whole day. You can do something else separately for today. It would be boring to just watch the whole time, right? I will have no issues here with Grateful Chan to find the enemies. Zhan, then, I will go to the second floor to get myself back in shape too. Hikaru, seeing the stoicness of Zhan, I feel like I also have to work hard or I will just end up pulling her leg. She has a barrier stone and Full is also with her, so she should be okay. We decide at least the time we will be going out, and I head to the second floor. I try running without darkness fog casted, and it certainly does feel as if monsters come to me. They didn't do so when Zhan was with me, so there must be a distinct difference. Darkness fog. Hikaru, I wrap myself in darkness and run till the second floor stairs. It really has been a while, Hikaru. Now that I think about it, when Rafria was around, I was mostly diving with her. Meaning that it would be quite a while since I have fought the monsters of the second floor alone. It is not like I was trying to act cool there, but if I were to go alone to the second floor and were to die there from that, it wouldn't even serve as a funny story. I should be careful. Also, I think I have some spirit abilities that are pretty close to going up a tier. Chapter 151, Hungry Beast Underground Prison and New Dark Summon. The second floor is as dark as ever, but with my night vision, this is the perfect hunting ground. There's no monster that's really strong aside from the mantis. I take out my short sword and walk while maintaining the darkness fog. Figures there would be a decent amount of people today, Hikaru. The second floor is an unpopular floor, but there's a lot of explorers most likely because the dungeon was closed for a good while. Being hidden in the darkness, they won't be finding me. I don't mind being seen, but I avoid them as I walk close to the wall. Does it get this crowded after it opens again? I am not that confident in my skills in the second floor, you know. If you get used to it, it can be easier than the third floor as long as you don't encounter a mantis. I have not met one even once, but are mantis that strong? It is strong. So strong that we wouldn't be able to win. Well, we can run away from it if we use a smoke bomb though. I listen into the conversation of the explorers that fell in my line of sight, and it seems like the third floor is so full that they have switched to exploring the second floor. Even third floor explorers can't win against the mantis, huh? I pass by the side of the explorers, and after a while of walking in areas with a low amount of people, I encounter a group of goblins and orcs. 4 goblins and 3 orcs. Summon, Night Bug. Hikaru, the dark rhinoceros beetles rush to the goblins and devour their meat and into their bones. I went out within that confusion and defeated them one by one methodically. The monsters in the second floor should be able to see well enough in the darkness, but inside the perfect darkness of darkness fog, the best they can do is swing their weapons blindly. Alright, next, Hikaru, I collect the spirit stones and search for the next monsters. 2 ogres show up at the other side of the pathway. Shadowbind. Hikaru, I can now use the higher tier ability Dark Coffin, but I can also use Shadowbind as it is. It seems like its power has increased slightly. I feel like it can immobilize 2 ogres at the same time for a few seconds. At the same time as dark tentacles bind the ogres from the darkness, I spring at them from the very front and go for the throat with my short sword. As someone who doesn't have the defense of Zhan or the power of Rafria, the best method for me is to go all in on a one-hit kill. I walk around the dungeon on my own convenience as I defeat monsters I encounter. I have the map of the second floor completely memorized in my head. Even if I walk around randomly, I won't get lost. My body moved well as if it were alive, and it has been a while I haven't been in the dungeon, and I could also see the movements of the enemies well. My tier must have gone up. Even so, if we want to conquer this dungeon, I am far from an acceptable level though. I have to get stronger, Hikaru. I think this while I use a phantom warrior as bait, get close to the back of an ogre and defeat it in one hit. Getting a more powerful weapon is also an option. I could also put points in physical strength and endurance. I do think it is important to use spirit abilities a whole ton to increase the tier of my abilities. But I have already seen people who are beyond humans. Even though Garnet-san from the Crimson Vials doesn't have any enhancements from points, she was that strong. Hikaru, that figure of hers swinging around an axe that I could even call an iron pillar was something that was so out of human bounds it wouldn't be strange to call her a monster. If we are talking about the source of that physical strength, it would be the spirit energy enhancement you get when defeating monsters. In other words, tiers. Putting it simply, the most effective way is to defeat monsters and more monsters in order to raise your level. For example, Jean has apparently already put her points in physical strength to the max. However, it is not like she has strength that surpasses human boundaries. If I remember correctly, the physical strength up amplifies the base power. For example, if the base grip strength of Jean is 30 kilograms, a physical strength up level 5 would raise it to 10 times, which would be 300 kilograms. Truly a gorilla, but also just a mere gorilla. You can't win against an elephant with that, and would most likely lose to a brown bear too. Of course, she is far stronger than I am, but if she seriously wants to conquer the dungeon, being satisfied with just that realm of power would be unacceptable. If only you could see the level in the status board, Hikaru. There were a number of version upgrades, but the level is not being shown. I open the status board and confirm the time. There's still 3 more hours before the agreed time to meet up outside the dungeon. 360 million viewers, Hikaru. After I began acting together with Jean, I have been able to keep a pretty high number of viewers. I don't have any means to confirm whether Nanami has proven my innocence or hasn't seen the face of the culprit. Just like Jean says, I am way too worried about my original world, and if she has come back to life, forgetting about that side and living here is one answer. I understand that in my mind. When I see the numbers, I can feel the gazes and antagonism of the viewers in my back. Even when I understand it by logic, I can't do anything about it. My heart refuses it. I can only describe it as that. But there's no need to grow impatient because of it, Hikaru. By obtaining the objective of helping Jeanne in her dungeon conquest, I can avert my gaze from the uncomfortable fact that I am being watched by the viewers. Alone, my mind would wander to that point. The reason why I didn't get bothered by the gazes when Rafria was with me wasn't simply because I sealed my heart for the viewer count race. Being with someone. The fact that someone worries about me and I was comforted must have played a role in this. I have had to face my weaknesses the whole time since coming to this world. Hikaru. I confirmed the part of the spirit abilities in the status board, and I noticed. The Call of Darkness has gone up to 3rd tier. A new ability, Hikaru. With a spirit ability going up to tier 3, you learn a higher ability. The latest status is as follows: Dark Spirit Ability, Tier 2 Ability, Falsehood of Darkness, Shade Shift, Proficiency 34, Tier 3 Ability, View of Darkness, Dark Sense, Proficiency 29, Transformation of Darkness, Phantom Warrior, Proficiency 37, Deposition of Darkness, Shadow Storage, Proficiency 20. Casket of Darkness, Dark Coffin, Proficiency 2, Call of Darkness, Summon, Dark Knight, Proficiency 0, Tier 4 Ability, Revelation of Darkness, Darkness Fog, Proficiency 95, Special Technique, Return of Darkness, Create, Undead, Proficiency 5, Darkness Fog is also going to be increasing in tier soon. But what's most important right now is Call of Darkness. Dark Knight. Hikaru. Finally, I feel as if I will finally be able to use an ability that has actual attack power. Assuming from the name, it should be a Knight of Darkness. Anyways, I should be able to tell if I use it. Summon, Dark Knight. Hikaru. I cast the ability and the darkness in the space condenses and shapes into a knight. A warrior with full armor and a splendid physique of around 190 centimeters tall. It holds both a long sword and a shield. A figure I have seen before somewhere. Is it the same as the Phantom Warrior? Hikaru. It looks the same as the Phantom Warrior that shows up with Transformation of Darkness. A spitting image. However, one is a phantom, and this one is the real deal with mass. Meaning that I can use them for different purposes. There's no doubt they can become a terrifying combo against monsters that learn and against people. Of course, that's if the opponent has no prior knowledge about it. I try having the Dark Knight fight the second floor monsters just like that. Its fighting style of drawing attention to its surroundings by making loud noises hitting its sword to its shield is the same as the Phantom Warrior, but different from the slow movements of the Phantom whose main purpose is diversion. The Dark Knight is fast and strong. Goblins and orcs are no match for it. It might be getting hit, but it doesn't feel as if it is receiving damage. Well, it is darkness taken form, so I don't really get it though. I tried making it fight against an ogre too, but it crushed it completely. The two. A team of 2 ogres unfortunately didn't show up, but it would most likely have no problem against 2 either. I thought we would be lacking in hands with just me and Jean, so this is quite the increase in fighting force. Just that one use of this summon consumes quite a lot of spirit energy. It is equal to 5 uses of darkness fog. As a loved one, I can get spirit energy from outside, but if I use abilities consecutively too much, I eventually run dry. Looks like I won't be able to use it without any limitations. My hunting in the second floor really has stabilized quite a bit, Hikaru. I had given myself the objective of leveling up, and I was defeating monsters at quite the high pace. I most likely already went over 100. Is it because the dungeon was closed until now? There were a lot of monsters. I went around defeating every single one of the monsters I encountered. I must have earned close to 1 gold in spirit stones. I have also finished checking out the Dark Knight. Just when I was thinking about going back to where Jean is, an explorer party ran past me with desperate looks. A little bit after, a mantis that seemed to be chasing after them appeared. How unlucky, Hikaru. The ones being chased were the explorer party that were talking about the mantis just before with their novice comrade, most likely a porter that just got promoted. Mantises rarely show up. They are so rare that I have only seen them 10 times. They are running away from it, so I don't think they need it. Doesn't look like there will be any problems with me taking it. I come out from the darkness and summon night bugs. The mantis that got prickling attacks from the night bugs stopped moving and turned this way. Now, the last check, Hikaru, summon, Dark Knight. Hikaru. I undo the summon of the night bugs and call the Dark Knight. Alright. Defeated 1-on-1. Hikaru. At my order, the Dark Knight answered by raising its sword, and began advancing towards the mantis. The mantis is strong enough to defeat Referio alone. In the second floor, it is a strong monster by miles and, even if compared to the third floor monsters, it could only be comparable to the garden panther, falling a bit short. It is slightly weaker than a lizardman from the 4th floor. Anyways, I want to learn the true value of the Dark Knight here. From there on, the battle was a bit different from what I expected. Seriously? Hikaru. Speaking of only the results, the Dark Knight won against the mantis. Moreover, in just an exchange of a few tens of seconds. In other words, this Dark Knight that I can summon is stronger than Referia. This also means I myself have gotten stronger, but I feel a bit conflicted by this. I pick up the chaotic spirit stone that came from the mantis, hide in the darkness again, and head to the 1st floor to meet up with Jean. Chapter 152, Loot and What to Do from Now On. After meeting up with Jean, we decide to confirm our loot before leaving the dungeon. This is our first dungeon exploration today. We could just sell them all, but it is also important to confirm just what and how much we got. It was only this much for me. Black stones only appeared rarely. Jeanne defeated skeletons, skeleton soldiers, and bone knights. Skeletons and soldiers had transparent stones and black stones from the bone knight. This must be a dark spirit stone. Actually, this is my first time seeing a dark stone, but there should be no mistake about it. Hikaru, really? Even though you use dark spirit abilities? Jeanne, there's no monster that drops dark stones in the second and third floor after all. Hikaru, dark stones can be used for create undead, so I would like to keep them as much as possible. I would like to raise the proficiency of my ability itself, and bone knights should be able to serve as tanks when needed. Or more like, an undead of an undead feels weird. I got quite a bit. Hikaru, this time I take out the spirit stones I looted from the shadow storage. 80% of the time, the stones that goblins and orcs drop are transparent. Ogres would drop earth spirit stones 50% of the time. Mantis are wind or chaotic. It might even drop transparents, but not from what I know. There should be more than 100 here, but there are fewer colored ones than I expected. However, there's a chaotic stone from the mantis, so it should be quite the earning with only that alone. It can serve as a trump card, so I don't really want to sell it though. Wow, this much in just today alone? Jeanne, I am used to the second floor after all. Hikaru, even with that no, you were the number one man in the viewership. You can do this much, huh? Jeanne, stop that. I gathered viewers in order to revive Nanami. It is not like I wished for it. Hikaru, I didn't say that in a bad way. I simply reconfirmed here that you have the ability to make that possible, Kuro. Jeanne, 1000 chosen at the beginning is by no means a low number. Becoming first within those really does require you to fight monsters and win results in drawing viewers the most. Jean and I are both battle types, and fighting monsters normally being our main content might be something natural in a world like this that is similar to a fantasy game. And so, how much would all of this go for? If this doesn't end up being at least 3 silver, our livelihood will be rough. Jeanne, you still didn't know the market price of spirit stones, huh, Jeanne? Well, I myself don't know it too well though. It is most likely around 1 gold for everything. Hikaru, G gold? Jeanne, 1 gold is around 40 silver in the current rate though. The rent is 28 silver, so we have suddenly earned more than our rent. It is natural for Jeanne to get surprised. Hikaru, 1 gold is probably around 800,000 yen. Of course, it varies depending on the property, so I calculate all from a few instances, but anyways, 1 gold is an abnormal amount of money that is enough to live on for 1 month. After we confirmed our loot, we exited the dungeon. To the guild that's 5 minutes on foot from the dungeon. They help out in the selling of the spirit stones, so I stored the dark spirit stones and the mantis chaotic spirit stone in the shadow storage. We sold the remaining half and half. Whisper whisper, oi, isn't that? Whisper whisper, when we entered the guild, it was crowded to an incomparable degree from the time before. The line for selling the loot seems like it will take time too. Aren't they gossiping here, Hikaru? I can feel gazes. I feel as if the other explorers are looking at me. Am I just being too self-conscious? Am I getting fear of gazes or something? But when I strained my ears, I could hear familiar words. Isn't that guy the one that partied with Rafria-san? He is already with a different woman. I heard he defeated a demon lord too. Love twin birds, right? What's that? Love twin birds is the party name. You kidding me, right? They were clearly gossiping about us. Aren't you famous, Kuro? We really should have made the name of our new party Love Twin Birds. The name has already spread this much. Jeanne, please stop. I didn't know either. Why do I have to suffer this? Hikaru, they are talking in a really low voice, but my body capabilities must have been enhanced from my tier going up. I could hear them completely. Or more like, I always asked Jafria to sell the things and didn't enter the guild myself, but did we stand out more than I thought? I was partying with that Jafria, so I do understand it to a certain extent, but being famous for a weird name is beyond unpleasant. I lined up while feeling uncomfortable and eventually our turn came, bringing out the spirit stones onto the counter, and selling them. That in itself was finished without any problems, got 30 silver, and we exited the guild as if escaping from there. We met up with Grateful waiting outside and went to get dinner. Since coming to this world, it is clear that my desire for food has increased. The amount of food I eat has close to doubled, and eating out after an exploration has become a secret pleasure of mine. Let's go for meat today. After finishing our meal, we bid our farewell from Grateful and went our way home. I gave full 5 small silver as usual. I have already paid her at the beginning, so giving her extra might not be good, but the earning for the Lynx's work is way too bad. That's why, in the time we are hiring her, it should be safe between ourselves. Also, it would be even better if she could form a pact with the Great Spirit sooner. We return to our house, and we head to the bathhouse after leaving our luggage. The house we rented has no baths. The water can be drawn from the aqueduct. There should be no problem using that and bathing in cold water, but me and Jean really are modern people. If there's an actual bath, we would like to use that one instead. When I got out of the bathhouse, Jean was already out and was waiting for me at the entrance. Sorry, did I make you wait? You could have just gone back first. Hikaru, don't say something so sad. There's nothing to do even if I were to go back first. Jean, true. Hikaru, there's little entertainment in this world. Jean was apparently quite the gamer, so in this world where not only games but even electricity is lacking, nights must be pretty boring. It would be a different story if you could buy games with points, but right now there's no such item. Well, that's fine. Let's walk around while chatting for a bit. Jean, right. The night wind also feels nice. Hikaru, it was a slightly unexpected proposal from Jean, but I also wanted to talk about something, so this came at just the right time. How was your first dungeon? Hikaru, yeah, it was fun. I am still in the learning phase but, at the last one, I managed to defeat the Bone Knight in one hit. Jean, one hit is impressive. You knew about the spirit energy vein? Hikaru, yeah, I heard about it from the messages. Well, they are wearing armor, so lopping off their heads is the fastest way of defeating them though. Jean, monsters made out of bones like the Bone Knight have the same weak point, but they of course can be defeated with other means. Especially if you sever their spine, they die at that point. You can also defeat them by destroying their cranium. There's not much difference from humans in that part. It may be an undead, but it is not like it is immortal. Not being phased at all even when their arms are cut off unlike humans really does make them undead though. Then, second floor from tomorrow on? Hikaru, no, I will be training for a few days more alone. It would be dangerous to think I have gotten it in just one day. We also have the time. And Jean, and Hikaru. I don't want to be dead weight. Jean, those are uncharacteristic words from Jean who won against me in that duel. It was a peak of weakness from her usual self that only shows herself filled with confidence. Dead weight, you say? You are stronger than me, Jean. Hikaru, are you talking about that duel? That was actually my loss. The moment you put your blade at my throat, I should have admitted my defeat. The reason I didn't was because I didn't want to lose. Jean, but you are far stronger in attack and defense than me. Hikaru, something like that is trivial. What's important is the result. I could only defeat 20 monsters, you defeated more than 100. You get it, right? Jeanne, I have dungeon crawled more times than you after all. Hikaru, I do understand what Jean is trying to say here, but this is simply my specialty. If we are competing solely on the speed we hunt monsters in the dungeon, I am definitely faster. There's the part that I am used to it, but also because I can deal with many different situations for the amount of spirit abilities I have in my arsenal. Most of all, the second floor matches my own abilities. But I don't know if to call that strength. The explorers that have been crawling the third floor for long barely had any effective attacks against the irregular monster that was the Demon Lord. They most likely can hunt incredibly fast and stably in the third floor, but that strength is really restricted. I would say it is different from real strength. But I have no intention of losing forever. I plan on catching up to you really quickly. After I play on the first floor for around 3 days, I will go to the second floor. When that happens, let's practice our battle style as a party. Jeanne is positive. She is facing straight on her own feelings of not wanting to be a hindrance. If it were me, what would it be? I feel like I would say please think of me as if I am not there. Also, before the other chosen come, I want to become strong enough that they wouldn't want to put a hand on us. Right now we are simply relying on the gifts of God after all. Jean also knows about tears. She knows that that's a shortcut for our objective. Also, just like how I use darkness to close the distance and defeat the enemies in one hit, Jean should also have her most efficient way of fighting. There's no doubt she wants to find what that would be while she fights those bone knights. I honestly would get good practice if I were to have continuous battles with mantis or monsters of that strength, but sadly to say, they are rare monsters, so they don't show up often. Got it. Then, I will get myself back in form in 3 days. Hikaru, at any rate, I would like to raise my tier. For the sake of that, going for numbers seems like the faster way. Chapter 153, Growth Tree and Ninja Move. We were having that talk as we got out from the night city and close to the sea. A harbor I went to countless times in the time the dungeon was closed. The wharf here is the perfect place, you can catch quite a lot of fish. The night sea is silent and only the soft sound of the waves hitting the wharf were resonating faintly. Was that the water church? I have thought of it before, but it is quite the solemn building. Jeanne, I directed my eyes towards the church far away that Jeanne was looking at. The Great Water Spirit Church that's slightly away from the harbor. Different from the other great churches, the water church alone is on an elevation, maybe in order to provide water to the city. There's big stone aqueducts coming from there. Why make it stand out that much? Is it the hobby of the Great Spirit? Jeanne, isn't it most likely to provide the water created to the city? I don't think it is the hobby of the Great Spirit. Hikaru, no, it could be possible. The Great Spirits have wills and can speak, so they might actually be unexpectedly troublesome and selfish. There's no need to go through the trouble of making an aqueduct. Isn't a river good enough? Jeanne, the water made by the Great Spirit has not been contaminated, so it has been used as drinking water too, right? Hikaru, the Great Spirits are arranged in a way that they are at the cardinal points of the dungeon. The Water Great Spirit is at the south, close to the sea. Maybe they tried to place it east or north and failed to do so? I don't know if there's any meaning in going through the trouble of making an aqueduct to send water from a low place to a high place. There might be a reason for it though. Also, it is strangely bright. Is there an event or something today? Jeanne, all churches are bright till late in the night. I don't know the reason why though. Hikaru, the Great Water Spirit's church is always bright. The Great Spirit itself might be emitting light. The Great Fire Spirit was burning after all. The Great Dark Spirit was pitch black though. I see. That's kind of interesting. The churches in this world are pretty isekai-like places. Hey, Kuro, want to try checking it out? Jeanne, Jean said this as if she were inviting me to some abandoned building that's rumored ghosts show up, but I shook my head to the sides. Sorry, I can't go. I didn't tell you? I have taken affection of spirits, so if I get too close, there's the chance that great spirits find me. Hikaru, affection of spirits. There's indeed something like that. What happens if you get found by a great spirit? Jeanne, you apparently get eaten. There was one time I didn't know and it was pretty dangerous. I managed to get away with a barrier stone though. Hikaru, I see. I am the opposite version, hated one. Jeanne, yeah, it is called loved one over here. Hikaru, while we were having that talk, it somehow turned into a talk about the gifts before the transfer, and we ended up sitting at the wharf, chatting. Jeanne got the no spirit ability talent, and I got the affection of spirits. I didn't take much aside from that. Night vision, aging resistance, and disease resistance, that's all. Poison resistance was a bonus from the transfer. Dark spirit ability and physical strength up are things I got after the transfer. For the remaining, it was mostly barrier stones and potions. I went for physical strength up, endurance up, natural recovery, poison resistance, disease resistance, and aging resistance at the beginning. Jeanne, from the very beginning you went for quite the physical build, huh? Hikaru, I like physical battles after all. I tend to only use magic when necessary. Jeanne, I am not talking about games. Hikaru, no, maybe in her time on Earth, she did martial arts. Jeanne doesn't have her armor on, so she really only looks like a delicate normal girl though. You have only taken level 1 of physical strength up? You should get it too, Kuro. I at first was uneasy without a weapon, but I got plenty enough power to use random rocks or wooden sticks to fight. Jeanne, even with only level 1, I could feel the difference in my body after all. But it is hard to accumulate the points. Hikaru, no, you have already gotten level 1, right? You can get the next level with 2 points. 5 points for level 3. You should save 15 points and raise it all the way to level 5. Jeanne, you are pushing it strangely hard here. Hikaru, it is clear that physical strength up is the gift that you should prioritize the most, next being endurance. Jeanne, it seems like Jeanne has increased her physical strength and endurance to max from the get-go. With that alone, it is already 40 points, but getting 30 points from no spirit ability talent, she managed to offset it almost completely. For example, if you get physical strength up and endurance up at max, you basically can suddenly start as a level 10 warrior, Kuro. Even if you take the other gifts, you would still be level 1. Even if it is quite the strong power, in most cases, a level 10 warrior is stronger. Jeanne, what's the basis for those levels? Hikaru, wizardry. Jeanne, why are you playing such an old game? I know about it because Karen brought it from somewhere and I played together with her, but a normal 17-year-old wouldn't play that. By the way, a level 10 warrior has enough power to get a close win against the last boss. Then, which one should I be taking? Physical strength or endurance? Hikaru, that's a difficult one. I have only fallen into 2 dangerous situations until now after all. I don't know how much work this endurance up is doing. But your mental strength seems to be fragile, Kuro. Your mental strength apparently gets stronger if you take spirit energy up, you know? Jeanne, if I were to raise my physical strength to 2, it would be 2 points. Endurance would need 5 points to raise to level 1. At this pace, I get 1 crystal every day, so 30 days for 1 point. If I keep the 100 million viewers, I will get 2 points in 2 months. Thinking about how I will have to be living in this world, I should think of my plan in administering my points in a long-term period. About which to take. Regarding making my mental strength stronger, I feel like it would be better to take spirit energy. That's a possibility too. Whichever the case, I will be accumulating my points. It might take time. I would like to keep one barrier stone at all times, and I will be buying scrolls if I get injured. Hikaru, yeah. However, the natives here live their lives without such things, so it should be possible to manage ourselves without using those as much as possible. The reality is that I have a decent amount of points remaining. Jeanne, then wouldn't it be bad if I don't keep points to a certain extent myself? Hikaru, that's true, but prioritize strengthening yourself. If you need it, I will buy it with my points. Jeanne, that wouldn't be fair. Hikaru, then take it as a loan. Jean says that while chuckling. I already have a debt of the resurrection gem. If I do that, I wouldn't be able to pay her back for eternity. Points are almost as valuable as one's life after all. 3 days after that, Jeanne and I separated, cooped in the dungeon at our respective places, and decided to explore the second floor on the 4th day. Jeanne arrived at the second floor for the first time, and furrowed her brows at the heavy difference from the first floor, more specifically, at how bad of an environment it is. This is dark. I should have taken night vision. Jeanne, exploration relying on torches is pretty stressful. Jeanne is most likely not an exception to this. This is the biggest reason as to why this floor is hated by explorers. By the way, night vision and the other special powers cannot be obtained after the transfer. Kuro, in what way do you fight? Jeanne, the same as when I dueled with you, Jeanne. I cover them in darkness fog and stab them from the back. Hikaru, can you show me? Jeanne, we are going to be in a party from here on, so it is important to show our battle styles. If we don't know how much the other moves and how we fight, we wouldn't be able to make a plan. There's an ogre right the Nyan. 2 with weapons. Grateful, then, I will defeat them, so watch. Hikaru, Grateful came from scouting and reported this to us. The 2 weapon-wielding ogres are the strongest type of monsters aside from the mantis in the second floor. But I now have several ways to defeat them. I can defeat them simply with darkness fog, but she won't be able to see with that, and it would be hard to understand when thinking of how to do teamwork with Jean. I unsheathe my short sword and move swiftly to the ogres walking the pathway. I have hunted a whole ton of monsters in these few days. I have hunted enough that I might have reduced the number of monsters in the second floor. As I won more battles, I felt as if I was getting more specialized in battle. I can now see the movements of the ogres and the movements of the mantises better now. I feel as if the movements of my opponents are slow. It might be because I am faster now. The wild animals eat the animals around to take in the varied spirit energy, and become monstrosities in the end. Humans take in the spirit energy of monsters, and with that basically chaotic spirit energy, you get reinforced, and become something that surpasses the boundaries of humans, a devil. Am I turning into a devil, Hikaru? The ogres that noticed my approach raised growls to intimidate as they raised their great swords. I have already closed my distance to them. Shadowbind. Hikaru, I jump into the trajectory of the sword without hesitation and cast my ability. The raised sword didn't come down and got tied up by dark tentacles, stopping the sword clean in place. I didn't even use my eyes to confirm this and cut off the head of the ogre with one swing, and with the momentum still on my sword, I cut the spirit energy vein of the other ogre. The spirit stones dropped to the ground almost at the same time. If it had been a little before, it would have been impossible to sever their heads with my short sword, but maybe because my strength has increased, it is possible now. I wouldn't be losing to a Mirogare anymore. When I picked up the spirit stones and went back, Jeanne and Full had their eyes wide open. Ninja. To think that you were a descendant of ninjas, Kuro. Why did you not tell me? Jeanne, Hikaru-shan, I am surprised by how much stronger you are, Nyan. Full, this is really incredible. You are like a raging thunder there. Ninja. So cool. Jeanne, I am using a sure sword, and I certainly do use black clothes and hide in the darkness, but I didn't expect to be called a ninja. Now that I think about it, I remember seeing somewhere that foreigners like ninjas. I am not a ninja. Hikaru, no. I know. A secret that can only be passed on to descendants, right? Do you not use other ninja tools? I myself have delved in a decent amount of ninja games. I consider myself pretty knowledgeable when it comes to ninjas. Jeanne, ninja tools, you say? Ah, you mean the 6 main tools of ninjas? Well, I did want something similar to shurikens. Hikaru, knew it. Finger whistling is also convenient. Firecrackers would be nice too. Jeanne, the eyes of Jeanne were shining glaringly and her breathing was also rough too. Did I move that much like a ninja? Well, it is true that I am more like a ninja than a warrior though. I did think you were strong, but of course you would be. We are talking about a ninja here. An oriental mystery. Jeanne, I am telling you I am not a ninja. I simply ended up with that fighting style. Hikaru, it is okay, I understand. Jeanne, you definitely don't. Hikaru, after that, Jeanne seemed to want to know about the secrets of ninjas really fervently, but as I showed her my battle style more and more, she understood that I am simply using a battle style that suits the dark spirit abilities. No, it is doubtful whether she actually does understand. Chapter 154, Demerit of a Hated One and Dwarf Blacksmith again. I showed Jeanne a number of my battle patterns in the second floor, but I mostly mixed darkness fog to block vision. Jeanne is the type to fight in the standard way, and her compatibility with my fighting style might not be that good. However, thinking about the future, it is big that Jeanne can keep a monster at bay alone. If Jeanne gets the attention of the monster, I can move for the kill, and that should make things stable as a result. Dark spirit abilities are in the end most suitable for assassination than to assist in battle after all. You could say they are suitable for soloing. With Refria, it could still serve that purpose, but the stability should be higher in the 4th floors and lower with a person like Jeanne who has a pure strong defense. However, Refria was far higher in terms of attack power, so it is questionable whether the both of us can defeat a Garden Panther though. If I use Create Undead or Dark Knight, we might be able to win though. Also, there's something I understood after fighting a number of time together with her in the 2nd floor. There was one big problem in the teamwork of me and Jean. It really isn't working. It would be nice if there was some way to make it work though. Jeanne, it most likely can't be helped. Hikaru, my spirit ability gets erased when she approaches. She is a hated one and she has the constitution of nullifying the spirit abilities in her surroundings, but that affects my spirit abilities too. In other words, my pivotal teamwork ability, Shadow Bind, is weakened. When Jeanne gets close enough to the point where her hands can reach, it would nullify it almost completely, so it really is a bad fit for Jeanne who can only do close combat. Phantom Warrior is also slowly erased in the same way, and the Dark Knight and the Night Bugs can't get close to Jean. That's funny. Hated One is a fitting name. Jeanne, this is not a laughing matter. That means healing abilities don't work either, right? Hikaru, right. But I can recover with scrolls and potions. Well, that's the benefit of us chosen. The hated ones born in this world must have it horrible. Also, I have taken natural recovery, so I can recover from a certain degree of injuries. Jeanne, even if you say that. Hikaru, it is fine now. But if we look at it from a far perspective, this could be quite the big demerit. Of course, she can also nullify attack abilities, so you can say the merits are equally as big. I think you get it too, Kuro. But what we need most right now is to increase our individual strength rather than our teamwork. With a super strong ninja and warrior, we can manage with almost anything. Jeanne, I was also thinking that. I lack the attack power after all. Hikaru, you have the critical hits. Jeanne, For truly strong monsters, those attacks in itself can't even reach. I lack strength. It would be easier to understand if I were to say I can't get through their defense and deal 0 damage. Hikaru, the only moment I could attack the Demon Lord was when it was restrained in the dark coffin. I couldn't even hit the Garden Panther. In other words, against enemies of that level, you could say I am close to not even being able to fight at all. Of course, I understand plenty well that the Demon Lord and the Garden Panther are monsters that are not supposed to be fought alone, but when doing dungeon exploration, there will definitely be a fatal situation where you have to fight a strong monster no matter what will appear. At that time, there's a big difference between doing the preparations and the predictions for it, and not doing them. I plan on having a bigger weapon made. I have shadow storage too, so it might be a good to prepare a variety of weapons to match the situation. Hikaru, yeah, changing the weapon to match the opponent is basic. I was thinking about testing out a spear or a bow. Jeanne, I can put them in my shadow storage, so it might be a good to have spare weapons. Hikaru, the talk wrapped up, and we ended up leaving the dungeon after hunting a decent amount in the second floor. The equipment of Jeanne is great, but her weapon is a normal broadsword. I won't say that's bad, but with the fighting style of Jeanne, I feel like a one-size-bigger weapon would works better. She is strong, and it would be a waste to have her swing a sword that even I could use. When he exited the dungeon, it was still bright outside. We have been diving till evening lately, so this feels fresh. Then, grateful, thanks for today too. Hikaru, once we come out of the dungeon, the job of a scout ends. I gave grateful for small silver coins. We always explore till evening, so we eat dinner together, but we will be finishing here today. I barely did any work and you are giving me this much now. Full. We finished early because of our own convenience, so it is natural. Hikaru, so I say, but with the earnings we make lately, it really is a low amount. When we go down to the 3rd and 4th floor, it should be okay to raise it a little bit. Scouts are necessary in dungeon exploration, and Full really doesn't make mistakes. She barely does any unnecessary talks inside the dungeon, and she concentrates on her job. She most likely has seen countless co-workers that have died without noticing the approach of monsters. The life of lynxes is light, and that's exactly why there's no compromise in living for the day. See ya tomorrow, Full-chan. Jeanne gives her farewells while Mofuing grateful. It seems like she is also enduring it inside the dungeon. Well, lynxes are indeed big bipedal cats, and I also think that they feel nice to the touch. After we sold the spirit stones to the guild, we headed to the dwarf store where my short sword was made. The west side of the city is the territory of the Great Fire Spirit, and eateries and blacksmiths that use fire are normally in this area. Or more like, the functions of the city are mostly at the west, south, and middle, with the dungeon as the center, and the north and east that are outside the middle are mostly cultivation fields. Of course, there's stuff like houses of farmers, but it gives the image of a city suddenly turning into countryside. The store of the dwarf is at a place slightly further away from the first-class land, and the hammering sounds were resonating nicely to the outside. Hello Tilda. Hikaru. Ooh, it is you, huh? It has been a while. The old man soon came out. He is small but brawny, and his long beard that's burned slightly here and there was his trademark. I still don't know if there's a race called dwarf in this world, but the viewers on Earth are definitely treating them as dwarfs. It was already time for maintenance, huh? Here, show it to me. I came here to buy a new one, but his push was strong. Well, I did want him to check my short sword too, so that works as well. Mew. When I gave him the short sword, the old man checked it seriously and made a complicated expression. The blade isn't that damaged, but I can see traces of the handle having been used for quite a while. This You are barely having exchanges with the monsters and defeating them in one hit, aren't you? You can tell that? Hikaru, after doing this job for so long. The lynxes who have raised their tier have signs of wear just like this. They don't have enough strength for exchanges after all. They have no choice but to defeat them in one hit. Your sword shows signs of the same. I see. Hikaru, it is true that the senpai of Grateful, Mopal-san, was defeating their opponents with a long and thin sword in one hit. You could say her fighting style resembles mine. Anyways, with this, there's no real need for the hand of a specialized person, right? How about that lady there? The old man says this as if he noticed just now. Jean was looking around the workshop curiously. She loves games, and she most likely has interest in workshops like this one. I actually came here today to buy a weapon for her. I also would like to buy a weapon a size bigger for myself. Hikaru, I don't mind that, but what happened with Rafria-chan? Rafria returned to her homeland. Hikaru, to her country? Is that so? I did think she wasn't the type to work as an explorer for long. I see. Then, is that girl your new partner? Something like that. Hikaru, maybe Jean felt that we were talking about her, or she might have been listening from the beginning. She comes nearby. I am his new partner, Jean. Jean, the moment she entered the conversation, she stated this clearly. Partner meaning as in party member. Ah right, I see. I am Dargos, nice to meet you. And so, what is it you would like, young lady? Dargos, a strong one-handed sword, also, a strong spear. Jean states what she is looking for briefly. What weapon are you using currently? Show me. Dargos, this. It is something I picked up, so I think it is a cheap one. Also, it is way too light for me. Jean, after Jean showed her sword, she was made to swing a sword just like he did with me. Seems like he always makes new customers do it. Just that Jean has more power than you could ever imagine from her appearance. At the time when I did it, he even seemed like he was laughing unconsciously, but the sword dance of Jean was pretty picturesque. It began with the sword that I was made to swing around, was made to swing gradually heavier weapons, and she is finally swinging the biggest sword there is. Moreover, with one hand. Oi, young lady. No, Jean-chan, have you been an explorer in some other dungeon before? No, I haven't. Jean, are you kidding me? If you are not an explorer, are you maybe a hunter? I won't pry into it, but from what I can see, you are definitely tier 30. No, at that level, I can't tell well just from swings, but it is certain that you are not in the silver rank class. It is gold. Or mithril? Dargos, level 30. Physical strength up 5 is fearsome. It wasn't for show that it was written that you would have gorilla-like strength. Alright. I will sell you the best sword and spear. It will cost a pretty coin. Dargos, HN, around how much? Jean, 8 gold each. Dargos, E8? I see. Wait for a bit. Jean, being told an unexpected price, Jean pulled my sleeve and we went outside the store. It is expensive. What do we do? Jean, no, that's a given, right? It is difficult to make an exact comparison of gold to the currency on Earth, but if it is 8 gold. It would be 6,400,000 yen, so around 50,000 euros. I think. It would be like buying a high-class car. Hikaru, enough to buy a car. Jean, but if I work hard, I can earn 1 gold in a day, so I would even say it is cheap. A sword made by him is assured quality. Hikaru, my sure sword was 30 silver. Thinking about the fact that it was close to 1 gold, a main weapon used by a warrior should go for around that much. The price of metal should be different than that on Earth after all. I see. I casually just said a sword and a spear, but for now, a sword alone would be fine. Jean, right. We can order the spear after the sword is made anyways. Hikaru, and thus, Jean will be ordering a sword. For now, I will buy only the sword. Jean, oh, is that so? 8 gold coins is certainly expensive, but if it is used by someone of your class, we would be using Hellfire Steel Salamander, so it ends up being expensive no matter what. That's even more valuable than Mithril after all. Dargos, what are the characteristics of that Hellfire Steel? Jean, it is sturdy and heavy. To the point that normal steel can't even compare. The heavier and sturdier the weapon, the better for high-ranked explorers. It is a realm where you can't just fight with sharpness after all. Dargos, I thought of this when I saw Garnet-san swinging around a giant axe, but if that had been a lower quality weapon, it would have been rendered unusable in an instant. It is of utmost importance for it to be heavy and sturdy. If you get hit by such mass and speed, no matter if it is a dull weapon, you would be smashed to bits. After that, I also put my order for my weapon and left the smithy. Mine was a simple single-edged sword. I tried ordering a thicker, longer, and heavier single-edged sword than a short sword. In simpler terms, I ordered a katana, but it is thicker and with a long handle. Kind of like a machete. The material won't be the normal steel, but Hellfire Steel since my tier has gone up and I have more strength. The price is also close to that of Jean's sword, 5 gold. He said that a Hellfire Steel sword might still be too heavy for me to use, but they will be done in more than 10 days, so let's increase my tiers until then. Chapter 155, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 4617th. 4. Anonymous from Earth. The approach of Genie-chan is so roundabout that it is cute. Even so, Hikaru is way too dense, lol. 8. Anonymous from Earth. You gotta tell him straight your love just like Rafria. 13. Anonymous from Earth. No, I think Jean is decently straight, you know. At the very least, it is not in the bull zone. 16. Anonymous from Earth. The ones of Rafria are fiery straight pitches. 22. Anonymous from Earth. A party of a ninja and a fighter is nice. Or more like, it is a surprise that Hikaru wasn't aware of himself being one. 27. Anonymous from Earth. The viewers have all been watching with the feeling of it as a ninja. A shinobi. After all. 30. Anonymous from Earth. Once Rafria comes back, their composition would be fighter, tank, holy knight, attacker, ninja, attacker and supporter. 33. Anonymous from Earth. Rafria-chan has her light spirit abilities, so she could serve as a support. 34. Anonymous from Earth. Even if Nanamikan were to meet up with him, wouldn't she have no place there? 36. Anonymous from Earth. She might have a chance as a healer. 37. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamikan will fight too. 40. Anonymous from Earth. Healing spirit abilities don't work on Jean, so that's questionable. In the end, it would be more beneficial to have more people who can fight in Hikaru's party. An archer might be unexpectedly good. 43. Anonymous from Earth. It is difficult to bring out enough power in bows, right? It is fine if you can aim for their weak point, but that would fall into how skilled you are. 46. Anonymous from Earth. If you get super concentration, it might be possible. 48. Anonymous from Earth. If there are enemies in the air, the Rafria beam would be stronger. 50. Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan getting all merry and going ninja. Ninja. Was cute. 52. Anonymous from Earth. Watching the movements of the two in the same house makes me feel things. I am already exploding from the emotions. At night, Genie-chan would get up from her stupidly big bed, go to the front of the door, and would turn back again. I have seen her do that several times already. 54, Anonymous from Earth. It really is exciting, isn't it? The night battles. 55, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru falls asleep incredibly fast without a single clue about this though. That guy really can sleep well. 58, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen seem to be forbearing of Jeanne, or like, even when a lover-e-dovier appears, they don't snap. Is it really because they have the debt of her reviving Nanaimanain? 60, Anonymous from Earth. Has there been any moment that could be called a lover-e-dovier? This still feels like a dry relationship for now. 61, Anonymous from Earth. Jean Eaton waiting in front of the bathhouse. 63, Anonymous from Earth. Of course they feel indebted. 66, Anonymous from Earth. I love the part when Karen shouted "That's the Kanda River." A folk song where a woman is kept waiting in front of the bathhouse. 68, Anonymous from Earth. The responses of the thread were also filled with Kanda River. 71, Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne is really gallant. She is trying to not show it though. 74, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, you can go back first. 77, Anonymous from Earth. Read the room, Hikaru. Hikaru, read the room. 80, Anonymous from Earth. Don't women normally take longer baths? 85, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is the type that takes his time seeping in the warm water after all. Jeanne is the type who just washes herself really half-heartedly, and there's even times when she wouldn't even soak in the water. Most likely the difference in the environments they were raised in. 88, Anonymous from Earth. The unfair view that French people take half-hearted baths. 92, Anonymous from Earth. Every place is half-hearted when compared to Japanese people. 93, Anonymous from Earth. With the update of God, the steam in the bath scenes has been buffed. 94, Anonymous from Earth. Not yet. Love Twin Birds isn't dead yet. 98, Anonymous from Earth. I have learned of the side of Jean Eaton that actually feels lonely. I don't know who to ship for, Refrier-sama or Jean. 100, Anonymous from Earth. Jean secretly biting her lips is unbearably cute. 103, Anonymous from Earth. In front of Hikaru, she is trying to show herself all steadfast, but I would like to tell her that that's most likely having the opposite effect. 105, Anonymous from Earth. I am peeking at the main thread of Jeanne, and their evaluation of Hikaru is crazy high. Maybe he is getting a good impression because he is a ninja? 108, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is stalwart and is diligent after all. It seems like there's many people in the Jeanne thread that see Jeanne as their own daughter. Don't they simply think they can feel at ease leaving their daughter to him? 110, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is the type that can properly stop the dangerous parts of Jean Eaton. 115, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru himself is his own dangerous parts though. I do have a sense of trust that Jeanne will be able to stop Hikaru in her own Jeanne way. They are a fitting couple. 117, Anonymous from Earth. In the romance department, Refrier still has the lead. But Hikaru can't abandon Jean. 120, Anonymous from Earth. The development where he can't choose any of the two is coming. 123, Anonymous from Earth. It is still not settled that Refrier-chan is coming back. She might get talks about marriage at her home and she can't refuse, and it just ends like that. Women are dry. 126, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is a man too. I think that if Refrier comes back and she does a babu-babu-op-eye attack, he is going to fall in an instant. 130, Anonymous from Earth. So dirty. But I think so too. 133, Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, isn't there really the chance she won't come back? 137, Anonymous from Earth. She fulfills the conditions to become a Templar, so there's no way her family is going to be letting her go. She even has a sick little sister and all. 140, Anonymous from Earth. The panacea should take care of her little sister's disease. A 3-point medicine should heal her 100%. 147. Anonymous from Earth. Even so, such a beautiful daughter like her going off to an explorer of unknown origins. Moreover, he is an actual rootless otherworlder. Is there any parent who would give their daughter to someone like that? Even on Earth, that would be impossible. 150. Anonymous from Earth. But I do think Grafria will be coming back. She will come back even if she has to abandon her family. She is that kind of woman. 152. Anonymous from Earth. What's most important is who Hikaru will choose. 155. Anonymous from Earth. I already want to see the Uchite. 158. Anonymous from Earth. I smell bloodshed. 164. Anonymous from Earth. A man got to choose both. We ain't on Earth, you know? Exclamation mark. Throw away the ethics and common sense of Earth. 174. Anonymous from Earth. The message freezing was technically beneficial for the two. I would say they are the most stable I have seen them be. 179. Anonymous from Earth. Jean meeting with Hikaru must have been big for her. The revival of Nanamikan must have been big for Hikaru. I don't know if that had to do with the messages freezing. 184. Anonymous from Earth. Everything is rolling favorably, I would say. Anyways, it seems like the mental state of Hikaru is pretty stable right now. I would say the best until now. 190. Anonymous from Earth. The battles have no danger in them. I feel like he is properly taking a safe margin. 195. Anonymous from Earth. It is incredible how he can manage to do all that despite keeping a safe margin. Goblins and orcs are literally not a threat to him anymore. 198. Anonymous from Earth. But all of them are from preemptive strikes, right? 200. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has enough power to dive to the 4th floor alone after all. Even in a vast Isekai, I don't think there's many who can defeat a lizardman alone. There really must just be a handful of them. 203. Anonymous from Earth. The Dark Knight was so strong I even let out a strange yelp. If he were to utilize both Create Undead and Phantom Warrior 2. He would be able to be almost peerless against people. 204. Anonymous from Earth. The form of the mantis is cool, I like it. 209. Anonymous from Earth. The mantis showing up in the 2nd floor gives that sense of dread, it is nice. 214. Anonymous from Earth. 203. I let out a weird yelp at the strength of Hikaru himself. I can understand the sentiment of Jean having heart eyes from that. 219. Anonymous from Earth. The current Hikaru could deal with an ogre without dark spirit abilities. 222. Anonymous from Earth. An ogre would be rough. Hikaru hasn't done a straight-on battle before. He would have to get a feel of it from back to the skeleton soldiers or it would be dangerous. 229. Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is true that he should do training for proper battles. If not, when things fall into a situation like that, he would be done for. 237. Anonymous from Earth. For the specialized types, wouldn't it be better to just go all the way in for their specialization? 250. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if it is Hikaru who is up or if it is the affection of spirits that is up. Isn't his growth of spirit energy way too crazy? 253. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is the first chosen to be able to use a higher tier summon ability after all. Or more like, he is the one who can use the most spirit abilities among all chosen. By a lot. 260. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is still the only one who can use the 8th ability. If the others with affection of spirits take random transfer and run away, they might have a chance. 267. Anonymous from Earth. Running away in a random transfer is an option, But the captured chosen have a normal decent life, so they won't be taking the random transfer until the moment they need to. 279. Anonymous from Earth. You can seriously die from random transfer after all. 300. Anonymous from Earth. The total stakes for the heroin race have people choosing grateful, Lumao. 305. Anonymous from Earth. No, there's the chance, you know. Hikaru is pretty kind to the lynxes. 318. Anonymous from Earth. From Jeanne's side, there's also people shipping her with Fulton. 320. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has increased the affection of all lynxes as a whole with his fish plan. 327. Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne being more on the cat side was unexpected. Or not. She had those vibes from the very beginning. 338. Anonymous from Earth. The cats from the Lynx Mutual Aid Association all gathered were so cute I squealed. 341. Anonymous from Earth. I myself can't handle them well. Therianthropes are not for everyone. 348. Anonymous from Earth. It was a festival for the fairies overseas though. However, it seems like Jeanne has been completely considered to have joined their ranks. 367. Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of which, the Bone Knight didn't run away from Jean, but the goblins and orcs of the second floor did. What criteria does it have? 370. Anonymous from Earth. Level difference. 376. Anonymous from Earth. Bringing game logic. 380. Anonymous from Earth. Jean brought out wizardry for the strength of levels, but Hikaru being able to understand that was pretty impressive in itself. 384. Anonymous from Earth. Is a level 10 warrior in wizardry strong? 390. Anonymous from Earth. It is made in a way that you can clear the game at around that level. To be more specific, warriors have an easier time leveling up, and there's the level balance of stuff like mages and priests who are hard to level. 394. Anonymous from Earth. I don't think you would be able to clear it without resets though. 396. Anonymous from Earth. Starting at a level where you can clear the game, huh? Of course Jeanne would push the physical strength up. 401. Anonymous from Earth. Celica also said, I have been trying to convince Nanae about physical strength up being essential countless times already. 403. Anonymous from Earth. A level 10 fighter showing up as a monster is weak. 410. Anonymous from Earth. There's a weirdly high amount of old men in this thread. 435. Anonymous from Earth. A compilation of hated one traits. Can't make a contract with a spirit, thus can't use spirit abilities. Hated by great spirits, it is apparently their smell that makes them not want to get close to them. Even when defeating monsters, they have a hard time increasing their tier, reduced exp. Spirit abilities don't work, not only attack abilities but also healing and buff abilities don't work. You get hated by living beings with a weak chaotic element in them, run away from you. 442. Anonymous from Earth. What are creatures with a weak chaotic element? Jeanne didn't seem to be hated by the lynxes. 450. Anonymous from Earth. Humans and beastkin are creatures with strong chaotic element. The more mixed you are, the higher your chaotic density, right? 454. Anonymous from Earth. What do humans have mixed? 460. Anonymous from Earth. Humans are chaos, elves are purity. A whole lot of components mix and show in their appearance. Elves all have close to transparent hair, right? Compared to that, humans have a variety like blue or red or many others. There's a variety of ways the spirit traits show outside, but they are actually all internal. In other words, chaos. 467. Anonymous from Earth. Compared to the absolute spirits that are the great spirits, and the quasi-spirits that are the elves, humans are living beings that have all properties mixed in. Lynxes are also living beings that have the cat component mixed strongly, a creature leaning more on the chaos side. By the way, monsters are all creatures from the chaos side, but the weaker ones are closer to spirits. 472, Anonymous from Earth, eh? Then, does that mean Genie-chan is hated really badly by elves? 475, Anonymous from Earth, that's right. 480, Anonymous from Earth, being hated by great spirits doesn't mean they will attack you because they hate you. It means that even great spirits will get away from you. Wonder which one would be more effective on them, Hikaru's loved one or hers. 483, Anonymous from Earth, I feel like they would offset each other. 490, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan and Hikaru are a good match. 493, Anonymous from Earth, would great spirits fall into a state of wanting to get close and not wanting to when Hikaru and Jeanne are together? 499, Anonymous from Earth, a state similar to there's my most favorite meal right by the side of excrement, maybe? 502, Anonymous from Earth, with that as the comparison, there's practically no one who would worry about what to choose, right? Anything by the side of SHT is practically also SHT. 505, Anonymous from Earth, if it is after fasting for 1 week, I would be able to eat it unfazed. 508, Anonymous from Earth, don't compare Genie-chan to SHT. 529, Anonymous from Earth, Jean saying it is still 1 month. So there's no way I am strong definitely meant that her player skills are still too low right now. 532, Anonymous from Earth, but it was surprising that the dwarf blacksmith said she is around level 30, right? 538, Anonymous from Earth, by logic, even if your tier is low, you can still defeat monsters. Just like how Hikaru did. The ideal of Jeanne is most likely to train her player skill, and get strong as if she were challenging the last boss and winning with only the starting equipment. 544, Anonymous from Earth, even if you train your level only, stuff like the experience from actual battle, the technique, and the knowledge intertwine in a complicated manner after all. 550, Anonymous from Earth, speaking of great spirits, talk about the great water spirit came up. The aqueduct is the same in Gran Alice Mary's. The great church is in a low place and they are pulling the water to a high place. Why? 553, Anonymous from Earth, thinking about it normally, it would be easier to just put the great water spirit in a high place, but the problem is the place where great water spirits appear in. 564, Anonymous from Earth, according to the chosen that investigate the dungeons, it is the problem of how the dungeon cities are made, and it is mostly made in places where there's natural churches from the beginning. It is incredibly difficult to pull all the great spirits to their respective locations, and thus, a place like Melchia that has 4 great spirits already makes it quite the big dungeon. The reason why Gran Alice Mary's is the only one with a 5-star shaped dungeon city is because it is that difficult to make it. 567, Anonymous from Earth, Melchia most likely had a natural water church from the very beginning, and the dungeon was made with it as the reference point. 570, Anonymous from Earth, even if they pull them from the outside, it is apparently more stable if the great water spirit is at the water side. 573, Anonymous from Earth, in the first place, how do great spirits appear? At the time with Hikaru, I heard that it was because he used too many spirit abilities inside the barrier and it concentrated the darkness too much. 580, Anonymous from Earth, stuff like storms, fires, eruptions of volcanoes, typhoons, earthquakes, those kinds of high-energy natural phenomena are what make great spirits appear. 584, Anonymous from Earth, in other words, great spirits are a gathering of many spirits of one element, right? 587, Anonymous from Earth, For the great light and dark spirits, everything is unknown aside from the fact that they appear in the day and night respectively. That's why there's only one dark great church in the world. 593, Anonymous from Earth. According to the Great Spirit map on the wiki, there's almost always a great water church in the big cities. Cities themselves develop from having water natural churches or artificial churches. 598, Anonymous from Earth. The tribe living together with the Great Spirit deep in the mountains where there's a big waterfall and a water natural church had some nice fantasy elements to it. It was great. It was a really primitive lifestyle, but the water alone was crazy hygienic, and you can use it infinitely. 600, Anonymous from Earth. What are great spirits? Don't they snap when people use them so conveniently? 603, Anonymous from Earth. There are quite a good amount of big cities that are not dungeon cities which have around 2 great churches. The pair of fire and water is the most prevalent, I guess. 609, Anonymous from Earth. No, the one that has the most is water and earth. Always having an abundant harvest is big. 612, Anonymous from Earth. 600, from the perspective of the great spirits, people are like babies. They are so cute, they can't help but listen to what they say. However, they suckle on loved ones every now and then. 614, Anonymous from Earth. If there's no fire, you can't get hellfire steel, you know. It is an absolute necessity in a dungeon city. 617, Anonymous from Earth. We are not talking about dungeon cities. If it is a normal city, the priority would be earth, fire. 622, Anonymous from Earth. I think it depends on the condition of the surrounding soil though. If it is a fertile land, there's no need to force yourself to invite a great earth spirit to boost it. 625, Anonymous from Earth. Poor great twin spirit. 628, Anonymous from Earth. If wind power generation starts in the future, wind might become the star in an instant. 631, Anonymous from Earth. Water and fire have higher efficiency when it comes to power generation, dude. 645, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan's weapon was 8 gold, but why is it so expensive? Thinking of the time for payment, isn't it absurdly high? 649, Anonymous from Earth. Hellfire steel is crazy expensive. The great churches are pushing the price up. 655, Anonymous from Earth. Hellfire steel is a metal that appears when a great spirit melts a black soil named cauldron charcoal, and blacksmiths would bring the model of the weapon they want to make and buy only the amount necessary. You mold it with that material, and harden it for the last touches to finish it, but with the heat of a smithy's hearth, it can at most just soften it a bit, so it is pretty difficult to bring it into a good shape. The arms for the great church are also really high, so the sword of Jan, from the 8 gold, around 6 of them melts from the cost of the materials. 660, Anonymous from Earth. No fold-back tempering necessary? 667, Anonymous from Earth. It ain't water to steel. No need for that. In the first place, the tempering of the steel is in order to adjust the carbon ratio, so it is unnecessary for the materials that have uniform composition. 674, Anonymous from Earth. It is apparently better if you do folding tempering once or twice, for the last adjustments though. 680, Anonymous from Earth. Just leave that part to the pro dwarf. 683, Anonymous from Earth. When it comes to the level of making weapons with hellfire steel, there's no need for that to be razor-like sharpness. It is plenty enough if it is just a bit sharp. 686, Anonymous from Earth. They say it is outrageously heavy. But what's the specific gravity? 690, Anonymous from Earth. It is so high that gold doesn't hold a candle to it. 694, Anonymous from Earth. chosen who have decent smarts in science have investigated this, but the specific gravity of gold and iron is apparently around the same as that on Earth. With that in consideration, the Hellfire Steel, hear this and be surprised. 35. 697, Anonymous from Earth, you gotta be kidding. 699, Anonymous from Earth, no matter how much gorilla strength Jin has, a 35 specific gravity sword is just 703, Anonymous from Earth, no, that's around 5 times that of steel, right? A gorilla should be able to use that easily. 710, Anonymous from Earth, the Trop Explorer red hair person's weapon was a giant Hellfire Steel axe, right? Even though it was a size impossible to lift even if it were steel, it is 5 times the specific gravity. That's a monster. 715, Anonymous from Earth, the strength numbers are crazy. A giant monster movie disguised as a fantasy. 717, Anonymous from Earth, how impressive is a specific gravity 35. 716, Anonymous from Earth, it means that it is 35 times heavier than the equivalent volume of water. 719, Anonymous from Earth, the specific gravity of iron is 78. Lead, 11. Gold, 19. 35 is quite the insane number. It would mean a 1 cubic meter mass has a specific gravity of 35 tons after all. 35 tons is 35 compact cars. 721, Anonymous from Earth. In that case, the sword of Jin, if it were a normal one made of steel, it would most likely be around 10 kilograms. 5 times that would make it 50 kilograms. 725, Anonymous from Earth, the sword she had was pretty dense already after all. Even with that, it might not have had 10 kilograms, but whichever the case, making something out of Hellfire Steel would turn it into something the weight a human shouldn't be able to utilize. Moreover, there's even the chance that her next sword will get bigger. 730, Anonymous from Earth, it will be fine. It is around the weight of an M2 machine gun, so just think about it as if you were fighting swinging that around. 731, Anonymous from Earth, why the M2 talk all of a sudden? 735, Anonymous from Earth, there was a chosen who brought an M2. They ran out of bullets and, at the end, tried to swing it around at their wits' end, but ended up hurting their back and were killed by the monsters. 740, Anonymous from Earth, I do understand the feeling of admiring having a strong weapon and being all up, but a heavy machine gun is a bit. 743, Anonymous from Earth, there was no follow-up report about Nanami-chan, but speaking of that, what happened? 748, Anonymous from Earth, she is apparently in the middle of training as if her life depended on it. 752, Anonymous from Earth, the short sentences of Nanami-chan are sometimes picked up in the streams of twin, sis. You are a demon, Selika-chan, even eating is training, it is painful, I am being put through inhumane training, it seems like she is passing quite the rough days. 757, Anonymous from Earth, well, it can't be helped. Better than passing the days in a half-baked manner. She will be spending the remainder of her life in that world after all. 760, Anonymous from Earth, it seems like she has made a sponsor contract with a gun company to have a special one made for her transported item. 762, Anonymous from Earth, special, as in? 770, Anonymous from Earth, having a lot of bullets, strong enough to defeat powerful monsters, with a loud sound that could serve to intimidate. The downside is that you won't be able to use it anymore once the bullets run out, so rather than making it last long, they are prioritizing making it light. It is still unknown what will come out of it. 774, Anonymous from Earth, If we are talking about something a newbie will be using, the only option is a shotgun. A slug bullet would fit the job just right, and she won't be doing long-distance sniping, so there's no point in it being a rifle. Even a submachine gun would be better. 777. Anonymous from Earth. The problem with shotguns is the bullets. 778. Anonymous from Earth. Total bullets, 2. 783. Anonymous from Earth. No, shotguns that can do a rapid fire do exist. Like the tactical shotgun. There's ones that can go all the way to 15-2. 786. Anonymous from Earth. It is true that it would be better to have something like that. The one using it is Nanamicon after all. 790. Anonymous from Earth. Even when the bullets run out, make it a design that can be used as a blunt weapon, betting 3,000 crystals on that. 797. Anonymous from Earth. An outer barrel that has a shape that's strangely easy to hold with a steel stock. 800. Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of which, has the Hikaru Antakan been pinpointed? 803. Anonymous from Earth. Nope. 808. Anonymous from Earth. Most of the information has circulated, but not many criminals aside from Ozawa. That's a relief. It wasn't a bunch of criminals that wanted to get out of prison. 812. Anonymous from Earth. It has been shown to a decent degree in interviews, but there really are a lot of people who began jogging and doing exercise to buff their muscles up. 814. Anonymous from Earth. It is a world that doesn't even have bicycles after all. The physical strength up is a multiplier of your base strength, so it would be better to move your body no matter the case. 819. Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of that, with that physical strength up, will your monstrosification or devilification or whatever end up increasing that strength by 5 times to 10 times? 823. Anonymous from Earth. According to Karen, it would be strange for Hikaru to not be a lot stronger if that were the case. It simply brings out at most 10 times the potential that your base body had. The boost of the spirit energy is apparently a different calculation. 828. Anonymous from Earth. Horse riding is a necessity. Just by being able to ride a horse, your traveling speed is increased by a heliton. 825. Anonymous from Earth. Ozawa seems to be the most interesting one. In a lot of meanings. 844. Anonymous from Earth. It is displeasing, but it is natural for him to gather a lot of attention. As vexing as it is. 850. Anonymous from Earth. An American singer seems to be practicing singing in the native language to sing over there. An Italian sommelier is thinking of increasing the standing of wine over there. An aesthetician seems to want to continue being an aesthetician in that world, but they are troubled about what to do about the tools. 853. Anonymous from Earth. You should be able to buy scissors and combs with a few crystals. 855. Anonymous from Earth. I will put my previous job to full use and do my best in an isekai. That was actually the minority in the previous transfer. 860. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe because this time it is limited to people who want to go to the isekai, I feel like there's a lot of people with passion. 864. Anonymous from Earth. I personally am pushing the British guy that wants to make a map, Hector Garlandson. There's already a map that you can get by using points, but he wants to write about stuff like famous local products and historical constructions while he is traveling the world. 868. Anonymous from Earth. I myself like the bug hunter person. The bugs in the isekai are not getting any attention at all. They are talking about catching them all, so I am really looking forward to it. 871. Anonymous from Earth. There's also a reptile breeder. They said their final objective would be to tame a dragon or something. 873. Anonymous from Earth. Dragons. Do they exist? 879. Anonymous from Earth. There apparently are 884, Anonymous from Earth. In the lower floors of Gran Alice Mary's, it has been confirmed there are lesser dragons. 894, Anonymous from Earth. There's also an old lady whose hobby is gardening and has participated in gardening tournaments and stuff. The second group looks really promising. 900, Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of variety. 904, Anonymous from Earth. Even so, I doubt there's any more interesting watch than Hikaru. 909, Anonymous from Earth. Of course the top dogs would be interesting. Especially since you can watch both Hikaru and Jan as a set. That's way too broken. 914, Anonymous from Earth. On top of that, what would even happen when Refria comes back? 918, Anonymous from Earth. They will be the immovable first place viewership party, no doubt. But I feel like that in itself will attract bad apples, so as a viewer who enjoys relaxing watches, this is going to be rough. I hope they can become so strong they can kick away any evil intent. ADD to wish list and share. 1341, Anonymous from Earth. Celica gave the order to go directly to the guest room, but they are taking their sweet time. Or maybe the staff members on their first cruise overseas are on that level. 1351, Anonymous from Earth. It is a luxury cruise ship where you forget about time and enjoy yourself, so even if told run as if your life depended on it, it would be hard to do. 1378, Anonymous from Earth. Oh, but they have arrived at the room now. Now if only the phone connects. No, it would be impossible to connect. They are going to be talking through their mother? 1388, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it okay to just tell him the important stuff briefly? 1390, Anonymous from Earth. There's only 2 minutes left. 1395, Anonymous from Earth. That mother wasted too much time gloating about herself. 1397, Anonymous from Earth. Open the damn door already. 1401, Anonymous from Earth. This mother. 1406, Anonymous from Earth. My parents are pretty similar to this, so just watching is painful. 1412, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like Celica is also weak to her mother. I can tell from how she speaks. 1420, Anonymous from Earth. Not all households have a relationship where you can speak to your parents on equal ground. 1424, Anonymous from Earth. Please hurry more. 1428, Anonymous from Earth. So irritating. 1433, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is also hurried as hell. Well, this is a chance of a lifetime after all. 1440, Anonymous from Earth. Just one word. Get one word in. 1441, Anonymous from Earth. 1443, Anonymous from Earth. Guy E. Time up. 1444, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. 1447, Anonymous from Earth. It just doesn't go his way. To think it would end with just hell. 1453, Anonymous from Earth. Celica's, yeah. The culprit that killed Nanami Anichan has been caught. The way she told her mother that was sad. 1466, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, sorry, I'm going to end the stream here for now. I am gonna cry. 1470, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru just jumped into the sea. Is he going to be okay? 1476, Anonymous from Earth. He must be burning right now. There's no choice but to swim it off. 1499, Anonymous from Earth. Even so, if it is Jean, Jean should be able to do something. 1519, Anonymous from Earth, will she? She is the type that lacks words, right? I feel like she would just aggravate things. 1530, Anonymous from Earth, at first, my heart stopped thinking he was trying to kill himself there by drowning. Looks like that wasn't the case. 1543, Anonymous from Earth, his mother should seriously reflect about what she just did after watching Hikaru like this. 1556, Anonymous from Earth, even so, if he meets Jean and Nanamikan revives, won't his spirit recover back to form? 1570, Anonymous from Earth, I would be happy about Nanamikan coming back to life, but I am beginning to worry if that will transmit to Hikaru. 1583, Anonymous from Earth, if only God didn't go with a relative, but instead connected it to your number one fan as proper fan service. 1593, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru can barely trust anyone anymore, so I don't think just any words will be reaching him. 1600, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, we've got no choice but to believe Jean will do something about it. That overt girl. 1614, Anonymous from Earth, on top of that, I will pray that Hikaru, who has fallen to the darkness, won't get subjugated. 1643, Anonymous from Earth, I will send a message to Jean. 1655, Anonymous from Earth, I will respect you if it reaches her. Your average strong emotion won't be reaching. 1670, Anonymous from Earth, live, Hikaru. You are beautiful. 1685, Anonymous from Earth, eat something tasty today and sleep soundly. Time heals all wounds. 1750, Anonymous from Earth, my message reached Genie-chan. 1755, Anonymous from Earth, whoa. God has descended. 1760, Anonymous from Earth, what did you send? 1774, Anonymous from Earth, please console Hikaru. He is a really good guy. 1775, Anonymous from Earth, make Jean his plaything. 1790, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan consoling Hikaru. Can't she do it? That woman. 1803, Anonymous from Earth, what did Genie-chan answer? 1832, Anonymous from Earth, if he is my type, I will think about it. By the way, the board of Jean is on fever right now. 1854, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru being her type seems pretty low. He does have a cute face, but he is Japanese. 1862, Anonymous from Earth, Jean has done most of what she said she would be doing. If he really is her type, I think she will console him. 1880, Anonymous from Earth, they do say that people fall easily when they are being treated kindly while they are weak, but what's going to happen? 1893, Anonymous from Earth, we are going straight into a triangle between Refria. 1905, Anonymous from Earth, I think the chances of it ending with he is not my type. And ending right there are higher though. Genie-chan is a lone warrior after all. 1943, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru is back. That's a relief. He didn't just swim to a different continent just like that. 1956, Anonymous from Earth, if he were that reckless, things wouldn't be this sour. 1989, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, I am looking forward to it. This would be the first time meeting a chosen for Jeanne herself. What's going to happen? Chapter 156, Homecoming as well as Family Referia's POV. My home is in the Silshan city that was made at the mountainside of the holy mountain that is the Lux Mountain as if clinging to it. It is a city that doesn't have much of anything noteworthy aside from the light great church. Even so, the grace of the Great Spirit is big. Even though it is clear that this is a city that's hard to traverse to, the city was thriving decently. I don't know how many times I have sighed along the way. I really came back. Now that I have arrived at the base of the Lux Mountain, it won't be taking even a few hours to arrive at my home. I have stopped countless times before getting here, and have hesitated that I should turn back. I was in agreement to separate from him, but rather than regret, I don't even feel as if it is real. I left the other half of me that didn't want to go away. That's the only sense of loss I had. Ha! Rufria, I understood the circumstances of Hikaru. Intended to. Also, I thought that maybe he would get lonely and come meet me real soon after separating from him for a bit. I myself thought that I can just go back soon after I pass the Templar exam. It wasn't really a farewell of a lifetime. Ha! Rufria, even when I knew the logic, my heart didn't clear up. The longer I am apart from him, the stronger my feeling of longing was. He is strong, but the dungeon is a dangerous place. If he dives alone, accidents are possible any time. If something were to happen while I am not there. Rufria, I was completely swamped in my own thoughts. Even though it has only been 4 days since I parted from him, I already feel like I am dying to meet him. This pain can be dealt with by a single sight of him. I am sure of that. Even so, I can't go meet him at once. He has his own circumstances, and he doesn't think ill of me, and yet, even with that, I still chose a temporary farewell. I don't think I should throw that decision away. I cursed my own diligence. If I were to return without taking the Templar exam, I am sure he would scorn me. I want to meet him. I am dying to meet him, but I don't want to be hated even more. Rufria, I went up the sharp mountain road with my heavy armor while I muttered this. Anyways, I will show up at my home, take the Templar exam, and pass it. That way, I can wave off and meet him again. I have absolutely no intention to give up on this first love after all. My home is right by the side of the Light Great Church. They are adjoined to the point that a part of the site is being used by both the Great Church and us. But maybe it is right at the break time of the Great Church's cafeteria. There was a nostalgic face smoking tobacco at the bench under the shade. Master. Rufria has returned. Rufria, when I spoke, Master slowly raised her head and looked at me with eyes as if she were looking at something dazzling and smiled. She put out the fire of the tobacco by rubbing it on the ground, and stood up. That figure of hers with her hair tied up and left growing, and a cloth wrapped around her head was no different from the time when I left the house 1 year ago. Welcome back. I am most glad to see that you are okay. I was worried, you know. It is weird to say since I am the one who suggested it, but the dungeon is a dangerous place after all. Yeah, it really was. I almost died countless times. Rufria, I laughed, but if Hikaru hadn't saved me, I would have lost my life in that dungeon against the mantis. Master confirmed the muscles of my arm and smiled happily. You have become stronger. I don't think there are many who have this much tear even in the nights around here, you know? It is thanks to learning the blade with you, Master. Rufria, I only taught you the bare minimum. Life is light in the dungeon after all. Just the fact that you survived means that you have the talent. She is my master. In the dungeon city, there was no one who didn't know about her. The salamander rank explorer, the dazzling Canopus. In the time when I couldn't use spirit abilities well and sulked by swinging a sword the whole time, she taught me battle techniques utilizing a giant sword, and the strength of living. For me, she isn't only my sword master but also my life master. At any rate, you have a good face now, Rufria. Did you get a lover over there or something? Tilda? You can tell? Figures you could. Rufria, yeah, your face has become that of a warrior in the short time I didn't see you. The dungeon must have been a good training place, right? And so you can use it now, I assume. The photon ray. Yes. Perfectly. Rufria, I see. The stigma of dark gray is going to be cleared up then. If in the future there's someone who calls me that, I will shoot them with a photon ray. Refria, actually, not only photon ray, but I can use all the way to the 5th ability. For someone like me who thought I didn't have talent in spirit abilities, the reality that in just a few weeks I managed to get 3 abilities even felt as if it were a dream. However, the fact that this served as one of the reasons to separate from Hikaru must have been some prank of fate. Have you met Flora already? No, I just got back. I still haven't met my family yet. Refria, I see. Today is the day when the doctor comes. Show her your face. If Flora hears that you can become a Templar, she will be more at peace. Master says that, but I think my little sister is simply going to be more mortified by it. The reality is that she should have become a Templar faster than me after all. Then, I will meet up with her. Master, spar with me later, okay? I think I could get at least 1 hit on you. Refria, haha, I haven't rusted out so much that you could overcome me in just 1 year. I bid farewell to Master for now and reached the front of my house's gate. It is a noble family that has raised many Templars for generations, but Templars having a good salary was a thing of the past. Now it doesn't have much meaning aside from it being a tradition of the house. Even so, my mother has lived with pride being a Templar, and thus, a person like me with no talent experienced extreme pressure. All right. Refria, I psyched myself up and opened the entrance door. Refria has come back home. Refria, when I declared this, the maid Sasha, who was cleaning the entrance hall, made a completely shocked face and ran over to me. Refria-sama. You were alive? Sasha, of course I am not dead. Why am I being thought of as dead? Refria, because you said that you would be returning soon, but you were not coming back at all. Sasha, I see. A lot happened. More importantly, congratulations, Sasha. You managed to return to being a maid. Refria, I was lucky. It is because Patra-san retired. Sasha, so Patra quitted, huh? Refria, after we were attacked by the mantis, I had the girls of my party leave first, and told them that I would return as soon as I thanked my life savior, Hikaru. And yet, it has been close to 3 weeks since then, so it might not be strange to misunderstand this as me having died. By the way, my previous party members were 2 maids that worked in my household and a local friend, making for a total of 3 people. The reason why the 2 maids were fired was simply because, with me now gone, the work that has to be done is less. Moreover, the treatment of Flora requires money. And so, they came with me to the dungeon city in order to strike it big. Or more like, in order to get marriage funds. At the time when I left, there were only 2 maids remaining who were Wendy and Patra, but according to Sasha, Patra has retired. Sasha was re-employed, and so it is Wendy and Sasha now here. What about Claudia? Refria, that girl is searching for a marriage partner together with Ansama, and the others. They are apparently going to settle soon. Sasha, Tilda, really? Even though that girl was so timid. Refria, well, that girl didn't like working either. Sasha, she is the former maid that went to the dungeon with me and Claudia. She was a water spirit user, had a whole lot more talent than me in spirit abilities, and was a reliable healer, but to think she would be marrying. I can't go losing here. My friend Dan also said that she would use the money she earned for marriage funds when she was leaving. Everyone is most likely going to stop the dungeon lifestyle and settle themselves in this city. Refria. My name was voiced out in a way as if stabbing me, and when I turned around, Mother was standing there. Mother was a former. No, she is from the reserve units, so she is on paper still an active Templar. She is already past 40, but her standing form is prim and has no openings. She hasn't missed a single day of training, at least in the time before I left. Most likely her skills with the sword, and even her abilities aren't any inferior to the time when she was still a Templar. She is a person that's strict on herself and on others. And I am not that good at dealing with her. Mother, Rifria has come back home. Rifria, welcome back. And so, can you use the ability now? Yes. If you wish to, I could show you right here. Rifria, stop joking. But that's a relief. Well done. Show your face to Flora too. Yes. Rifria, Mother turns around and leaves after saying only that. A dry greeting one would find hard to believe comes from a mother that hasn't met her daughter for 1 year. Mistress is as cold with you as always, Rifria-sama. Even though it has been 1 year since you have met. It is okay. Rifria, I didn't miss the fact that the face of Mother, who has only shown me a cruel expression, had loosened faintly there. I am not my past self either. By meeting Hikaru, I learned that my family is only one part of my life. That's most likely the reason why I felt like trying to talk to Mother properly. 1 year ago, I thought that it was pointless no matter what I said to that mother of mine, and I even had the thought of getting back at her if I were to become a Templar. Right now, it truly doesn't matter to me. She is also just one more weak human. The truly strong ones are kind, just like Hikaru. I returned to my room and put down my luggage. My room has not changed in the 1 year one left. It doesn't have dust piled up, so the maids must have been cleaning it. I bring out the things inside my bag. I take out the potion bottle, which was at the uppermost part in between clothes in order to not break it, and slowly put it on top of the table. Medicine. Rifria, at the time when I left Melchia, Hikaru gave me medicine for the chaotic magic disease. He said this might work. It is something he gave me, so it shouldn't be anything weird. I don't know if Flora will be drinking medicine that I brought, but it might be good to try and be a bit forceful in making her drink it. Just that there's barely any medicine that heals chaotic magic disease. Even if he is a person that came from a different world, the chances of him having something like that coincidentally are low. But he did give it to me, so I should try bringing it to her tomorrow. Rifria, the doctor is coming today, so it wouldn't be a good to have her drink medicine on my own account here. I managed to put the unwilting flower I got from Hikaru into a vase. This flower really didn't wilt at all, and would continue to release faint light in my travels. If I put it as decoration, it should serve to console me for a bit. Flora, I'm back. Rifria, eh? Ini-chan? You were alive? Flora, when I knocked the door and entered the room, Flora showed so much surprise it was almost as if she would jump off from the bed. So they really thought I was dead. When thinking of it like that, Mother's attitude could be said to have been truly cold. Her actual daughter had come back alive, so she could have been a little happier, you know. Of course I am alive. How are you feeling? Rifria, not bad, but not good either. It isn't changing at all, unfortunately. Flora, I see. Rifria, chaotic magic disease is a disease that makes a mess of your internal spirit energy. According to the doctor, rather than a disease, it is mostly because of using way too much spirit abilities when young, making the necessary spirit energy for growth not flow anymore. It is close to getting injured so much that the wound doesn't recover anymore. Flora can't walk on her own anymore, and without the help of the maids, she can't even get off from her bed. Spirit abilities would be the least of her worries. And so, you can use photon ray now? Flora, somehow. It was really close though. Rifria, then you are going to be taking the exam, huh? Or more like, your sword was on the level that you could pass 1 year ago, Ini-chan. Your abilities were basically just for show, right? Flora, right. But I won't become a formal Templar. I will be registering for the reserve units. Rifria, eh? Why? Flora, in the Templars, there are the formal Templars that are always working in the church, and the reserve Templars that are only called when necessary. The Templars that pass the exam become formal Templars just like that, but it is also possible to register as a reserve Templar in various circumstances. Of course, even in the reserve units, you are still without doubt a Templar. At the very least, it should be able to keep the house ''s. More accurately speaking, Mother's pride. Moreover, I would be able to return to the side of Hikaru. The perfect plan. The only regret is that I would be leaving my little sister here alone again. Ani-chan, even though you wanted to become a Templar that much. A reserve unit? Are you worried about me? If that's the case, stop it. Flora, it has nothing to do with you. This is my own selfishness. I still haven't told Mother yet though. Refria, did you actually not want to become a Templar? Flora, no, I did for the longest time. But I have found something more important. Refria, just by speaking it out loud, I could feel something warm envelop my heart. I can't stop this impulse. Even when in front of my sickly little sister, I am craving a life with him. It seems like Flora noticed that I am different from 1 year ago. She made a face filled with surprise. Maybe because of the sixth sense of a sister, she must have understood the meaning of what I meant by something important. Something important. It was the right choice to go out of this city, wasn't it, Ini-chan? Flora, yeah, you might be right about that. So I say, but it was technically at the very end of it though. Refria, it truly was just recently that I met Hikaru. Just a few weeks ago. The 1 year until then, it truly was desperate. There were fun times, but even so, it is true that I was living with the objective of becoming a Templar. It is simply that, after meeting him, my sense of worth had been overturned from the very roots. That's nice. This is the first time I feel jealous of you, Ini-chan. Flora, sorry for being a bad big sister. Refria, it is okay. I was a bad little sister the whole time. I was getting it over my head being called the splendorous Flora, so the Spirit King's Shama must have seen that. Flora, being told in that way, I couldn't say anything back. It is true that Flora was being praised greatly as a genius, and it would be a lie to say there wasn't a time when she got it over her head. But there's no way there would be punishment for that. Even if there were, she has already suffered plenty enough. It is something I got from someone. Pretty, right? Refria, I decorated my little sister's room with the shining flower I got from Hikaru. In that dark room, the faintly shining flower was beautiful, and I thought that maybe this could serve to console the heart of my little sister. Got it, you say? A man gave you this flower? Flora, eh? Yeah. Refria, I see. It really is beautiful. There's a flower like this in the outside world, huh? Flora, after muttering this, Flora covered herself with the blanket. A muffled wail resonated in the dim room, and I couldn't move. I learned spirit abilities and can become a Templar. But that doesn't solve the problems of my little sister. I don't know what Flora has been thinking and how she has lived in this 1 year. Maybe she even dreamed of a miracle like me finding a treatment for her. The chaotic magic disease is a disease where spirit energy circulation doesn't run well, and you can't move your body as you wish. My little sister can't even move without assistance, and there's no means to cure her. She has no choice but to live for the rest of her life on top of a bed. I was so over the moon in my meeting with Hikaru that I thought that, once I passed the Templar exam, I am going to return to Melchia right after. That would mean abandoning my family. And at the same time, abandoning my little sister. But with my little sister crying in front of me, I felt as if my sinfulness was being put to shame here. I really am a bad big sister. Refria. Chapter 157, A Debt Too Big to Repay as well as Family Precept. Refria's POV. It seems like Flora had fallen asleep eventually. I could hear her rhythmical breathing. I fix up her bed and watch her slightly worn out side profile. If not for her disease, she would have been enjoying her youth as a Templar right about now. The small and cute Flora was popular in her generation, but since the time she caught the chaotic magic disease, even the friends that came to visit her have barely come now. The chaotic magic disease is apparently a disease that was thought to have occurred from being hated by the spirits. According to the doctor, that's complete superstition, and it is totally different from the hated ones that are born that way, but there's still a lot of people in the city that believe that's superstition. There's even people who think the chaotic magic disease is infectious. Because of this, even guests coming to the house to visit have decreased since Flora got ill. If I were to pass the Templar exam, I would have to support this household as a Templar. Get a husband, just like my mother. I am the eldest daughter, and I have to look after my little sister from here on and forever. When I was with Hikaru, I put that at the corner of my mind, but that's reality. Hikaru said he couldn't be with me and I was against it, but I myself had circumstances that made me have to return. It is because of that I didn't want to go back. If I were to go back and see reality, I wouldn't be able to return. I wouldn't be able to abandon my family. Hikaru. What should I do? Rufria, I sat at the corner of the bed and muttered this. Even though I wouldn't have anything to hesitate if I had been an explorer with nothing binding me. Would Hikaru come to me instead? If he were to come here, it would all be resolved though. It would be impossible, Rufria, he is a loved one. My house is right by the side of the great church. The great light spirit Sama hates men, but it should be an exception for loved ones. Ha! Rufria, a sad sigh leaked out, and I drowned in the ocean of thought for a while, but I heard a voice from the lower floor, and I was brought back to reality. The voices steadily grew closer and the door was knocked on. The maid Sasha showed her face. Rufria Sama, Flora Sama's doctor has come. Sasha, being told this, I stand up. The doctor that comes to visit has researched the chaotic magic disease for a long time, and is a person that has been traveling the whole continent searching for medicines. The treatment expense is pretty high, but their skill is the real deal. Well, even with that, the state of my little sister is barely showing signs of getting better, but that she isn't getting worse either is proof that the treatment is working. The chaotic magic disease is one that hinders the growth of the person, and it steadily makes it harder to move the body more and more. Hello, Rufria-san. It has been a while. It has been a while, sensei. Rufria, now then, let's get right to it. We will have Flora-san wake up too. Sensei was about to take a seat by the side of the bed in order to do their checkup, but they stopped moving. Their gaze was fixed on the unwilting flower that Hikaru gave me. This flower? Why is this here? Is something the matter with this flower? Rufria, see, can I see this for a bit? It properly has its roots too. Sensei was confirming something with trembling fingers. Not only their fingers, but even their voice was trembling. Even the nurse by their side is covering her mouth with watery eyes. What's going on, Rufria? At any rate, this is not normal. There's no doubt. This consistent light, the spirit energy circulation. This is the mallow moon silver flower. As if worshipping an idol, they held the flower Hikaru gave me with both hands respectfully, and were making an ecstatic expression. Rufria-san. Is this something that you got, Rufria-san? Why yeah. More accurately speaking, it was something given to me. Rufria, delight showed in Sensei's face. You were given it? Who? No, where? Where did they get it? Even though I went through the places where I might be able to obtain it, it was to no avail. As I said, I was simply given this by someone. Rufria, did that person not know the worth of this? And no. Did he give you this knowing the disease of Flora-san? What is it? Please explain. Rufria, Sensei had their whole face flushed and was getting excited all alone, but I don't get what's going on at all. The roots of this flower can serve as a cure for chaotic magic disease. Flora-san can be cured. Eh? Rifria, moreover, with a share this splendid, you could save 10 chaotic magic disease patients. Please give me this. Of course, I will pay you. Please. I couldn't hear the latter half of Sensei's words. Cured? This flower, the cure. My little sister's disease. The chaotic magic disease that is said to be incurable. Can be cured? Sensei. Are you kidding? There's no way something like that can be done with a gifted flower, Rifria. I am not joking. This flower. The mallow moon silver flower is the only thing that can cure chaotic magic disease. Then my little sister. Flora can be just like before. Rifria, she can be cured. She definitely will. Soon. She should recover in a few days. No way. That last one came from my little sister. It seems like she had at some point in time woken up and was listening. It isn't a lie. It is thanks to Rifria-san. You can be cured. I have been traveling around the world in search of this plant, but to think that your sister would be finding it. This must be the blessing of the Spirit King Sama. I. Can be cured. Really? Flora, really? You have a great sister. On that day, I heard the cries of my little sister for the second time. This time, not from sadness, but joy. After that, it was pretty hectic. The unwilting flower apparently would wilt if the roots were to be completely gone, so only a part enough for one person was cut off to have Flora drink it. Sensei took out tools from their bag, and chipped the cut root finely. This time they placed this chipped root into a small kettle, heated it, and a peculiar sweet scent covered the room. Nice scent, right? It is said that this scent is the same one the spirits smell from loved ones. I kind of understand why the great spirit Samas would want loved ones. Sensei slight chit-chat. Does Hikaru have this kind of scent too? I should try smelling him next time. We have Flora drink the well-boiled liquid medicine. According to Sensei, the circulation of her spirit energy should be steadily returning to her. Now then, I would like you to please give the remaining 9 times to me. Sensei wrapped things up and said this. Only Mother and I were here. Father shouted that he would be preparing a celebration and went off somewhere. I heard that flower is something Rifria had received. What do you say, Rifria? Right, I of course don't mind. You have watched over Flora well, and if this can save those seriously ill patients that are suffering, I am sure the person that gave it to me would also accept it. Rifria, at the time when Hikaru gave me that flower, I certainly remember him saying it worked for some sort of disease. But it was a different name from the chaotic magic disease, so he probably didn't know either that it would serve for it. From his personality, if his gift can serve as a cure from the disease, he would say to use it well. Thank you very much. Then, about the price. Price? Rifria, yes. It is a precious thing, so I will of course be buying it at the appropriate price. I see. Rifria, at that moment, my mother and I thought that they could just take it as payment for the treatment of Flora. But the price that Sensei put out was far more than we could ever imagine, and Mother and I thought at first that this could be a joke of some sort, but it seems like Sensei was serious. I am grateful for that, but with that price, won't there be many people who can't take the treatment? Rifria, I threw out the question. With the treatment expenses, our household has been tilting unfavorably in terms of finances. Honestly speaking, the more coin the better. The maintenance of the house has had its priority lowered, so the surroundings do feel as if our household is slowly falling into ruin. But if only rich nobles can get the treatment, then we would be having our priorities backwards here. No, we are not getting our investment back from the treatment costs. This flower can be sold for a relatively high price to nobles. Using this flower to the bare extent where it doesn't die, we can sell what remains to a noble and we would be able to recover from the expense. That's why, Rather than saying I will be buying the flower, it is more like I will serve as an intermediary to sell it to a noble, and my pay to be that intermediary will be the roots for the medicine. With that, everyone profits. Nobles would buy this at that price. As a flower only? Rufria, yes. The flower that doesn't wilt and continues emitting light is the symbol of eternal prosperity. It is also highly praised as a present for royals, so there's a lot of nobles who desire it. This flower is a true rarity after all. By the way, this is only my third time having used it. It was such a precious thing, huh? Rufria, Hikaru gave it to me with a casual mood of being a parting gift, but to think it was such a valuable thing. He gave me a thing of such value. Isn't that proof of how much he values me? Even though we were in the middle of an important talk, my lips were loosening into a smile. Rufria, are you listening? Ah, yes. It is okay. Rufria, thank you very much. Well then, regarding the money, I will be bringing it on my next visit. The talk finished and Sensei left. They will apparently be going around providing medicine to the patients they have around the country. Flora should be alright now, so they told us that she should just move her body little by little at the beginning. Rufria, where did you get that flower? You said you got it from someone, right? Yes. At the time when I left Melchia, I got it as a parting gift. Rufria, I see. For Mother, he would be the person that gave us the cure and saved her daughter? And for me, Hikaru is my life savior. To think that he would even become the savior of my little sister. No, the savior of this family. I doubt he himself would have expected that. You remember the family precept of our Ashbird household, right? Of course. Always repay a debt. Rufria, that's right. This debt must be repaid. However, we won't be able to pay this back with ordinary means. We have received something of this much value after all. You understand, right, Rufria? If Flora makes a recovery, the problems of the household will all be resolved. There's no need for treatment expenses, or rather, you could even say our treatment expenses until now will be paid back in full and more. That's how much the price of the flower will be covering for us, to the point that we have surplus. Flora can succeed the family as initially planned, and I can go off to return to Hikaru. Now then, no matter how we are going to repay him, we can't have him come here. He is a loved one. This house is right by the side of the great church. He would be noticed by the Great Spirit Sama. He has his own circumstances that don't allow him to leave the city. I think there's no choice but to go to him. Rufria, I see. Can't be helped then. Whichever the case, we are the ones who will be doing the thanking, so we can't be calling Hikaru to come all the way here. And so, Rufria, you said him. Right? Meaning that the one who gave you this flower was a gentleman? Why yes. That's right. Rufria, a lover you made there, right? Yes. Rufria, single? Yeah. Wait, could it be? Rufria, you are fast on the uptick. Rufria, marry that gentleman. Mother said this plainly and with a straight face. Marry him. Offer your heart and body to him. And pay this debt with your whole life. Are you serious? Rufria, if you don't want to, I don't mind it being Flora, you know? No, Flora is the one with a direct debt to him, so that way would be. No, I don't dislike it. I welcome it. With big wide open arms. Rufria will repay this debt in great length. Rufria, to think it would turn out like this. But that's just what I wanted. Even so. As expected of my mother. She thinks just like me. Or more like, I have been poisoned by the way of thinking of Mother without me noticing. But well, Mother doesn't know Hikaru, so there's the need to think about the way to do it itself. Even if approached straight on, Hikaru would no doubt refuse it. You have to slowly but surely approach him and make it an established fact. That said, it is not bad to be in a situation where my mother seems like she would cooperate. With this, I don't need to become a Templar anymore, and I can return to Melchia without the need to think about my family. This is the best. At this moment, I think the juices in my brain were circulating at the fastest speed ever recorded until now. It may not have been for long, but I have a decent grasp of Hikaru's personality. If I go in tears to his side and tell him that I have been told to marry him by my pushy mother, and that I have lost my place to return to, I am sure he will be leaving me by his side. What's next is if I were to do this and that, and get him in the mood. I can do this. Who cares about that stuff of being seen by the people of his original world? What if they are watching? What's your fill then? I don't even feel the reality of it anyways. It is wrong to scrape away on my own life just because of something that can't even interfere with us. More importantly than that is me being able to stay by Hikaru's side. And then, I will have him understand that the present is a whole lot better than his original world. I may be told I am way too self-conscious, but I want to be together with him and share the wonders of life. No matter how much he says he can't stay with me and how much he avoids me. No matter how much he runs away. I will chase him to the ends of the world and marry him for the rest of my life. You can call me annoying. You can call me selfish. That's how much worth he has. Chapter 158, Raising Level and Sticky Gaze. In the few days we had ordered our weapons, we went around the second floor together, and had Jeanne check the map from start to end. I did participate in the battles on the way. Jeanne really is strong. She soon got used to battles against ogres, and she is now able to hunt two weapon-wielding ogres alone. The only ones who can hunt two weapon-holding ogres without any spirit abilities are intermediate rank or higher explorers. She said it is because she has played a ton of games, but there's no way one can become strong just from playing games. It must be her own qualities at work here. After confirming how far Jeanne could go on her own, Jeanne and Full explored the second floor together, and single-mindedly continued her battle training in the second floor. If you have a scout with you, you can escape from a mantis, and if it comes to the worst, she can use a barrier stone. There's even the chance she could win. At that time, I went around the second floor alone. That's because we too have reached the conclusion that we should prioritize raising our levels by defeating a whole ton of monsters. In a party with Jean, rather than teamwork, we both are more like soloers. Hikaru, I think this while covering a group of goblins in darkness fog and defeating them instantly. There were many cases when Mopal-san of the Crimson Vials would slip past the group of monsters and defeat the ones that are deeper in the formation. The stronger I get, the more cards open. Hikaru, Jeanne's objective is to conquer the dungeon. Conquering a dungeon that there's no knowing of even how many floors there is would look reckless at a glance, but I am sure she won't be giving up regardless. She would rather choose death than give up. That's the kind of determination she seems to have. I don't want that benefactor of mine to die. The chances are low that we will be able to obtain something like the resurrection gem again. Once you die, it is over. In order for it to not end like that, I would like to explore with enough of a safety margin. What elevates this are the levels and equipment. Single-mindedly hunting monsters like this is the only way to solve both issues. I assault the ogre at the other side of the corner on the back and cut its spirit energy vein in one hit. In this way, by defeating an ogre in just a few seconds and collecting the earth spirit stone that comes out, you can get something worth 1 silver. You could say I am already one of the explorers that is earning quite a good deal. I would say it is about time to make armor, Hikaru. Right now, when it comes to armor, I only have the gauntlet that is the present of the divine beast, and the mithril gorget plate that protects my spirit energy vein. I should be able to have special armor made that's light and doesn't make noise. Let's go order it today, Hikaru. I sprint at the mantis that appeared at the deep end of the pathway. I can now use both darkness fog and shadow bind to defeat the strongest monster of the second floor with just one hit right from the front. My body moved as I wanted it to, And the sure sword that's made of dense steel, I could swing it lightly as if it were a wooden sword. I picked up the wine spirit stone that came out from the mantis that perished with one hit on its throat. 6 days before the completion of the weapons we ordered. Honestly speaking, my hunts in the second floor fit my fighting style to the point that I don't feel danger, but overconfidence can bring my doom. On the other hand, with the third floor, I don't know if Jean and I can defeat a garden panther if it were to show up. Moreover, I don't even know if we could escape from it. I should at least wait until our weapons are made, and get used to them to a certain degree in the second floor. We have plenty of time. Tadatilda. How is it? Jeanne, nice. It gives that feel of fanciness with metal carvings. Hikaru, we finished that day's exploration and went to the Gorget plate store. Jean had a full plate armor equipped, so I didn't pay it much attention, but she didn't have a Gorget plate to protect her spirit energy vein. And so, I decided to come to the same place I came before with Rifria. Is it to your liking? There's a lot of gold explorers who favor that model. Bought. Jeanne makes instant decisions when she is buying. She has a lot of decisiveness. Thank you very much. Then, I will be doing the adjustments, so please wait for a bit. The shopkeeper takes the Gorget plate and enters the workshop deep in. What Jeanne bought was a pretty thick one, suitable for front lines even within the mithril products. It has 3 layers of mithril, raising the endurance. There's metal carvings here and there making it look cool. It is double the price of the one I bought, 2 gold. We managed to order your armor too, Kuro. Now we just have to wait for your weapon to be made. Jeanne, before coming here, we went to the dwarf blacksmith and ordered a mithril scale mail. The conditions were to be light, sturdy, and that it doesn't make noise, so I thought it would be difficult, but orders like that are apparently made often, and he accepted it normally. The problem is the price, but to my surprise it was 8 gold. Moreover, we had to pay in advance. We are using money to an outrageous degree, but even so, in terms of exploring pace, it is bought normally, so that's scary. Jean's sword was 8 gold and the Gorget plate 2 gold. My sword was 5 gold and my armor 8 gold. 23 gold in total. Actually, I am currently missing a bit of gold for the sword at present, but if I can't earn enough by that time, I can just sell the chaotic spirit stone of the mantis. 10 days left before the second group comes. I would like us to be armed by then. Complete equipment, and a high-level body that's hard to kill. For us chosen, as long as we survive, we can manage somehow. Hikaru, we do have the scrolls and the barrier stones. Jeanne, it is unknown how the second group will be interacting with us. The message function is frozen, and we won't be getting new information from Earth. But the reality is that I am not that worried. There was only me and Alex in this city to begin with. In other words, it is unpopulated. There's a dungeon, so I would have figured there would be more chosen coming, but according to the map, most chosen are concentrated at the South Continent and the East Continent. Thinking of it in that way, the chances of the next chosen coming here is low, and the chances of them going through the trouble of causing trouble for us aren't high. No, they might get in contact with us, but the chances of them taking the risk to kill us is low. Honestly speaking, with the messages freezing and being together with Jean, the time I forget about Earth has gotten longer. I have a lot of viewers as always, but there's no knowing if that's because I am with the #1 attention retainer Jean, or because I am still suspected as the killer of Nanami, but the reality is that Jean is a charming person, to the point that I could believe there's viewers watching with jealousy. Of course, I do have to be wary of the second batch, but as Jean said, we are in the best start state, so if they were to come cause trouble, they must be quite the lunatics, and there's an extremely low chance that such a person has been chosen. When putting it like that, I do think that makes sense. We chatted while we waited, and the shopkeeper came back after having done the adjustments to the gorget plate. We finished paying and left the store. Speaking of which, you always have it on that gorget plate. Jeanne: yeah. It is a clear weak point, so there's apparently a lot of people who have it on them the whole time. It felt off at first, but I have gotten used to it now. Hikaru: did you get taught this by your girlfriend? Jeanne: not my girlfriend, but that's right. Hikaru: doesn't matter which. Then, I guess I will have you put it on me too. Jeanne: you can put it on yourself though. Hikaru: even so, Jeanne would show this spoiled side of hers every now and then. I have understood this in the short time we have been together. She is similar to Karen in these parts as well. The gorget plate of Jeanne has several layers of mithril, so it is a bit of a pain to equip it. I cover the backside of Jeanne with the plate, and fasten the clasps as if hugging her from the back. You really would need to get a bit used to it in order to put it on alone. It is an expensive item, so it might be made in a way that a person of higher class would need assistance to put it on. Mew? Jeanne: I put the gorget plate on Jeanne, and she suddenly turned around, looking at the surroundings. Was that my imagination? I felt a gaze filled with killing intent. Jeanne: killing intent, you say? The next chosen have not come yet, right? Hikaru: yeah, but what's with this damp and sticky evil intent? Jeanne: I don't really get it, but if you can tell that, we won't have to worry much even if the second batch comes. Hikaru: maybe. No, it might just have been my imagination. Jeanne: the evening city was filled with people, so even if someone were watching us, we wouldn't be able to tell. Just that, it is not like me and Jean are famous in this city, and we barely have any acquaintances. It must be her imagination. Oh well. This gorget plate isn't that bad. Thinking about the fact that it is protecting my weak point, it gives me peace of mind. Armor really is a nice thing. Jeanne: I am the type that seeks mobility in my battles, so I do end up thinking armor gets in the way, but for the battle style of Jeanne, they are a reliable partner. It might be a relationship like that with my dark spirit abilities. Chapter 159, Food Cart Meals and Origin of the Gaze. Now then, let's sleep early today and tomorrow we are going to be raising our level in the dungeon again. I think you already know, but my level is harder to raise than your average person, so I have to work harder or I won't ever be able to catch up to you, Kuro. Jeanne: hard to level. First time I heard about that. Hikaru: eh? Right. You didn't know about hated ones either. Even so, it is not like it is that complicated of a thing. I am hated by the spirits, so my growth is subtly slow. Jeanne: isn't that quite the serious demerit? Hikaru: no, it is not a big deal. If it were a speedrun, it would be a different story, but I can just conquer it slowly. And even if not, we have also taken aging resistance. Jeanne isn't bothered much about it, but with that logic, it could also mean that I grow faster as a loved one. I don't know if my growth is faster. I have no target for comparison after all. But it is certainly true that I can feel I am getting stronger day by day. Anyways, we increase our levels until we get our weapons. I'm interested in the second floor, but I still haven't perfectly cleared the second floor. Jeanne: perfect clear? Until you defeat a mantis? Hikaru: that's right. I met one the other time, but I decided not to fight it. Jeanne: can't see yourself winning yet? Hikaru: no. I did feel like I could win, but I was with Full-chan. Can't leave things to chance here. Jeanne: right. Then, let's go around together until a mantis shows up. If we go around for 2 days, it should show up at least once. Whichever the case, we got to test whether you can defeat a mantis alone. Accidents would be scary after all. Hikaru: if it is harder for Jeanne to level up, I can just support her for a while. Whichever the case, it is difficult to move around solo in the third floor. It is not like I can't, but accidents can still happen, and there's also the garden panther. Then, from tomorrow on, let's move around the second floor while competing on who can defeat as many monsters as possible. Jeanne, isn't a competition dangerous? Hikaru, it is okay to get a little injured. I have natural regeneration, and also have potions. Most of all, if you get used to fights that have too much of a safety margin, it would get dangerous instead when there are risky battles. You should understand that too, right, Kuro? Your battle style is far more dangerous than mine after all. You didn't even have any decent armor on you. Jeanne, well, you do have a point there. Ha ha ha. Hikaru, monsters get far stronger just from going one floor lower. Even if we were to clear only floors that fit our strength, if we want to aim for lower floors, we will eventually end up fighting enemies above our metal, and can end up in risky battles through accidents. If we panic at those moments, we would be done for. In order for that to not happen, our usual way of fighting will become important. That must be what Jeanne is trying to tell me here. It is not like we are just diving into the dungeon to earn money for our livelihood. If it is just for earning money, it would be more stable to just continue in the second floor. Mew? Jeanne must have felt something again. She looks around the place restlessly. Was that my imagination? I once again felt an arrow-like gaze. Jeanne, aren't you just tired? Hikaru, today all that's left is to go eat, bath, and sleep. Since Jeanne came, I feel like I have been able to have a stable lifestyle. I still don't have a grasp of the culinary preferences of Jeanne, so we may be eating out a lot, also in part because I am dead tired after working in the dungeon, but I am thinking about starting to cook for ourselves. That or it might really be better to just hire a maid. Hikaru, right now we are in the dungeon from morning to evening, and we are most likely going to keep this pace the whole time. There's no time for house chores. Outsourcing for the house chores is a decision that is worth considering. What should we do for our meal? If you are tired, we can just finish it up quickly in a food cart. Hikaru, right, let's do that. Jeanne agreed to my proposal, and so we will be eating at a food cart. By the way, the equipment is inside my shadow storage, so Jeanne and I have nothing in our hands. Having shadow storage at times like this is handy. In this city there's something like a food cart street. It is close to the dungeon, and it is prospering with explorers. There's meat, fish, and vegetables too. Noodles, bread, and deep-fried food. There's no rice, but it is most likely not made around here, or more likely, not in this continent. There's even the chance it doesn't exist. By the way, it is possible to buy onigaris with crystals, so it is not like it is impossible to eat. Well, I am the type that can eat pretty much anything, so there's no need to go out of my way to buy it with crystals. I separate from Jeanne for now and buy something I want. I bought a grilled meat skewer and bread. We both eat a lot, so we buy a lot too. I could eat 5-6 meat skewers of pretty decent size by myself, and after finishing it all, I would normally go for noodles too. Food carts sell a variety of things, so it is fun to just walk around and eat. The viewers most likely enjoy places like this that overflow with the Isekai spirit. I buy this and that while thinking faintly about this. You bought them much? Hikaru, yeah, I was hungry. We always explore while skipping lunch after all. Jeanne came back with both hands full of many things. I barely feel any hunger in the dungeon, but that's most likely because I am a loved one and I am supplied with spirit energy at all times. On the other hand, Jeanne doesn't have that supply, so even if it is better than the outside, she would still be getting hungry. It might be better to make a lunchbox from now on. Hungry. Really hungry. Kuro, my hands are full, so feed me. Jeanne, Hikaru, Anne. Jeanne closed her eyes and opened her mouth. In Japan, This stuff is done by couples. It must work differently in France. It is probably simply because her hands are occupied. I can feel the difference in culture here among Earthlings even though we are in an isekai. What a mysterious thing. I fed Jeanne stuff like meat skewers and bread while I myself ate too, and the surroundings began to grow noisy. How to say it, this is a weird atmosphere. I feel a pressure as if a demon lord had suddenly appeared in this prosperous street. Finally showing yourself. I have felt your gaze the whole day, but the culprit is that person. Jeanne says while directing her gaze to the crowd. I looked back and the one who was standing there was Hikaru, shining platinum blonde hair that doesn't lose its luster even in the evening. Big unyielding almond-colored eyes. Long slender legs that are around half of her body. A giant sword at her back like an iron pillar. Refria? Hikaru, it was Refria who should have returned to her home, Siltia, to take the Templar exam. Why you? Hikaru, you cheaty Refria, the moment our gazes met, Refria, who was standing imposingly, shouted this. The food cart street that was crowded with people all had their gazes concentrated at me and Refria. Huh. In other words, that's the rumored girlfriend. Huh. Wow, ain't that a beauty? Jean says nonchalantly, but I don't have the time for that. Isn't she most likely having an unbelievable misunderstanding here? No, it is not most likely. I am being treated as a cheater. Or more like, why is she here? What about the Templar exam? In the brief time I wasn't here. To think it would turn out like this. Isn't this weird? Isn't this weird? That woman. You seem to be getting along awfully well with her. Jeanne Refria comes this way with long strides and shoulders trembling. How to say it, that's quite the impressive aura. There's something overflowing from her that's even more impressive than the time we fought the Demon Lord. Refria, didn't you go back to your home? Hikaru, home? Is there something bad about me coming back? It has only been a few days since I left, and yet, you are flirting with an unknown woman. Refria, no, we are not like that at all, you know. Hikaru. It seems like you bought quite the expensive gourget plate for her at the store that I showed you, though? And you put it on for her. Also, you even fed her while she was going UHN. Things are so unexpected that I can't really digest what's going on here. Hey, Hikaru. You are Hikaru, right? Refria, no, as I said, it is not like that. Anyways, you are misunderstanding right now. Hikaru, even though it really isn't like that, it for some reason ended up sounding like an excuse. It is the fault of the pressure of Refria being this outstanding. Or maybe there's something I feel guilty about regarding Jean. No, none. There's nothing like that. But I am sure Refria isn't the type that would go I see and understand. What should I do? Chapter 160, Come Back Refria and the Plan of Jeanne. Are you the woman that formed a party with Kuro before? Jean asked this, and Refria made a blatant displeased expression. And what if that's the case? I wasn't really talking to you though. Or more like, I am currently his party member. Rather, who in the world are you? Refria, I am Jean. Anyways, this guy is already mine. See? Jeanne, what? Refria, Jean jokingly wrapped her arms around mine, and a flame of bloodlust burned in the eyes of Refria. Refria is clearly the type who doesn't get jokes, so I would like you to not do that. In the first place, we are standing out so much in this high-traffic place. The viewership is most likely jumping at this very moment. I am not desiring a development like this at all. The sudden action of Jeanne was making Refria's whole body shake. Jeanne, stop it already. Refria, she is simply a teammate. Hikaru, right, simply a teammate. Jeanne, even when Jeanne said this, She didn't separate from me. She must be having fun here. I'm telling you not to provoke her like that. Also, stop hugging me. Hikaru, Kuro, you are acting pretty tough in front of her. Even though you are usually kinder. Jeanne, kind, you say. I am not really. Hikaru, you are kind, Kuro. I have properly noticed your subtle considerate acts, you know. Jeanne, stop flirting. Rufria, even though I was thinking of doing something about Jean. Crap, I have thrown fuel to the fire. Rufria was originally one with intense misunderstandings, so this might not calm down with just anything. Even so, there's nothing to feel guilty about here. If I tell her properly, she will understand. Probably. I tear Jeanne away and face Rufria. Her face is bright red, and her breathing is rough. Her eyes are slightly damp. Hey. Is this true? Hey, Hikaru. Who is that woman? It is a lie, right? There's no way you have made a new party with someone aside from me, right? You wouldn't disband Love Twin Birds, right? Love Twin Birds is eternal, right? Rufria, I don't know, there were some circumstances, you see. It would take too long to explain, but I have disbanded Love Twin Birds. Hikaru, what? Rufria was blatantly shocked, but I am also a victim of Love Twin Birds. Even if not, Rufria had already returned to her home, so of course it would be disbanded. Return to your country. You have a family, right? Jean poked her head out from behind me and said with a straight face that phrase which I have heard somewhere before. Gunanananu. I challenge you to a duel. I am the one that's worthy to stand by Hikaru's side. Rufria points a finger at her and declares. Being thrown that, Jean comes out from my back as if happy. Duel? You think you can win? Against me? Jeanne, I feel like Jeanne said the same thing when she fought with me, but maybe she likes saying that. It seems like you have quite the confidence there, but I am a silver rank and you are a bronze rank. Rufria, HMPH, as if you can tell true power from just ranks. Weren't you in a party with Kuro? With this bronze rank man? Jeanne, we will be able to tell soon after we fight. Rufria, I like you. The one who loses has to listen to what the winner says. Jeanne, exactly what I wanted. Rufria, while I was being pushed by the way too powerful threatening attitude of Rufria, the conversation was being wrapped up in a strange direction, and I returned to my senses. Jeanne is in essence a really confrontational person, and Rufria is the type that's serious when it comes to relying on force. Even so, I can't just ignore a sudden duel. Calm down. Why did it turn out this way? There's no need at all for you two to fight. Rufria, you also calm down too. Come on. Hikaru, shut up, Hikaru. I have to settle the score with this woman. Rufria, that's right. Shut up, Kuro. No, I will explain it to you, so come for a bit. Jeanne grabbed my clothes with astounding strength, and she dragged me to a distance where Rufria won't be able to hear. That girl said her name is Rufria, right? She has a big sword, so she must be a DPS, huh? Jeanne, no, stop it. It doesn't seem like this is just anything, so this is dangerous. Why did it turn into a duel? Rufria is strong, and she should be able to understand if we tell. Hikaru, no, she doesn't look like the type that would understand with a talk. Also, I have my own idea here. Jean grins, but it is the same face as my little sister Karen when she is about to say something wild. That idea of hers is definitely not a decent one. Or more like, Jeanne is the type to think with a short temper. It is not the case with the dungeon conquering, but no, even trying to reach the lowest floor of the dungeon isn't something a normal person would think of. We were lacking members, so this fits just right. Let's kick her butt and increase our forces. Jeanne, no, I separated from her because of circumstances. I don't know why she came back this soon, but she is supposed to have become a Templar in her homeland. Hikaru, are you seriously saying that? If she had any intentions of burying her bones in her homeland, there's no way she would be so aggressive here even if her ex-boyfriend is with a different woman. Oh, are you going to become a Templar and live in your homeland? Jeanne, Raffaria was standing threateningly a bit further away, and she answered soon after being asked this, with a completely unexpected answer. I will marry Hikaru. Raffaria, so she says. Jeanne, Hikaru, she is clearly declaring marriage here. What is the whole picture here? Before you met me, you looked like it was the end of the world, but was it because you didn't want to marry? Jeanne, no. Right now I am also feeling like I was struck by lightning in a clear blue sky. Why did it end up like this? Hikaru, I did understand the feelings of Raffaria well. I also like her. But we had unavoidable circumstances, our paths split. Wasn't that how it was? Why did it end up with marriage? With this, it is as if she returned to her family to tell them about her marriage and returned soon after. Were the factors that would create such an inconsistent conclusion? Why? Didn't you promise to marry each other? Jeanne, we didn't. I have to confirm how it turned out like that. Hikaru, then, your promise with me has higher priority? Jeanne, the promise of Jeanne was to conquer the Melchior dungeon. I have to fulfill that no matter what. Of course. Hikaru, then there's no problem. What's important is that woman can become a fighting force. You also said we need more party members, right, Kuro? If it is an acquaintance, we would be more at ease. Also, beauties with a strong spirit like her are to my liking. Jeanne, Hikaru, even though she was being directed that much hostility, Jeanne was completely unfazed. She really is a big deal. It is like she really has her priorities set. If I remember correctly, our combat power would increase quite a lot if Raffaria were to join the party. Your circumstance was most likely that you didn't want your lover to be seen by all the people in the world, or something stupid like that, right? You should just draw a line with that stuff already. Jeanne, how can you tell? Is what I want to say, but for me, it is not a stupid reason. I can't draw a line with that, or more like, I shouldn't be. Hikaru, is that a Japanese view or something? I don't know. Jeanne must be watched by quite a lot of people herself, and yet, she feels nothing about it. Or maybe she managed to draw a line with that really fast since she is a girl, since she wouldn't have been able to survive if she didn't. Changing clothes, bathing, and even going to the toilet is being broadcasted after all. Anyways, let's try inviting her. She is strong, right? I am getting excited. Jeanne, are you serious? I am scared of your strength of heart, Jeanne. Hikaru, Fufu, the real me was actually more delicate though. Because I took endurance up, my mental strength got stronger. Jeanne, I certainly did read that endurance up had that effect, but I don't know if that's real or a joke. Or more like, what will you do if you lose? I think she is going to tell you to disband the party, you know? Hikaru, is the weapon of that woman only that sword? Jeanne, yeah, and also her light spirit abilities. Hikaru, then there's no chance I'll lose. As if a sword that big can work on a person. Jeanne, she is quite confident here. Raffaria has height here, and she swings it around at an astounding speed, but will it really be okay? Or more like, I seriously want to stop this, but I feel like, even if I were to try to stop it, I would just be fueling the fire. At the very least, prepare some means to heal. Hikaru, yeah, here. Jeanne brings out a high heels scroll from the pouch at her waist. It is apparently something that she bought quite a while ago for emergencies. I bring out the equipment of Jeanne from my shadow storage and give it to her. We returned to where Afria was after we finished talking, and she had her arms crossed, tapping her fingers irritated. At some point in time, there was an older beauty that looked pretty similar to Afria right by her side. Looks like a strong-spirited person, and her almond-shaped eyes was what stood out from her. Is it her mother? In that case, her talk about marriage is sounding more real now. Sorry for the wait. Let's do our duel at the plaza in front of the dungeon. That place is bright. I will be winning though. Jeanne, I won't lose. Rafria, Jean provoked Rafria cheerfully, and they walked to where the dungeon is. The woman saw those two off with eyes lacking emotion and then began talking to me. Chapter 161, Warrior with Warrior and Mother with Family Precepts. So you are Hikaru-san. Nice to meet you. I am the mother of Rafria. It seems like you have taken care of her in this city. Ah, so you really were her mother. Nice to meet you. I am Kuro's Hikaru. Hikaru. Can we talk a bit while walking? Oh, okay. Hikaru. It looks like the mother of Rafria isn't fazed at all by this duel. Duels might happen often in this world. I haven't seen any though. But does this person think I have been cheating on her with Jeanne? No, it is questionable whether I am even in that kind of relationship with Rafria. But I clearly told Rafria that I wouldn't ever be in that kind of relationship with anyone, so no matter how much of an irregular existence Jeanne is as a chosen, it wouldn't be strange that she would think of this as a betrayal with just the fact that I am together with her. She even left without disbanding the love twin birds after all. Then, for this person, wouldn't I be the man that deceived her daughter? When thinking about it in that way, that pretty and cool face of hers is beginning to look scary. I want to know about why Rafria returned so fast and is talking about marriage, or about what happened with the Templar exam, but I am finding it hard to ask. Is it okay to not stop the duel? Hikaru. In the end, I couldn't really grasp the boundaries of this talk, so I asked that. No matter how you think about it, Rafria is going out of control here, and Jeanne is a bit of a weirdo, so I am wishing for a decent person to serve as an intermediary. There's no need to stop it. Thinking about the future, there's the need to think about the hierarchy after all. Hierarchy? Of what? Hikaru, that girl will be troubling you, but I leave her under your care, Hikaru-san. No. What do you mean by hierarchy? Hikaru. The mother of Rafria-san falls silent. Or more like, she casually said I leave her under your care, but doesn't that make it sound like the marriage is already settled? No. There's no way. This is Rafria going crazy as usual here. We walk in silence for a while. It doesn't take long for us to reach the plaza in front of the dungeon from the food cart street. The onlookers were following us from behind. They must be coming here in amusement when they heard about a duel. This is a duel between two heavy equipment female explorers. It would be the best show for this world that is little in entertainment. No, really, why did it end up like this? The duel between Jeanne and Rafria is going to begin. I tried to stop them one last time, but it ended in a whimper. Even Rafria's mother told me to just keep silent and watch. In the end, I ended up just watching over them in a slightly separated location. Well, the two are strong, so it shouldn't end up in too bad of a situation. Probably. The one who opened up with the first attack was Rafria. A great sword attack that carried unyielding fighting spirit. Rafria's sword is almost the same size as her, and its weight is most likely higher than hers. Different from the normal swords that have thin tips, this sword practically doesn't factor being used for stabbing. Thinking about it normally, it is not something you would swing around, but maybe because of the results of her long training, or it might be because she was strong from way before, whichever the case. She has enough strength to swing around something like that. I have stealthily summoned the Dark Knight and had it on standby so that I can stop the duel as soon as possible depending on the situation. This is a duel where both sides are going to be doing their all. Even if we have a high heel scroll, they might end up heavily injured, and at worst, it might develop into an accident that could bring instant death. Rafria's first attack was a side swing, and it was aimed at the shield of Jeanne. Despite all she said, she probably still has a composed part in her. If she were to suddenly aim for parts like the head or the neck, I was considering stopping it by force too, but it looks like that was unnecessary worry. For Rafria, this attack must have been to utilize the weight of the sword to blow her opponent away and incapacitate her. But an intense sound of metal clashing rang, and Jeanne managed to block it with her shield without any issues. The speed of the sword and the weight was abnormal, but it only knocked her back a little. Just from the fact that she could take that on puts Rafria in a disadvantage. Hikaru, Rafria's style is a sword dance with a weapon of high attack power, but she is a bad match against Jeanne, who has defensive power like that of a turtle, and she will only be showing openings after failing to get her attack through. Rafria's mother must have understood that with one glance. She muttered, "That girl is still green." After that, Rafria's attacks continued, but all of them were skillfully blocked by Jeanne's shield. Jeanne must be amused by the attacks of Rafria. It looks as if she is purposely receiving her attacks. Rafria's mother spoke while watching the match between the two. "Hikaru-san, my daughter doesn't want to talk much about you with me, so I don't know your circumstances well. The one who gave her that flower was you. No doubt about that, right? Flower? The shining flower? That's right. Hikaru, what about Flora's disease? I thought she was going to talk about the duel, but it seems like that's not that important of a priority for her. If I remember correctly, Flora is the name of Rafria's little sister. I did hear that she was terribly ill." Hikaru, I see. I don't see where we are going here, but did something happen with that flower? I gave Rafria a panacea, but maybe she had her drink it, and it didn't work? Or it showed side effects and made things worse. The flower apparently worked for a different disease, so I don't think there's much worth on it aside from being a shining flower. Why did you give that flower to my daughter? Did you know about its medical properties? No. I did hear that it works for a different disease from the one of her little sister, but there was no worth for me to have it, so I gave it to her as a parting gift. Hikaru, you are saying Rafria has that much worth? Rather than calling it worth. At that time, there was something I needed no matter what, and I had her help me out unreasonably. The reality is that we ended up fighting a demon lord. She got heavily injured, and was on the verge of death. I don't think a flower like that can cover everything she has done for me though. Was there any problem with that flower? Hikaru, if she is talking about worth, it must mean that a noble or something must have shown up wanting it. In that case, they might have sold it at a high price. I heard that they didn't have much money because of the medical expenses of her little sister. Is that why she came back in the company of her mother? With that flower, Flora's disease got better. As if her long illness was a lie. Today, I have come to tell you my gratitude, and to tell you about Rafria. Looks like she wanted to tell me the reason for being here today. But the disease was cured with the flower? She was cured with that flower? No, there's no way. Hikaru, the day she came back was right at the time when the doctor was coming. And so, it was prescribed to her that day, and we could have her drink it. In just 2 days, Flora managed to recover enough to be able to stand up on her own. I see. Congratulations. Hikaru, no matter how it was, if her disease has been cured, that's something to rejoice over. According to the result of that flower's appraisal, I remember that it said a different disease's name, but maybe Rafria didn't know the official name of the disease. Diseases are normally remembered by their common name. Whichever the case, I even gave Rafria a panacea to cure her little sister, so her disease being cured was within expectations. However, I didn't expect her to come back this soon. Meaning that she came back to thank me. It is suddenly turned into a dual mess though. That's why she suddenly came back, huh? Rafria went back not that long to become a Templar, so I was surprised. Ah, please don't worry about the flower. It was merely coincidence that served to cure disease of her little sister, and it was something I gave to Rafria. Hikaru, that flower is a super rare material, so I managed to obtain 3 points when I got it. The only other case with God giving out 3 points for an individual achievement was at the time when we subjugated a demon lord. It must have been a truly rare thing, but I gave it to her. Nothing more, nothing less. No, we can't do that. We of the Ashbird have an insurmountable debt towards you. If we don't repay that debt, we won't be able to face the Great Spirit's armor. No way. Hikaru, I was about to say that's an exaggeration, but I do remember Rafria telling me that that's a family precept. Her mother even went through the trouble of coming as well, so it doesn't sound like a joke. Got it. Then, the sentiment is enough for me. Hikaru, I took the initiative and answered. I already know what this indifferent mother is going to be saying after all. That wouldn't be repaying this debt. Just like Rafria said before, we are planning on having her marry you. No, there's no need to pay me back like that. It really was just me giving back after being indebted to her. That offsets it. Hikaru, weren't you and her in that kind of relationship? If you are unsatisfied with her, you could take her little sister Flora. As I said, it is not about that. Hikaru, as expected of Rafria's mother. It won't be resolved with just anything. Or more like, I feel like she is listening, but at the same time not listening at all. That goes the same for my mother, so maybe mothers are like that? No, Nanami's mother was not like that, so it must be a special case. Anyways, you shouldn't treat your own daughters as things. You have to respect the feelings of the people themselves. No, she herself is also into the idea, huh? Then, does that mean she came back with her parents as allies? Chapter 162, Conclusion and New Objective. About Rafria, I do think favorably of her. However, I can't be together with her because of my own circumstances. That's what I told her when we separated just around 10 days ago. And so, being suddenly thrown talk about marriage has taken me by surprise. Hikaru, by circumstances, do you mean marrying that girl called Jeanne? No, that's not it at all. She is just a party member. Hikaru, party member? It didn't look like that though. Fume? Then, just use her as a party member. Boil her or bake her as you wish. Boil her or bake her, you say. Hikaru, just what do you think of your own daughter? No, Rafria said she didn't get along well with her family. Now that I think about it, diving the dungeon because it doesn't seem like she can become a Templar doesn't seem like a plausible reason. It might be that she actually wanted to leave that house. If not for my little sisters, I myself would have chosen to leave the house. In the time I was speechless, the duel of Rafria and Jean continued. The attacks of Rafria increased in speed, and the vicious sword dance without break was not allowing even Jeanne any room to fight back. But Rafria's attacks were not connecting. Jean has heavily armored, so Rafria herself can go all out in her attacks, but if Jean were to get hit by an attack like that, even with the plate armor on, something might happen even with just one hit. Rafria must have thought this isn't going to end, so she goes for an even bigger attack. Jean moves forward to match that attack. The two were at a distance where their noses were on the verge of touching, and ended up with their sword and shield grinding against each other. I saw Jean mutter something in that clash. Rafria's eyes opened wide. Jean said something more, and Rafria bit her lips. With her following words, Rafria's legs lost strength. Her knees dropped to the ground, and she was completely defenseless. But Jeanne didn't pursue it, and was looking down at Rafria. I couldn't pick up anything since it was so low, but just what in the world did she say? Jeanne is the type that clearly says things that are hard to say, but she isn't the type to lie. Was she insulted in a way that it shocked her? Rafria soon stood back up. She took distance for now, and took a battle stance with her sword while her shoulders shook, and then, she shouted. If what you said is true, then more of a reason to defeat you. For the sake of my own future. Rafria, this one was loud, so I could hear it. No, seriously, what did Jeanne say? Come. Show me you can cut open your future. Jeanne readies her shield again and shouts. I think she is completely role-playing a game character here. To be more precise, having come to a fantasy world that is an isekai, it would be more correct to say that she is devoting herself to role-playing the resident of a fantasy world. There's no doubt her personality and way of speaking would change from time to time, creating a character. The heat of the crowd also rose, and there's even people who were betting on who was going to win. If it were me, I would feel so uncomfortable, I wouldn't be able to take it, but Jeanne must be the type that likes to stand out. The type that is suited for an isekai transfer. Rafria ran with her great sword low as if dragging it, brought out one hand to the front, and she finally pulled out her trump card. Light. Rafria, a compressed sphere of light itself appeared right in front of Jeanne instantly. It is decently bright in front of the dungeon's big spirit stone that's emitting light, but it has enough intensity to blind someone in an instant. The user doesn't get affected by that light. Rafria must have wanted to create an opening with this ability and decide it in one go. But the result was the opposite. Jeanne began charging towards the sphere as if she had been waiting for this, jumped in for an attack against the unguarded Rafria, and straddled her. Spirit abilities don't work on hated ones. Jeanne must have been aiming for the timing when Rafria used a spirit ability. It is the same as it was with me. However, if it is Rafria who has far more strength than me, maybe she can manage somehow even in a mounted position. Is what I thought, but it looks like she has conceded. Rafria exchanged words with Jeanne while she was still on top of her. The winner supposedly can ask the loser to do anything, so it must be about that. It seems they finished talking about that real quick. Jeanne helped Rafria get up, they dusted off and walked towards us. Looks like they are done. Yeah. I am glad it ended with no one injured. Hikaru, now that things are done, it was an anticlimactic end, but it is true that I am relieved by this. It seemed as if Rafria had lost her calm there, and I thought that, if it was Jeanne, she would be able to end this without injuring her, but I am glad it ended exactly as I thought. It probably wasn't fair to tell her beforehand the battle style of Rafria. I thought Rafria would be more saddened from losing, but she looks as if nothing has happened. Jeanne said something to her, so it must be that. I won, Kuro. We got a DPS. Jeanne smacks my shoulder. Well, yeah, that was the original intention, but... Hikaru, it seems like I have misunderstood Jeanne-san. I will be in your care again. Looking forward to working with you. Rafria, saying this, Rafria lowered her head to me. We regroup with Jeanne just like that, and walk off while chatting. What's this? What happened? Even though she was pissed off just a few moments ago, at some point in time, they got along. Looks like things have wrapped up. I knew it. Rather than talk, it is better to communicate with a duel. It is the shortest route to understanding each other's hearts. For some reason, Rafria's mother was watching and understanding here. I am the only one who can't keep up. Or more like, please don't think of battles as a way of communication. You normally don't choose that. Jeanne called Rafria and her mother, and they talked while walking. We entered the house we rented just like that, and I was left behind still unable to keep up with the situation. And then, the conclusion was that Rafria has entered the Battle Junkies party, and she will be helping out in the dungeon conquer of Jeanne. The marriage talk is gone for now. Or more like, It would be more accurate to say that I didn't try to dig out that topic back. Rafria had passed the Templar exam the next day she returned to her home, and she apparently registered in a reserve unit. And so, she has already officially obtained the title of a Templar. I thought a Templar is a knight that works in the church, but it seems that wasn't the case. I had separated from Rafria with resolve of my own there. That's why I am getting really complicated feelings here from being in a party together again. Moreover, living together too. But Jeanne said she should do that, so I don't know if I have a right to say anything on the matter. Maybe because I was making a complicated expression, when Rafria and her mother said that they would return to their lodging and parted, Jeanne asked me this. Are you not happy? Your girlfriend has come back. Jeanne, she is not my girlfriend to begin with. Is what I think, but she must have been told that by someone in the messages. In that case, it might be natural for her to feel my attitude is a mystery here. I am mixed here. I thought that I wouldn't be meeting Rafria anymore, or that it would be a lot further in the future. I thought it would only be at the time when we are both walking our own separate paths. Hikaru, that must have been your own misunderstanding. I spoke to her, and it didn't feel like that at all. Jeanne, rather than calling it a misunderstanding. It must be that it didn't properly transmit. About the matter that I am an otherworlder and that millions of people are watching us even now. Hikaru, I thought I had properly explained it to her, and it looked like Rafria had come to an understanding as well. Of course, it was also because she had her own matters with her ill little sister, and Rafria herself must have understood my own feelings. But it isn't something that you can suddenly come to terms with. Well, whichever the case, I have no intention of letting you interfere in this matter, Kuro. You have no choice but to help me out, and I will have Rafria help me out too. This is a settled matter. Jeanne, yeah, I understand that. Also. When I separated from Rafria, I was truly thinking about living all by myself, but after you gave me the resurrection gem and forcefully provided me with the objective of diving into the dungeon together, I have become a lot more positive. Hikaru, to think that I would be able to live in this world with such refreshing feelings. That was something I didn't even consider before. Most of that was thanks to Jean, and I really can't thank her enough for that. Yeah, I myself wouldn't feel good having my partner moping the whole time after all. Jeanne, right. Hikaru, partner, huh. It makes me pretty happy to be told that by a strong person like Jean. I have to become even stronger. And so, it is not like I feel bad for having decided all this on my own, but I have told Rafria that it is prohibited to act like lovers in this house. That's why you can live as normal, Kuro. You should have no problems if it is like that, right? Jeanne, no, it is not like I was thinking about doing it anyways. Hikaru, it is even less of a problem then. If you were to say that you don't want her daily lifestyle and dungeon exploration to be seen, you wouldn't be able to live at all. Jeanne was the one who recruited Rafria. She won the duel and invited her. In that sense, you could say my matter is another issue. My feelings are not just selfishness, but there was a time when I thought no matter what happens, I won't allow it. There's even Jeanne, so it might work out somehow. It might get a bit awkward round here, but if Rafria is alright with it, then I think it should be alright. Also, it is true that it was questionable whether we would be able to manage the third floor by ourselves. Hikaru, alright. Yes? Jeanne. Did you say easy just now? Hikaru, I didn't. Jeanne, there's times when it feels as if Jean is making fun of me, but well, it is true that I can't deny I am an idiot. But I can't just accept it so easily. Anyways, with this, we have gotten a native as a comrade. Jeanne, right. Rafria is strong, and she is used to working with me, so I think we will be able to get to the third floor really soon. Hikaru, that's good. The second floor is dark, so it is tiring. Jeanne, we might need to practice our teamwork a bit, but we should be able to get to the 4th floor real soon once we get used to it. I personally am looking forward to the lower floors. I am scared, yeah, but maybe I am being charmed by the dungeon, or it might be that I still have an adventurous spirit left in me. Anyways, if we are going to be doing this, I will be doing my best. There was one other thing I wanted to do aside from the matter of the dungeon, but with this, I will be able to advance with that. Jeanne, something you want to do? Hikaru, this. Jeanne opened her status board and operated something. J'essaie de prendre une langue, Jeanne, Google TL, I'm trying to learn a language. Eh? Ah, I see. Hikaru, I soon understood what Jeanne did. By cutting off the Isekai automatic translation, she spoke her original language. I only know a bit of French. She probably said something akin to I want to learn the language. Il est dangereux de trop compter sur le pouvoir que Dieu vous a donné. Si vous le perdez, vous aurez de sérieux problems, Jeanne, Google TL, it is dangerous to rely too much on the power that God has given you. If you lose it, you will have serious problems. Sorry, I really only know a little bit of French. Please use the translation. Hikaru, Jeanne once again operates the status board and activates the Isekai translation. It is simple. Our powers are something God gave us, so there's the chance we will suddenly lose them, right? It is a classic in fantasy stories. Even if that's not the case, our language is only translated in the area around here, so it would be troubling in the future when we try to go to a different dungeon. If we were to learn one language here, it would be a little easier to learn the language of other nations. Jeanne, true. I didn't think of that before. You are incredible, Jeanne. Hikaru, we can communicate with the people here because of the Isekai language gift we were given at the time of the transfer. It is the gift of automatically translating the language of the place you were transferred to, and the hurdle of living in this world would have been a lot higher without it. But it is also true that I have been relying too much on it. Even if suddenly losing the gift is worrying a bit too much, it isn't a bad mindset. With a native like Rafria with us, it shouldn't be that difficult to learn. Your desire to become stronger is in order to not grow over-reliant on the power given by God, and also to admonish yourself? Hikaru, in part, yeah. Even if you are brought back to level 1, the player skill you have ingrained in your body won't be going anywhere. Well, almost all the powers exist in this world too, so the chances of them disappearing are pretty low, but we are talking about that God. There's no knowing what it is thinking. Jeanne, I agree with that. Hikaru, maybe because Jeanne thinks of this Isekai transfer like a game, or because she thinks realistically about it, she is very clear on what to do. It is true that we should at least learn the language of the natives. It is shameful that I didn't even think about it because I had a convenient power. Then, let's try taking off the Isekai language as much as possible in our everyday life. Let's try deactivating it right now. I would like to hear your Japanese, Kuro. Jeanne, got it. Hikaru, I opened the status board and turned off the Isekai language. It feels strange. Even though it is my intention to speak the same words, I can tell the difference when I turn it off. Hikaru, hello. I like Japan, Jeanne. It seems like Jeanne also turned off the translation. She spoke with janky Japanese. I see, this is indeed inconvenient. Well, we both can speak English, so we can communicate like that while learning a new language. Quinge suis avec toi, j'ai l'impression de voir des papillons dans le ventre, Jeanne, Google TL, when I'm with you, I feel like I have butterflies in my stomach. Jeanne spoke French with a grin on her face, but I could barely understand it. I don't understand French, so please speak English, said in English, Hikaru. All right. You really don't seem to be very good at French, in English, Jeanne, and so, we have agreed to turn off the automatic translation and speak English and the Isekai language, native language. Once Rafria becomes a member, we should be able to work in the 3rd floor. The weapons will soon be ready too. The matter of Rafria was totally outside my expectations, but even so, it is true that we are moving forward. Anyways, what did Jeanne say to Rafria to get along with her? Chapter 163, Templar exam as well as his cheating partner Rafria's POV. The flower Hikaru gave me had shown immediate effect. The chaotic magic disease is a disease that can get worse, but doesn't get better. Since the time my little sister Flora was afflicted by this 2 years ago, it has slowly eaten onto her body. She had already lost the ability to stand after 1 year. And yet, after only 2 days of her drinking the medicine, she had recovered enough to stand up on her own in just 2 days. Of course, it is also thanks to her having listened to what the doctor said, and having continued to do her best every day to circulate her spirit energy. Even so, 2 days. Aside from the days for the medical examinations and the treatments, they said that they have been going around here and the searching everywhere for that flower, but with that much effect showing, that might be natural. I might be going back and forth here, but the next day Flora drank the medicine. I had stepped into the Light Great Church in order to fulfill my promise with Hikaru. The Great Light Spirit's armor hasn't changed since 1 year ago. Is what I say, but the Great Light Spirit's armor is the embodiment of light, so I can't see her directly, so it ended up with me having an audience with her through a black cloth. In order to be officially accepted as a Light Templar, you have to be able to use the 4th Light Spirit ability, Photon Ray. By the way, there's the need for the person to be able to battle with a weapon, but I passed that test more than 1 year ago, so the only thing remaining was the ability part. It has been a while, Rafria Ashbird. You must have done your studies. It seems like you have become a lot stronger than 1 year ago. The Great Spirit's armor of Silshan is different from the Great Spirit's armors from Melchia. She was here from the beginning. Maybe that's why it may be rude to put it this way, but she is really calm. The Great Spirit's armors are originally like this, but the Great Spirit's armors in the dungeon city were forcefully brought there in order to make a city, and on top of that, maybe because they are in a situation where they are close to other Great Spirit's armors, how to say it. They are always irritated, and it surprised me at first. It has been a while. I have returned today to do the Templar exam. Rafria, who, then, let's see. Please do. Rafria, the Great Spirit's armor placed her hand on my head. With just that, the Great Spirit's armors can see through almost all the powers of the person. The Great Spirit's armors don't lie, they don't make conjectures either, they only state facts. The head priest's armor was by my side. They heard the words of the Great Spirit's armor together with me, and were judging whether I am worthy of being a Templar or not. So I say, but it is certain that I have already reached the passing line, and even if it doesn't work, I already have no desire to become a Templar. If I were to tell Hikaru I failed the exam, there's even the chance that he would console me. That's why, despite this being a situation where the judgment was going to be given, I was calm. Dear 26. Abilities, until the 5th. No shortcomings to become a Templar. There aren't that many Templars who have increased their tier this much. Thank you very much. Rafria, the Great Spirit's armor's words were just as I expected. My tier has also increased a bit. It must have been big that I dealt the finishing blow to the Demon Lord. I just listened to what I needed to, then the head priest's armor, and I thanked the Great Spirit's armor, and excused ourselves from the audience room. When I went out, the familiar official Templars welcomed me with a round of applause. I have lived trying to become a Templar this whole time, so these holy premises were like my garden now. My mother is a Templar too, so I have a lot of acquaintances here. Or more like, I know everyone. Everyone was congratulating me. With this, I am within the ranks of the Templars. As someone who went off to the dungeon city as if I were to run from the abyss of disappointment, this sight feels like a lie. All of this is thanks to my meeting with Hikaru, Rufria. If I hadn't met Hikaru, I would have even lost my life. My family would have fallen completely too after losing their income source that was me, and they wouldn't be able to pay for the treatment of Flora, and they would have had to wander the streets. Anyways, with this, I have fulfilled my promise, Rufria. 1 year ago, becoming a Templar was like a dream. That I see it as stale now is because I have learned of the light that is Hikaru. There was already no choice inside of me about staying in Silshan to be a Templar. I will return as soon as tomorrow without waiting for Flora to recover. To my below my one and exclusive light. There was a time when I thought that. Who is that armored woman? Rufria, is that a girl you don't know either? Yeah. Not only women, Hikaru didn't even have any friends around him. So why? Rufria, looks like there's a need to investigate. Mother said that she needed to thank him for the matter of Flora too, so she has come with me to Melchia. And then, something unexpected happened there. By keeping watch of the dungeon's entrance, I managed to find Hikaru faster than I thought, but to think he would have a woman with him. A cute woman with a slender and feminine body. A lovely girl that has big round cute eyes with slightly springy strawberry blonde hair. She is in boorish armor, but you could easily tell from her gestures and slight exposed areas that she is a slender and feminine girl. For a second there, I felt as if my vision had grown pitch black for a second there. I as a woman, am on the slightly tall side. I am not as cute as her. And so, I couldn't jump out. I am scared. That maybe Hikaru actually liked women like that. That maybe Hikaru simply kept me company because I stuck to him for being my life savior, and that he actually didn't like it. Even the reason for separating, it might have actually just been a lie in order to leave me. Those bad assumptions were swirling in my head for a moment. Looks like she is diving the dungeon together with Hikaru. When I asked the guild receptionist I am familiar with, she told me, but she left the details vague. Her face grew pale when she saw me, so there might be a terrible secret here. Hikaru. You said you wouldn't party with anyone, Rufria. There's no way I wouldn't feel angered by the fact that he couldn't even keep that for 10 days. Hikaru was a man with a shadow on his face, and yet, now he showed a bright smile on his face as if a weight had fallen off from him while chatting with the armored girl. Even though that smile should have been mine only. And then, Hikaru guided the girl into the Gorget plate store I had introduced to him. Moreover, it seems as if he gifted her something expensive. Impossible. Rufria, Fuma, looks like two timing. But they do say that cheating men are resourceful, and it is true that we have a debt of gratitude towards that man. No matter what his lifestyle is at present, it doesn't change the fact that you must repay the debt. I understand that. I was simply a bit surprised. Rufria, I said that to Mother, but I was actually so surprised it felt as if heaven and earth had flipped over. After leaving the store, to my shock, he even put the Gorget plate respectfully on her. In a busy location like this. That Hikaru? No way. Maybe because of the strong emotions that swelled up in me, the armored girl moved as if she had noticed me. I barely managed to hide, but I normally should have shown myself at this point. Hikaru, you cheater. Rufria, after that, in the end, I couldn't endure it in the food cart street, and I jumped out while shouting. That sight of them feeding each other all intimately couldn't be seen as anything other than a couple, and I myself couldn't understand what was going on here anymore. Seeing the flustered state of Hikaru felt like definite proof of his cheating, but I was more interested in his partner. Even though she is her cheating partner, she was strangely imposing here. How to say it, it is like the presence of the legal wife. With this, doesn't it look like I am the cheating partner? The reality is that, even when I was losing my temper here, she confidently claimed the ownership of Hikaru. Hikaru was all lovey-dovey here. That's not how it felt. but it seemed like he couldn't come out too strongly against her. Could it be that she is blackmailing him? Refria. At that moment, it came to me. That must be it. Hikaru is a good person to the root. There's no doubt he is being deceived by that sly-looking woman. If not, there's no way Hikaru would disband the Love twin birds. But before that, I have to tear that woman away from him. But this woman is asserting her ownership of Hikaru in her own way, and she is truly a thieving cat. I have no choice but to strike down this evil thieving cat. I challenge you to a duel. Refria. I thought that the thieving cat would withdraw immediately if I were to say this, but she seemed to be happy accepting this. From the glance I got of her explorer tag, she is bronze. She must have become an explorer just recently. There's no way there's someone as strong as Hikaru in the bronze rank. But she was provoking me as if she didn't see any chance of losing. That irritated me even more. I have been exploring this dungeon city for 1 year and have lived a lifestyle by the side of death. My rank is also higher than hers. I won't lose. There's no way I will lose. The armored woman said, the one who loses will listen to anything the winner says. A ridiculous thing like that. She will most likely be telling me to disappear if she wins. She is underestimating me. Those words. I will give them right back at her word for word after I win. Chapter 164, for the future as well as her proposal. Referia's POV. There was a time when I thought that the girl I am confronting, I can't feel any openings in her, as if she were a seasoned veteran. I have been active for 1 year, but I don't know this girl. A girl I have not seen before. Maybe she was exploring in a different dungeon? No. In that case, she wouldn't be bronze. It isn't impossible to get stronger in places aside from the dungeon, but it is not easy. But places where monsters show up in droves are really limited, and when defeated, they leave corpses. The spirit energy the body absorbs is apparently less compared to when it is in the dungeon. Then, there's no way she would be that strong. If I were to hit her shield a bit hard, she should cry in defeat. That's what I thought, but that grumbled in just the first few exchanges. She had dealt with my sword with her big shield as if nothing. At first, I was angered by it. That maybe that armor and shield were something that Hikaru had bought for her. That I must crush that whole equipment of hers. That I should have her feel complete defeat. In other words. I was underestimating her. The intense sound of metal and metal clashing. My sword is a special weapon made to defeat monsters. I am still lacking, so there's no hellfire steel used for it, but it is made wholly of steel and it is heavy. There's no way someone could easily resist the impact of a sword like that at full speed. But my sword. Didn't manage to get through the defense of that armored woman. She even showed a smile as she received my sword with leisure. Now that it has come to this, I have no choice but to slip through that shield to get a hit in. It might injure her, but this is a duel to begin with. She should be prepared for that. Those emotions similar to hesitation must have been making my attacks sloppy. That armored woman didn't miss that opening and I ended up allowing her approach. Just as I was about to be pushed by the shield, I took it with the body of my sword. Within the scraping of metal and metal, she looked at my eyes, smiled faintly, and she said something I didn't expect at all. He made a promise with me to conquer the dungeon all the way to the lowest floor together with me. For a second there, I didn't understand what she was telling me here, but strength left me and my brain went completely blank. Conquer the dungeon all the way to the lowest floor. That's an objective any explorer would speak of at least once. I was also all cocky saying I would be the first person to step into the lowest floor when I came to this dungeon city. But it is shocking that Hikaru would make that promise. Even though he said he wouldn't party with anyone. I thought this woman simply had gotten hold of a weakness of him. He also made a new party with me and we have already entered the dungeon countless times. We have practiced our teamwork, and we are making a plan to conquer it. The armored woman continued even further. At this point, maybe out of anger, or from despair, my knees trembled and were about to lose strength. That's a given. We are talking about that Hikaru here. Hikaru who felt as if he had no choice but to form a party with me. I wouldn't have even imagined him being so proactive about conquering the dungeon. I thought for sure that he would be so sad after I was gone that he wouldn't even go to the dungeon, and would shut himself up in the inn. Once I showed up, he would be brought to tears, hug me, and if I were to tell him to marry me, I believed that he would answer me with a passionate kiss, and yet. Also, me and Hikaru are already living below one roof. No way. Rufria, with those powerless words, I fell onto my knees. Living together. They are living together. I see. Of course she would be all confident even when I showed up. The battle was settled. From the very beginning. I really shouldn't have returned home. I should have stayed with him forever and ever. I have lost. I have no choice but to accept it. Even though I had so many chances, I couldn't make Hikaru fall completely. We didn't make a promise of aiming for the lowest floor of the dungeon, and most of all, living under one roof. I couldn't have even imagined it. In the end, I was simply a girl with no love experience. I can't match a veteran woman who has a cute face like her and can roll men in the tips of her fingers. I have admitted complete defeat, but the armored woman didn't attack me. When I raised my head, she was simply looking at me with a refreshing look. There was the leeway of a winner in her attitude. I don't want to lose. I haven't lost yet. Seeing that so composed look of hers, I once again burn with a faint fighting spirit. Didn't I already decide to do anything to obtain Hikaru? Didn't I already decide that I would marry Hikaru for the remainder of my life no matter what happened? I already decided to walk together with him. Hikaru said that she was just a party member. She herself too. She may be saying they live together, but it could be that the usual kindness of Hikaru was showing here, and he is simply letting the girl stay together with him because she doesn't even have enough to afford lodging. I can still make it. As long as I don't admit defeat here. I stand up and take distance from her. If what you said is true, then more of a reason to defeat you. For the sake of my own future. Rufria, I shout. More than half of it was me telling myself that, but the armored woman answered with something unexpected. Come. Show me you can cut open your future. Are those really words she should direct at a love rival? If it were me, I would crush the opponent completely so that they don't come close ever again. I wouldn't direct words like those as if I were inspiring my opponent. I wouldn't be able to. Anyways, I still haven't done my everything. I closed the distance and shouted the name of that ability. Light. Rufria, a sphere appeared right in front of her face. I don't get affected by this light. If I get a hit in while she is blinded by this, it will be over. Her relationship with Hikaru might just be me jumping to conclusions here, and it might not be a weird one. That's why I will forgive her and Hikaru. While I was thinking that, I tried to swing my sword. But at that instant, the armored woman charged straight into the light, and I, who was only thinking about attacking her while she was defenseless, was pushed and held down. Q? Rufria, too bad. Spirit abilities don't work on me. No way. Rufria, why? Normally, you would get blinded and be unable to move. My head was filled with questions, but the current situation was everything. The armored woman was grabbing both of my wrists and straddling me. I tried my best to change our positions here, but she was so strong, it made me question where she was getting that strength from that small body. I couldn't move 1 inch. This time for sure. I have lost. With this, I have to listen to whatever she says. If she were to tell me to forget Hikaru and return to my country, what would I do? No, she herself said it before. I can't do anything. I have lost the duel, so I would have to return to my home. I don't want that. If I have to live separated from Hikaru, I would rather die. Kill me. I would rather die than live without Hikaru. Referee, that's why those words came out naturally from me. This is an official duel, and she won, so she wouldn't be persecuted even if she were to kill me. Don't say something so stupid. I went through the trouble of winning here. You are going to make me go back to my country, right? Fine by me, I would just die anyways. Referee, I have completely lost, placed in a position where I can't move at all, and I was half in despair. But she loosened her grip on me. Don't make such a sad face. We ended up fighting on the spur of the moment, but it is not like I intend to take anything away from you. Having you return to your country was a joke. Then what should I do? Referee, before that, let me reveal one thing. First, I am another worlder. The reason why he has allowed me by his side is because we are of the same world. That was a shocking revelation. Even Hikaru had a hard time revealing this to me. But that's exactly why, if she is from the same world as him, I can kind of understand the reason for that smile. But Hikaru was talking about being watched by everyone. Are you the same? Referee, that's right. Just like Kuro, the people of our world are watching this moment too. However, I'm not as delicate as him, so I don't really care though. That unreal story of Hikaru. The unbelievable talk that several millions of people from his original world are watching him. It is not like I didn't believe him, but even when told like this, it really doesn't click with me. You actually were rejected by Kuro, right? That surprise of his was the type of surprise a man would show after seeing a woman he didn't expect would come back, you know? That's. Referee, I actually already knew. I don't even need to think about it. It was clear that Hikaru didn't have any intentions of meeting me again. I simply thought that something could be managed if I were to push despite him thinking that way. He was taking distance from me in order to not drag me into his own circumstances after all. I will convince him, so come with us. Referee, he is a hard nut to crack, serious to a stiffening degree, and his heart is slightly ill. I think he has to be looked after for a good while. If left alone, he would leave somewhere on his own. That's how I feel. I think that way too. I returned in order to stay by his side. But is that okay? For you? Referee, I don't understand her proposal well. It is true that Hikaru is in a dangerous state, and he is a person you must stay by his side to protect him, but I definitely wouldn't be able to leave another woman by his side. It is okay. If you are okay with that. I don't have such possessiveness. It is more important to grow older and foster the relationship after all. However, I won't be letting him go, okay? It would be a different story if he were to hate me and leave me though. She declared. In other words, she doesn't mind leaving me by his side as his cheating partner. I really don't get her well. It seems as if she is totally sure that Hikaru won't be leaving her side. I don't know what's the basis for that confidence, but maybe she really is holding some sort of weakness on him? But after talking with her, I didn't feel any evil. That's why I don't get it. But why? What benefit would you have in leaving me be? Referee, I need strong comrades. Also, I don't hate women like you. Women like me. Referee, I'm talking about someone that doesn't look at the other side, is frank, and lives following her heart. Is she praising me there? I feel like she is vaguely making fun of me. I don't get her. She is a person that came from the same world as Hikaru after all. Even so, just like Hikaru, she is really calm and composed. Is that a trait of the people of that world? Just that. Right. Let's prohibit any love in the house. Kuro should yield to that condition. The biggest reason for him is that he doesn't want your slovenly figure to be shown to the viewers after all. Prohibit, you say? But I might not be able to endure it. Referee, endure it. It is better to watch over him with a prospect for the long future. Don't worry, We will be battling in the dungeon every day till we are all wasted, so you won't even feel like doing anything. The condition she brought out sounded difficult for me. The more exhausted I get after battle, the more I want to be pampered after all. But I wonder how it would be. Maybe a bit of pampering is okay? I hope it is. I am sure it is. All right. Understood. But tell me at least one thing. What do you think of Hikaru? Do you like him or want to become his lover? Anything like that? Refria, right. I like him. But what kind of relationship you wish for depends on the person. You wouldn't be able to get it. A chosen who has obtained a certain gift gets way too lonely alone. At that moment, she made a slightly sad expression, and that made me wonder. I don't know what's this gift she is talking about. But at the very least, I certainly do feel as if she is my ally rather than my enemy. And from that day on, Hikaru, and I began living together. Chapter 165, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 4734th, First Part. 3. Anonymous from Earth. Karen, we get peeks of Hikaru's stalker every now and then. Tilda. Celica, eh? Where? Karen, there. Celica, ah, you are right. Scary. 8. Anonymous from Earth. SHE is Boak, the light-speed stalker. 9. Anonymous from Earth. That was so fast I laughed out loud. I shouldn't be laughing. 11. Anonymous from Earth. Refriachin is looking crazy upset here. The people around are startled. 13. Anonymous from Earth. This is the first time I see someone showing mortification by biting a handkerchief. 15. Anonymous from Earth. I want them to say what's happening with Nanamikan. There's only a few days left till the transfer, right? 16. Anonymous from Earth. She already said she is being made to train as if her life depended on it. Celica did. 19. Anonymous from Earth. Nanaman is not even showing up in the streams, so there's theories that she is so exhausted she can't even show up. 22. Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-sama is truly beautiful. 23. Anonymous from Earth. The she is. 25. Anonymous from Earth. God camera. 27. Anonymous from Earth. The camera banned onto Refrie-sama, and went off. 28. Anonymous from Earth. Or is it Refrie-sama? 29. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru and Jan are not noticing at all and doing love twin birds. This is bad. 30. Anonymous from Earth. The gorget plate is nice. It looks like he has bought a pretty expensive one. 33. Anonymous from Earth. He earned a crazy ton, so it should be easy for him. 34. Anonymous from Earth. Explorers really can earn, huh? 35. Anonymous from Earth. It must be a serious model for frontliners. Jeannie-chan is a tank, so she gotta have a proper one. 36. Anonymous from Earth. They are putting their lives on the line there, so they got to earn a lot. But won't the guild be troubled if you can earn such a dirty sum of money in the second floor? 37. Anonymous from Earth. In the Gran Alice Mary's Guild, when you raise your rank, you can't sell spirit stones from shallower floors. It is probably the same in Melchia. You don't see strong explorer parties in the second floor, right? 41. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is still in bronze rank, so he can sell second floor stones like crazy, but at this rate, he might be able to go up to silver or gold rank in less than 1 month. You most likely can just barely have them buy your second floor stones as a silver, and they wouldn't buy your first floor stones. 45. Anonymous from Earth. What's with that system that has no merits for the explorers? 49. Anonymous from Earth, there are merits. When you become mithril or higher, once you retire, you can get an annuity from the guild. So I say, but it is calculated from the earnings you got after you become mithril though. You also get favorable treatment in the buying price of things, and you get fame too. 53. Anonymous from Earth, most of all, even if you are an illegal otherworlder, you will get the chance to become a citizen. In the end, no matter the world, power is justice. 56. Anonymous from Earth, the she is. 57. Anonymous from Earth, I don't know if Refriachin is hiding or not. 59. Anonymous from Earth, don't you feel some sort of prickling gaze? 60. Anonymous from Earth, ouch. 62. Anonymous from Earth, how is she not being found with that? 63. Anonymous from Earth, it is not prickly at all. It is a muddy and clingy gaze. 65. Anonymous from Earth, mithril is an interesting material. There's mostly only thin and flimsy steel sheets, right? 69. Anonymous from Earth, it is a special steel material made by elves after all. Well, the Hellfire steel is also a special steel material made by great spirits though. 75. Anonymous from Earth, the mithril stock for lynxes is apparently super difficult to make. That's what another worlder blacksmith said. On the contrary, the Hellfire steel is apparently manageable. 76. Anonymous from Earth, the only thing the blacksmiths have to do are the finishing touches for the Hellfire steel after all. Those finishing touches are pretty harsh too, but you can manage somehow with patience and muscles. 79. Anonymous from Earth, he gifted her something that went for as much as 2 gold. 81. Anonymous from Earth, isn't that a memorable location for a Freya? It is the store that his ex-girlfriend told him about, and he is now giving a present to his present girlfriend. Isn't that grounds for a scolding? 83. Anonymous from Earth, there's peaks of Refrier-sama outside the window every now and then, Umau. 86. Anonymous from Earth, this ain't a laughing matter. 89. Anonymous from Earth, isn't this 5 seconds before the war begins? 90. Anonymous from Earth, it is good that she didn't break through the window. Be grateful for the stalker integrity of Refrier-sama. 92. Anonymous from Earth, she is watching over the situation without suddenly pressing any questions. 93. Anonymous from Earth, there it is. The pampering of Jeanne. She wants to make him equip her equipment. Even though Gundam Refrier is right by the side. 94. Anonymous from Earth, take that. While piercing with a beam rifle. 98. Anonymous from Earth, the camera work made me laugh out loud. 100. Anonymous from Earth, watching both the Jeanne and Hikaru streams simultaneously is already the basics of a viewer, but this camera work is way too godlike. 104. Anonymous from Earth, what's going on? 105. Anonymous from Earth, it is seriously scary that Refrier-sama's hair raised up slightly there. 108. Anonymous from Earth, the mysterious magnetic field that occurs when angered. 110. Anonymous from Earth, 104. On the Hikaru side, it only shows Hikaru and Jeanne a bit further away. But the Jeanne side has the camera positioned right in the opposite direction. In the camera of Hikaru, Refrier-sama is shown. In other words, the Hikaru side is the Refrier POV. 115. Anonymous from Earth, lol, Jean has noticed the gaze. The speed in which Refrier hides is also hilarious. 118. Anonymous from Earth, her stalker level is way too damn high. 119. Anonymous from Earth, who was the one by her side? She looks similar to her, so maybe her mum? 121. Anonymous from Earth, or rather, why isn't she coming out? Is she going to come out after getting damning evidence? 125. Anonymous from Earth, in the eyes of Refrier-sama, it has only been 10 days since she believed and departed from him, And yet, he is already with another woman. The reality here is that she doesn't understand at all what's going on right now. 128, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru did say something similar to "I won't be going out with anyone after all." He had a really gloomy atmosphere and, moreover, she came back worried whether he was even alive. This treason can't be forgiven. 130, Anonymous from Earth. Refriachin is beginning to look pitiful. And yet, I can't stop laughing. 133, Anonymous from Earth. This girl is a certified stalker. 135, Anonymous from Earth. What is Jeannie-chan going to do? Can she deal with the invasion of the ex-girlfriend? 136, Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, doesn't it feel like Jan has already noticed the ex-girlfriend? 140, Anonymous from Earth. The dinner today is going to be at the food carts, huh? The food cart street is really nice. There isn't stuff like that in Japan. 142, Anonymous from Earth. I think you can only find that kinda stuff in some parts of Asia. 145, Anonymous from Earth. What place on Earth has the closest weather to the one around here? 148, Anonymous from Earth. Turkey or Greece? I heard it is close to those ones. When I look at it closely, the textiles are prosperous, and there's stuff like carpets being sold. Hikaru and Jan are not seeing that at all though. 152, Anonymous from Earth. They are modern people after all, or like children. If they were to go, this detailed fur fabric, this avant-garde handle. I would be scared though. 155, Anonymous from Earth. If it isn't a chosen who has an interest in that stuff, they won't even look at that part of the culture which is painful. I would like people from the second batch with wide interests to come to Melchia. 158, Anonymous from Earth. It is nice that there's a lot of variety in the food. There's wheat, potatoes, meat, and fish, or more like, if we exclude the spirit energy, it is almost the same as Earth. 160, Anonymous from Earth. The eastern Roshizil continent even has rice. Because of the blessing of the spirit energy, they also ripen well. 163, Anonymous from Earth. Rice isn't getting imported as expected. 165, Anonymous from Earth. It might be, but it probably isn't on demand. You normally wouldn't think of eating some unknown white grain. 166, Anonymous from Earth. Roshizil is far from Ringpil after all. 169, Anonymous from Earth. It is a distance like that of moving from Europe to the Far East. It would be impossible unless you buy a bike with points. 173, Anonymous from Earth. You can buy a bike with points now? 174, Anonymous from Earth. No, you can't. 175, Anonymous from Earth. You can get rice with a touch of a button using crystals, so there's no need to go so far for rice. 177, Anonymous from Earth. Only Japanese people can buy it though, the onigaris by using crystals. 178, Anonymous from Earth. It is big that you don't have to worry much about food. I want to go to the Isekai too. 181, Anonymous from Earth. I want to go too. 182, Anonymous from Earth. Go then, 5 head. 183, Anonymous from Earth. Is the third group raffle not happening yet? This time for sure, I will get in. I must. 184, Anonymous from Earth. Jeannie-chan is buying so damn much. She has completely turned into a glutton character. 186, Anonymous from Earth. We got an An. 187, Anonymous from Earth. A stupid couple. 188, Anonymous from Earth. The embarrassed giggle of Jeannie-chan is truly lovely. 189, Anonymous from Earth. The yakisoba looks tasty. 191, Anonymous from Earth. They can earn money. They are not troubled with the food. Have a place to sleep in. Even has a cute partner. This is way too perfect of a life. 193, Anonymous from Earth, this pressure. Rifria is coming. 194, Anonymous from Earth, please stop showing glimpses of Rifria as if rubbing it on our faces, I can't hold my laughter. 196, Anonymous from Earth, her patience meter has finally punctured. 200, Anonymous from Earth, encounter. 203, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne, that's the culprit. Hikaru, eh? Rifria? Rifria, you. Hikaru, you cheaty. 206, Anonymous from Earth, culprit, she said. Lumao. 210, Anonymous from Earth, Rifria-chan with a bright red face is so cute. 213, Anonymous from Earth, we finally got the UGT. 214, Anonymous from Earth, a bloodbath. If that were me, I would fall on my butt and pee myself. 215, Anonymous from Earth, she really said you cheater, lol. There are clairvoyants in this thread. 217, Anonymous from Earth, I feel like I am going to wet myself just from watching. 219, Anonymous from Earth, so even the stalker couldn't endure it. 220, Anonymous from Earth, well, even from our perspective, they were acting way too close. 222, Anonymous from Earth, from an outsider's perspective, they are a regular couple after all. Hikaru is a cheater. 224, Anonymous from Earth, Rifria-sama really is beautiful. 226, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru is so damn flustered here, Lumao. 228, Anonymous from Earth, he totally looks like a man that has been caught with his pants down. 230, Anonymous from Earth, hug her and kiss her. That way you can make things vague. 231, Anonymous from Earth, when I came back to surprise my boyfriend, I was anti-red. 234, Anonymous from Earth, no, if she had stalked them for a bit more, she would have seen something even worse, living together. 236, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru, anyways, it is a misunderstanding. Jeanne, so horrible. Even though you said you would do anything for my sake, Tilda. Rifria, crackle crackle crackle, I will kill you. 238, Anonymous from Earth, Rifria-chan's berserk mode is cute. 240, Anonymous from Earth, bloodbath. My stomach is hurting. 241, Anonymous from Earth, Genicha tilde N. 243, Anonymous from Earth, to think she would come to the side, hug him, and say he is mine. That Jeanne of all people. 246, Anonymous from Earth, I'm so jealous. There's a life like this outside of the pages of manga? 247, Anonymous from Earth, I want to get fought over by beauties tilde. 249, Anonymous from Earth, even though Genie-chan is that cute, she doesn't feel sly. It is impressive. 250, Anonymous from Earth, the main thread of Jeanne is also going crazy. Putting the total viewers of Hikaru and Jeanne together, it is over 2.5 billion. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all of humanity is watching. 251, Anonymous from Earth, I am laughing my lungs out here. I am glad I quit my job. 252, Anonymous from Earth, I am beginning to question whether I want Hikaru to be happy or not. 253, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru going all flustered makes him look like a boy his age, and it makes me skip a beat. He was all tense the whole time not that long ago after all. 254, Anonymous from Earth, and here I was thinking how they were flirting that much. Rifria-sama went and shouted, stop flirting. Spoke my feelings straight out, lol. 255, Anonymous from Earth, A. The viewership really is nuts. 258, Anonymous from Earth. Practically all media sources were hyping up the ice kite couple of Hikaru and Jeanne after all. 261, Anonymous from Earth. How does it feel to have your bloodbath scene be watched by 2.7 billion people? 263, Anonymous from Earth. The automatic translation software has been spread almost everywhere now, so the number of people watching the actual stream has increased. 270, Anonymous from Earth. Love, lol, twin, lol, birds, lol, is, lol, eternal, lol, right? Lmao. 273, Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-sama, so pitiful, yet so cute. 274, Anonymous from Earth. Love twin birds has died. Why? 276, Anonymous from Earth. Refria is just plain pitiful. 277, Anonymous from Earth. Revive love twin birds. 279, Anonymous from Earth. I don't think we can expect any more sweet stuff like love. Now it is burning bird. 281, Anonymous from Earth. Love twin birds renamed to Firebird. 283, Anonymous from Earth. Did I just see Major Guile there? 284, Anonymous from Earth. Jean-Ichan is provoking her a helaton here. Is it because she is showing that she won't be letting her take him away? 286, Anonymous from Earth. She looks like she is having a kick from all of this though. 292, Anonymous from Earth. Iwaka. 293, Anonymous from Earth. Duel. 294, Anonymous from Earth. A DDD duel. 295, Anonymous from Earth. Oh no, this muscle brain bunch. 300, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, why did it end up like this? Karen, nice. More. 301, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't a duel dangerous? She swings what's practically a pillar of metal, so won't it be impossible to not kill? 302, Anonymous from Earth. Wonder who is the strong Ronin Tilda. 304, Anonymous from Earth. No matter how you think about it, Jean-Ichan is on the advantage here. 306, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is sidelined. He is already completely the heroine. 308, Anonymous from Earth. Spirit abilities not working on her is seriously a cheat. 312, Anonymous from Earth. Do you think you can defeat me a silver rank when you are a bronze? Wait, Refriachin, that's completely a losing flag there. 314, Anonymous from Earth. Jean-Ichan is playing the Isekai protagonist well. 320, Anonymous from Earth. Jean casually got the information about Refria from Hikaru. Hikaru leaks it. Oi. Whose ally are you? 322, Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne is planning on taking in Refria, huh? She is so accepting. 325, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is still thinking that Refria will become a Templar, huh? 328, Anonymous from Earth. No, won't she become a Templar? Or more like, isn't the one a bit away from her mother after all? 329, Anonymous from Earth. Marry? 330, Anonymous from Earth. I legit spit out my coffee. 331, Anonymous from Earth. We will marry. She declares while not even asking the person himself. Lumao. This girl is hopeless. Rolf. 333, Anonymous from Earth. The face of Hikaru. 335, Anonymous from Earth. So many things have reached some sort of conclusion in the short time she was away. 336, Anonymous from Earth. The we will marry has come. 337, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. You are getting married. 339, Anonymous from Earth, Selikichan, Karen-chan. Did you know about your brother's marriage? Question mark. 340, Anonymous from Earth, I want to be loved this much tilde. 342, Anonymous from Earth, it is rare for a real-life yandere to be this beautiful after all. 345, Anonymous from Earth, her mother is also a beauty. I would like to see her little sister too. 348, Anonymous from Earth, Jeannie-chan, also, beauties with a strong spirit like her are to my liking. In other words. 350, Anonymous from Earth, it has come tilde. 352, Anonymous from Earth, I am a girl, but I love Refrie-sama, you know? There's no people who would hate a beauty of that level, right? Gender is already irrelevant at that point. 353, Anonymous from Earth, so that's how it works. 354, Anonymous from Earth, there's even a lot of men who love Hikaru despite being men. 357, Anonymous from Earth, to think a Far Eastern high schooler like him could become this popular. 360, Anonymous from Earth, there's even people who have cosplayed as Hikaru in an otaku event in France, I'll have you know. In the cosplay field, it is so popular that there's even a mysterious word born like chosen reunion. 362, Anonymous from Earth, so she is seriously thinking about defeating Refria and making her a comrade? In other words, it is the harem party of Jeanne. 366, Anonymous from Earth, I thought that after she asked is that woman's weapon only that sword? He would answer with those boobs are deadly weapons, and she would follow with I can tell. 367, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne, I will obtain what I want. That's my style. 370, Anonymous from Earth, it has shown up. Jeanism. 373, Anonymous from Earth, from the perspective of Jeanne, it is like obtaining both the strongest man and strongest woman after all. 374, Anonymous from Earth, it is something that can be achieved exactly because she has no intentions of losing. That personal positivity is so high. 378, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne is an actual beauty after all. It is a different beauty from Refria, but it is by no means inferior. 380, Anonymous from Earth, for Hikaru, Jeanne is also someone that counteracts the demerit of the loved one after all. 382, Anonymous from Earth, for Jean, Hikaru is also someone that counteracts the demerit of hated one. 383, Anonymous from Earth, Jeannie-chan had a high heel scroll, ha. 385, Anonymous from Earth, wasn't it in the real-time update app about the information of the Chosen? It shows all their items and money, so you can tell the things the Chosen have in one glance. 388, Anonymous from Earth, they are being observed 24 hours a day after all. 391, Anonymous from Earth, so she really was her mother. Motherson is so young. 393, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru's mum, Refria's mum, are all moms in this channel all beauties? 396, Anonymous from Earth, hierarchy, she says. Lol. 399, Anonymous from Earth, so the duel was to determine the hierarchy, ha. This is a battle that you must not lose. 400, Anonymous from Earth, so for Hikaru, this is basically like having the mother of your girlfriend see you cheating on her, ha. On top of that, her daughter is seriously going to fight against the cheating partner. This is so uncomfortable, I would be puking at that point. 401, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru's eyes are dead. 402, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru bid farewell to her with the resolve of never seeing her again. Of course he would be confused here. 405, Anonymous from Earth, even if he were to try to stop them, it would still leave resentment after all. 406, Anonymous from Earth, it is better to just let the muscle brains beat each other up until they are satisfied. Chapter 166, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 4734, Latter Part. 410, Anonymous from Earth. You guys, have you noticed? Nanamaikan might be joining here, you know. Won't she be killed? Nanamaikan. Nanamaikan is a normal frail high school student. 412, Anonymous from Earth. Won't Jeanne protect her? 413, Anonymous from Earth. By the time Nanamaikan reunites with Hikaru, I feel like it will be when Hikaru's body and heart has already been thoroughly stolen away. 416, Anonymous from Earth. So Nanamaikan is going to be seeing Hikaru with an ahegao and doing double peace signs, huh? 417, Anonymous from Earth. There's the matter of Ozawa as well, so I want Nanamaikan to reunite with Hikaru though. Wonder what would happen. Whichever the case, it will be a thorny path. 419, Anonymous from Earth. The death penalty totally won't be making it in time. That's the limit to the power of the law. 420, Anonymous from Earth. No, even if he gets executed, there would be no point. In the end, he will still be starting in a perfect state. 421, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has summoned a dark knight. Is he really going to stop them? 424, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it just in case something happens? Or more like, you can hide the Dark Knight Kun in your shadow, huh? That's quite the handy ability. 428, Anonymous from Earth. When it gets to this level, dark spirit abilities are crazy strong. There will be a lot of people who will be taking darkness in the new chosen. 430, Anonymous from Earth. There's barely any great dark spirits, so you have to get it with points. It is hard to obtain as a result of that. If it is the others, you can just make a contract at the places of the great spirits, and it will only cost a few silver coins. 10 points are necessary if it is from the status board. 10 points is big. 433, Anonymous from Earth. There's only 2 places in the world where there's dark great churches. One of those places has the twins who have ruled over it with the charm cheat. The other place is in the new continent, the Allura continent. 434, Anonymous from Earth. Are they seriously going to have a duel? They seriously are Imas and Nezes. 436, Anonymous from Earth. There's so many damn sightseers, lol. 437, Anonymous from Earth. There were other dark great churches aside from the place of the Dark Twins? 439, Anonymous from Earth. No, anyone would watch a one-on-one between 2 beauties like those. 443, Anonymous from Earth. 437. It was found recently. Or more like, it was recent that a chosen had arrived at that place. 445, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan managed to take even an attack of Rafria-chan. This is a battle between 2 kaiju, giant monsters like Godzilla. 447, Anonymous from Earth. The intense clash of metal and metal. I have not seen something like this anywhere but in anime. 449, Anonymous from Earth. These people are not human anymore. It is honestly cool. 450, Anonymous from Earth. There's a different type of cool from fighting a monster. I understand how a crowd could be made from this. 451, Anonymous from Earth. Her title of Iron Jeanne Collet isn't just for show. 453, Anonymous from Earth. She had a nickname like that. 458, Anonymous from Earth. She is also called the Hated Jeanne Collet. 460, Anonymous from Earth. It is pitiful, so stop it. 462, Anonymous from Earth. Refriachin is swinging her sword at incredible speed. A normal person would die from getting hit by it even if they had armor. 464, Anonymous from Earth. She must be getting impatient too here. She probably thought her opponent would surrender immediately. 466, Anonymous from Earth. Genie chins up. As expected of a protagonist. 469, Anonymous from Earth. It doesn't seem like Genie Chin has any leeway to attack either. 470, Anonymous from Earth. Did her mother just say that girl is still green? 474, Anonymous from Earth. The mom is also a muscle brain. 478, Anonymous from Earth. The mother spoke to Hikari like normal and is really composed. Is she a resident of the bloodbath country? 481, Anonymous from Earth. The reason for the mother being here has been clarified. Database team, update the info. 483, Anonymous from Earth. I see. That flower worked on the chaotic magic disease? What about the panacea? 485, Anonymous from Earth. Wait, that flower really worked? Isn't it simply because they used the panacea at the same time? 488, Anonymous from Earth. In that world, it mostly goes with the name chaotic magic disease. At the very least, in Ringpil and Roshizil. We have to confirm whether the chaotic magic disease and the spirit-bone connection paralysis are the same thing. 490, Anonymous from Earth. The messages are still frozen, so it is hard to confirm. 496, Anonymous from Earth. The sentiment is enough for me. What a Japanese answer. The mother isn't taking that at all though. 500, Anonymous from Earth. Don't try to push your daughter on him, lol. 503, Anonymous from Earth. Then, the little sister Florican, if that had been his answer, what would have happened with Refria Sama, I wonder. 504, Anonymous from Earth. She would go mad. 507, Anonymous from Earth. The mother is also pushy. So Refriachin got that from her mother, huh? 510, Anonymous from Earth. She is one dangerous mom, but Hikaru's mom is also dangerous, so it is a draw. 517, Anonymous from Earth. No, in that world, it is the parents who decide what to do with their children. Not that long ago, it was the same on Earth. Free love is actually a pretty new concept. 520, Anonymous from Earth. So their clash is on equal grounds? If it is the same in terms of power, who is the one with more growth prospects? 522, Anonymous from Earth. What are they saying? 525, Anonymous from Earth. Just watch the Zhan side at the same time as well. 530, Anonymous from Earth. Zhan, Lumao. 531, Anonymous from Earth. She is bringing that out now? Rolf. 533, Anonymous from Earth. 520. Both are the same. Refria Sama doesn't have the god gifts, so she only has her levels. If I had to choose between both, I would say Zhan with the lower level has the higher prospects here. 535, Anonymous from Earth. 522. She threw her the bomb of he has promised to dive to the lowest floor with me, formed a new party, have gone to the dungeon together countless times, and we are also living together. 540, Anonymous from Earth. Of course Refriachin would collapse from that, lol. 542, Anonymous from Earth. From the perspective of Refriachin, She probably wouldn't have even dreamed something like that to be possible. 543, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, when pointed out like this, it truly is horrible. Karen, recreation has become a sacrifice. 549, Anonymous from Earth, become a sacrifice. Lol. 555, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan, so cool. Cool. 557, Anonymous from Earth, come. Cut open the path to your future. There's an actual 17-year-old girl who can say that. Lumao. 559, Anonymous from Earth, she is the epitome of a Chayunabiu. In this world, that's not a syndrome, but the natural state though. 560, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan is cute yet so amusing, I am dying here. 561, Anonymous from Earth, is the eyes Kaida for the sake of Jeanne? 562, Anonymous from Earth, she is cool, cute, interesting, strong, and lovable. She ain't the #1 most popular chosen for nothing. 565, Anonymous from Earth, the residents of the Hikaru thread are being turned into the Jeanne fandom one after the other. 569, Anonymous from Earth, it seems like there's also quite a lot of residents of the Jeanne thread turning to the Hikaru fandom too. The viewership of Hikaru is also increasing, I'll have you know. 571, Anonymous from Earth, spirit ability. So this is what Genie-chan was aiming for? 572, Anonymous from Earth, she must have been. It is a bit unfair, but battles are heartless. 574, Anonymous from Earth, victory. Farewell, Refria. I won't forget about you. 579, Anonymous from Earth, no, Genie-chan said she was going to be recruiting her into the party as a frontline warrior, dude. 584, Anonymous from Earth, is Refria going to be following obediently? One man, 2 women under one roof, there's no way nothing will happen. You know. 587, Anonymous from Earth, wouldn't it be fine for the two to get angry here? 590, Anonymous from Earth, she is revealing to her that she is an otherworlder here? No, it should be okay, huh? Refria already knows that Hikaru is an otherworlder anyways. 595, Anonymous from Earth, Refria-chan half in tears is cute. 598, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan is so manly. 600, Anonymous from Earth, it has come. 603, Anonymous from Earth, Gene-izuma gently touching Refria's cheek while straddling her and whispering in her ear. 605, Anonymous from Earth, I will convince him, so come with us. My heart got squeezed there. 606, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan is so kind. Cute. What's with this girl? 610, Anonymous from Earth, Celica, it really drives home. Just how great it was that Genie-chan was transferred close by. Karen, totally. 612, Anonymous from Earth, to think she would properly put so much mind on Hikaru. She is a saint. 614, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru-chan was described as having a slightly ill heart. Even from Jeanne's perspective, it looked like that, huh? 617, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne, to be living with a beauty like me under one roof yet not assailing me. There must be something wrong with his heart. 620, Anonymous from Earth, is she going to attack Hikaru with Refria as a tag team? Even Hikaru wouldn't be able to fight that off. 622, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan is pretty serious here. I won't be letting him go, she said. 625, Anonymous from Earth, maybe because it is right after she had lost the duel, Refria is listening obediently, but isn't it like she has accepted being the middle woman? Is that okay for her? 627, Anonymous from Earth, the leeway of the legal wife. What awaits in Refria-chan's future? 630, Anonymous from Earth, I don't hate women like you. Eh? Thump. I'm talking about someone that doesn't look at the other side, is frank, and lives following her heart. Doesn't that mean an amusing woman? 632, Anonymous from Earth. Jeannie-chan is an amusing woman herself though. 633, Anonymous from Earth. It is amusing women everywhere. Hikaru.survive. 635, Anonymous from Earth. So does that mean Jeannie-chan can bat both ways? 638, Anonymous from Earth. I am a woman and I would still want to date Refria-chan. 639, Anonymous from Earth. I am a man and I would still want to be stepped on by Refria-sama. 644, Anonymous from Earth. So Jeannie-chan is putting a love ban, huh? It must be a plan to grow closer to him in the time it is prohibited. 648, Anonymous from Earth. I doubt Refria can endure it, and it is even hard to say if Hikaru would be able to endure it himself. 650, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, even I am a man, you know. You think that could happen? 652, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru-chan wouldn't say something like that. 653, Anonymous from Earth. I like him. 654, Anonymous from Earth. She easily said she liked him. 655, Anonymous from Earth. I knew. 656, Anonymous from Earth. Jeannie-chan is pretty candid after all. 657, Anonymous from Earth. Jeannie. 660, Anonymous from Earth. What did she mean by gets way too lonely alone? Is she talking about how she doesn't want to let go of the chosen that she finally found? 665, Anonymous from Earth. It is a line from a famous manga, it is way too lonely alone. 672, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru and Jan have both taken aging resistance. They can't live on the same time as Refria and the other native people. That's why it is way too lonely alone. 674, Anonymous from Earth. It is also in part because Jan herself is lonely, but it is exactly because there's no doubt Hikaru would also be lonely that she feels like she must be by his side. Jeannie-chan is seriously a good woman. 675, Anonymous from Earth. But, with this, the party has powered up quite a lot. Won't they be able to clear the 4th floor with this? 680, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru somewhat managed the 4th floor alone after all. The 5th floor may be a challenge, but I would say they would pose a close challenge. Jan would advise to advance carefully though. 683, Anonymous from Earth. It seems like Jeannie-chan and Refria-sama could get along. I am relieved to see that. They are both amusing women after all. 685, Anonymous from Earth. Jeannie-chan has declared that she has no possessive desire after all. But she did say she had no intention of letting go of him, so you could say she is slowly evolving into a yandere. 690, Anonymous from Earth. I laughed out loud when they entered the house like good friends. 695, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, lol. He is being left behind here, Lumao. 700, Anonymous from Earth. It already feels like he is being whipped. There's no voting right for the husband. 706, Anonymous from Earth. Refria-chan really did come back to become his wife. 710, Anonymous from Earth. This really is a storming wife. Someone close to being a wife. Living together without the consent of the man and the family, marriage often being turned into an established fact. 715, Anonymous from Earth. No, she has the permission of Jan, so it is safe. 720, Anonymous from Earth. I am truly happy that her little sister was cured. It means that the shackles of Refria-chan are completely off now. 726, Anonymous from Earth. It did sound like quite the heavy situation after all. A chosen somewhere said that the chaotic magic disease is an incurable disease though. I think they explained that there's no way to cure it aside from using a panacea. 735, Anonymous from Earth. So Refriachin has become a reserve unit of the Templars. She is free aside from the times when she is called in for defense. That's great. 748, Anonymous from Earth. The ring of proof for a Templar is so cool. 756, Anonymous from Earth. They will be living together from tomorrow on, huh? It is great that they rented a big house. Even if Nanamikan were to come, there would still be rooms. 760, Anonymous from Earth. There's the chance for Ozawa to join. 765, Anonymous from Earth. None. I wouldn't forgive that ever. 768, Anonymous from Earth. I just hope Nanamikan can safely reunite with him. If she were to be transferred to the Allura continent, she would have no chance. 770, Anonymous from Earth. Everyone would dislike it if she were to end up in the Allura continent. It would be great for the people who like pioneering though. 772, Anonymous from Earth. I will capture great spirits myself and make my own dungeon city. 776, Anonymous from Earth. It is impossible to make an artificial church by yourself. It is a national project. 780, Anonymous from Earth. You have to set the Great Spirit in place with a magic tool after all. Even so, it can easily escape if it has any superficial reason. 782, Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-sama, and the others can't just suddenly live there, huh? If, on the next day, she calms down and shouts actually, this is weird, I will burst out laughing. 785, Anonymous from Earth. Wouldn't she just get persuaded by her mom? She did lose the battle to decide the hierarchy after all. 799, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru himself said that he feels like he has become more positive. The revival of Nanamikan has worked positively for his mental health. 802, Anonymous from Earth. The message system freezing must have worked as well. God did a good job. 805, Anonymous from Earth. Easy, she said. Lumao. 815, Anonymous from Earth. Oh, they finally are going to learn the Isekai language. A good amount of Chosen have begun learning the Isekai language too. 825, Anonymous from Earth. Jean's French. Celica translating helps out a lot. 830, Anonymous from Earth. The Isekai automatic translation software doesn't cover French after all. 835, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being able to somewhat understand French. His specs are pretty high. 842, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, I raised that child. 847, Anonymous from Earth. He said he doesn't know that much. Most likely only the basics. 860, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan is also thinking about the chance that they will lose the god gifts, huh? It does sound like a conclusion a gamer would reach. 866, Anonymous from Earth. Well, a given power can be easily lost. God is whimsical after all. 870, Anonymous from Earth. In a sense, Jeanne is the one enjoying the Isekai the most. Raising her player skill enough to conquer anything as a level 1, she says. That's not a way of thinking that shows up often. 874, Anonymous from Earth. You can understand if you watch Hikaru, but if you lack way too much strength, your attacks itself don't even work against enemies that are way too strong. No matter how many ultimate moves you have, you can't win against an enemy you can't even deal 1 damage to. 877, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru's Japanese. Wow. So he really is a Japanese person. Super late realization. 882, Anonymous from Earth. No, I do understand that feeling. Even in the Jeanne thread, They went Jeanne is French. And are getting all excited, lol. 888, Anonymous from Earth. Celica was translating Hikaru's Japanese into French, and I was mysteriously moved by it. 894, Anonymous from Earth. Celica did say that she can already speak Isekai languages to a decent degree. 900, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan's messy Japanese is cute. 902, Anonymous from Earth. What's the matter, Celica? Translate please. 906, Anonymous from Earth. What did Genie-chan say? She was grinning like crazy there. 910, Anonymous from Earth. I have arrived with the French I learned in college. When I am with you, I feel like there's butterflies in my stomach. I think? 913, Anonymous from Earth. Butterflies in her stomach? 916, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru and Jeanne both being good at English is so cool. 922, Anonymous from Earth. Oi. English is a language. Only Rafria doesn't know. Isn't Genie-chan way too good here? If the two of them were to be talking in a secret language, it would be pretty stressful. 925, Anonymous from Earth. So she is going to increase the lead little by little, huh? 930, Anonymous from Earth. Karen, I will tell you instead of Celican, who got so embarrassed she stopped translating. What Genie said just now meant when I am with you, my body feels all warm. 933, Anonymous from Earth. All warm, lol. 940, Anonymous from Earth. That's way too of a liberal translation. Having butterflies in your stomach means something like when I am with you, my heart beats faster and I get fiddly. Words that mean the heartbeats of love. It is like the fulfilling sensation of being by the side of the person you love. Hikaru would most likely understand I love you, so she is probably being impish here. 942, Anonymous from Earth. That means she loves him. 946, Anonymous from Earth. All warm, Bokupuka, was such a precise Japanese translation, I spitted my drink there. 950, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan is so cute. No good. I have been completely taken in by her charm. Even though I was shipping Rafrie-sama so much. I am a cheater. 953, Anonymous from Earth. I am still on the Rafrie-chan ship. 955, Anonymous from Earth. I get ya. She has big badankas after all. 957, Anonymous from Earth. TTTT, that's not the reason. 960, Anonymous from Earth. Jean secretly increased her aging resistance when she returned to her room. To the same level of Hikaru. 963, Anonymous from Earth. It can't be helped since it would be too lonely alone. 968, Anonymous from Earth. She has gone for the long-term plan. Does that mean she judged she wouldn't be a match if it were a short one? 973, Anonymous from Earth. No, she would put up a fight even if it is for the short fight, but she probably plans on going for the long term to cement her victory. 975, Anonymous from Earth. There's the chest difference after all. She can't do anything about that. 977, Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan has gone into the conciliation plan, but she has no intentions of losing. 980, Anonymous from Earth. Level 3 aging resistance halves the aging speed. Jeanne is 17, Rafria is 16. In that case, Rafria would pass her in 4 years. From there on, Rafria will be growing older at twice the speed. 984, Anonymous from Earth. But they plan on continuing the dungeon exploration for 5 years, right? At the very least, they will be together until then, and won't they stay together after that too? 985, Anonymous from Earth. It is okay, just embrace bigamy. This is not Earth, so there's no need to think too deeply about it. 989, Anonymous from Earth, Jean knows. The fact that the relationships between men and women are fleeting. It is probably a plan to deepen their relationship like friends, and then reconcile all at once with the same aging speed. It could even turn into enjoying the sweet and sour moments together. 990, Anonymous from Earth, there's only a really low chance that you can find a chosen man of the same generation that's to your taste in the future after all. 993, Anonymous from Earth, no, won't Arigamusen be going for an interview pretty soon? 995, Anonymous from Earth, Arigamushi is pretty old. 997, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, we don't know what kind of effect the second batch of Chosen will have, so I would like Hikaru and his group to become stronger. To a degree where they can bounce off bullets. 999, Anonymous from Earth, don't say something so ominous.